Jacob, yeah, I would say so. What would you say to that?
Yeah, I think anytime you get New Zealand, a team like New Zealand, 5 down on the first day, with so few runs on the board, it's different if they're 350 for 5. But where they are now, I mean, that's pretty good. England could, with the new ball, and if things go their way in the next couple of hours, roll them for under 300 and really start to get their teeth into this game.
Well, they can roll them for 300, then we can see Zach Crawley get out for 3, and then we can get back to the proper cricket.
And then everyone else will have a go.
That would basically be... I think that's how the day's going to be mapped up for us.
3's a touch optimistic, isn't it, Henry?
Yeah, probably right, actually, yeah. Well, I don't know, he normally booms at, gets a 3 or a 4, doesn't he? Something like that. But New Zealand, they've got to be happier than when they were 120-odd for 5. It's not really a crucial first hour because the series has been won and lost, hasn't it? But it's nicely poised and it could go either way. We didn't see, however, a lot of movement with the new ball. Having hurried to get through to that new ball last night, didn't see a lot of movement, did we?
No.
It was like its arrival overshadowed the actual thought going into using it, wasn't it?
That's I've had many days like that.
I think we might get a bit more this morning. I don't know the stats at Headingley, but over this series I seem to remember that it's kind of swung maybe progressively less through the day, so the mornings have been quite good, especially if they've been a little cooler.
I think us oldies tend to think of Headingley. We always remember back to Gary Gilmore swinging it round corners for Australia in a World Cup game. And he took about 6 for 14, didn't he? Messi, I can't remember exactly the figures. But that always sticks in my mind for some reason. And sometimes Headingley's been nothing like that. It's actually been a really good ground for batting. And so I'm looking at the weather. It looks a little bit overcast. It's not dark cloud. It's that sort of high, rather sort of sketchy, beige kind of a cloud, isn't it?
Update on that for you, Hendo.
Oh, right.
I've just refreshed the Met Office forecast.
Oh, no.
First thing it comes up with is yellow warning thunderstorm.
Oh, no.
And 5% chance of rain, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock suddenly goes to 50%, then 60%, 60%. So the afternoon is looking very dubious.
Oh, that's really disappointing. That is so disappointing. Well, let's just hope and pray that those showers skirt round that little bit of Leeds where Headingley is, and we get a full day's play, because it'd be very disappointing if we don't. The 2 New Zealand batsmen are on their way. I shall jingle them up, and we shall be getting underway very shortly.
Son of an old black Fernie and Peep Show wrote that book of Daryl, not David Mitchell.
And he's joined by this man.
Next is Tommy Blundell. Tommy Blundell. Up next is Tommy Blundell. Tommy Blundell.
And it looks like opening the bowling this morning is... I don't understand why I'm looking at England and seeing only Craig Overton. Let me see if I can find... Jamie Overton anywhere. No. Where's it gone, Bear? Jamie Overton has disappeared. He is no longer, but he is going to bowl, apparently.
It's a big thing to disappear.
It's a very big thing. Why has Jamie gone? I need to know. Oh, what? It's not in extras. I just looked in extras. Where's Jamie? There he is. He's in England extras.
Jamie Overton can score a quick half-ton. Less racist than his mother's other son is Jamie Overton.
Got his first test wicket yesterday with the dismissal of Devon Conway, bending back his leg stump, courtesy of an inside edge. What can he do this morning? England not over-attacking, has to be said. 2 slips, backward point, and of course, every time I start to do the field, they switch to a close-up of a player, so I can't give you that. But I will endeavour to as the over progresses. And we shall be coming to your tweets very shortly. We'll be coming to you on YouTube shortly. We shall be talking about the GPL shortly. We'll be talking about Patreon shortly. So gird your loins. It's going to get very exciting, even if we don't get cricket this afternoon due to the weather. The bloody weather! In comes Overton. He's coming in from the Kirkstall Lane end. He bowls, an awful ball down the leg side. May have swung a little bit. It was quite full. If it had been straight, it might have been a little bit dangerous, but it was awful. It was about a yard down the leg side, and Ben Foakes had to dive away to his left. It was, however, at 88 miles an hour, and that's what we want to see from Jamie Overton. Is
good loosener, Jamie.
Very good. Yeah, I mean, that even stretches the definition of a loosener, if you ask me. That was almost Harmison-like. But anyway, it looks like the Barmy Army are up and singing Jerusalem or something similar, as Overton comes in again. Better ball, but clipped away neatly by Mitchell. Gets the first one in the morning. There's a man at deep square leg. There's a man quite fine at fine leg. There's a backward square leg as well. So as I say, they may be going to operate on the basis of some short balls in the not too distant future. Blundell comes down to face for the first time. He's 45 not out. I do like Blundell. I know that Tony has become very fond of Daryl Mitchell. I've become very fond of Blundell. He's got a lovely luxuriant beard. He's very cuddly indeed. You can imagine sort of just resting your chin on his beard or your face. Anyway, he probably doesn't want to hear that sort of thing.
Hendo went off on one.
I did. I'm sorry. Yeah.
He was in a different place.
I was in my Blundell paradise, which is a good song. Overton short. Oh no, that has really lifted on him and gone off. Maybe a bit of glove and a bit of chest. He was trying to get his head at least out of the way of it. I thought for a moment it was ballooning towards the wicketkeeper, but it fell nowhere near him really. But it was a hell of a good ball from Overton, and as I just said, we are going to see a bit of a short ball going over from Overton, it would appear. He's taken that on the shoulder in the end, but he's done very well to get his head out of the way of it. In again, better ball. Well, I say better ball. It's a fuller ball, but nicely just dropped down square on the offside. Blundell. He gets underway for the morning as well with a single, 227.45, and of course we got 90 overs in yesterday. 90 whole wonderful overs of cricket, which does show you how slow it was in some respects, but not in the least bit boring. Really, it was excellent cricket all day long. Mitchell waits for Overton for the next delivery. He's in. Is he going to try out a short ball on him? Not immediately. He's clipped it away behind square leg, where Jonny Bairstow, I think it is, has fielded. But they have had time to run for a single, so I'm not... Okay, he's there for a catch, I presume.
He is the man where Stokes was. Remember when Stokes pointed to the balcony and they got Mitchell there? Or Blundell.
That was Blundell, yeah. In fact, they're just showing that now.
Yeah, that is the cat, the slightly top edgy, but not all the way to the fine leg boundary.
Yes. So he's not really saving a single. He's about not quite halfway to the boundary, but something along those lines. He's coming in a bit closer. There is also a genuine fine leg for the top edge that goes a little bit further. And Overton is moving in for his final ball of the first over. Finds an outside edge this time, and there's nobody at all down at third man. So forget about who's at fine leg and who's at backward square leg. It's third man when you need someone, and it's one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
It's one of these as well.
50 runs, you're 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, you're 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
Sixth test 50 to go with 300s. It's taken him 111 balls. It's included 6 fours. Messi, who's with us?
Warren and Roger Melly says hello, good evening, bollocks. The porn bot says fuck it, click here, and he's very conveniently sent a clip of yesterday's intro, which includes certain indiscretion on my part. Jay Grover says, morning all, been up all night binge watching The Boys and doing horrible drugs, so until equilibrium is restored, all I can say is a head-butted keyboard.
Oh goodness me, that's a bit worrying. Pull yourself together, Jay. Anyway, the new bowler is not going to be Stuart Broad, it's going to be this man. 20 overs for 28 runs yesterday.
I've heard from pots that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
saw what went on there. They looked like it could have been a chance.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an uppish drive. I don't think it quite carried. No, I don't think it's carried there, has it? No, in fact, it's a really good piece of fielding by Bairstow. Yeah, and Bairstow ends up almost performing a headstand while saving that from going away to the boundary. He's completely square on the offside, about, I don't know, he's not in an orthodox cover position. He's a little bit closer than that. Onto the back foot goes. Mitchell plays it to him. This time, Bairstow is very excitable this morning. He's threatening to throw down the stumps at the non-striker's end. Then he runs with the ball to take it back to Potts and threatens to lift the bails while Blundell is standing there. So it's all happening.
I think that's a good position, that very kind of square drive man, to particularly to Blundell. He plays a lot through square. Mitchell can have more of a cover drive, but also does play square a lot.
And he comes again, straight, good length, defended on the front foot this time around. Mitchell's moved on to 80 from 165 balls, and England, of course, be kicking themselves. They should have had him out yesterday if they'd only reviewed. But they didn't.
But then they wouldn't have got Nicholls out, would they? Because his bat wouldn't have been there.
That's true, but actually, on the basis that Nicholls looks terribly out of form, I think I'd rather have him there. In comes Potts again. Bowls a little bit of movement away from the right-hander, and it's left alone through to the keeper. No run. More tweets.
Roger Melly says, I reckon New Zealand's tactics can be explained simply by the fact that they want to avoid a whitewash. A little embarrassing for a team rated number 3 in the world. And Jay says, considering Crawley's father owns fucking Kent, do you reckon he's slipping a pony to any commentator who says something nice about his cover drive?
Well, I'm quite happy to say wonderful things about his cover drive. He's going to send me some money. I'm open to bribery. Wide on the crease. Oh, he's got an edge! Oh, and he's put down! It's put down by Foakes, who has dived in front of Root. Ooh. And has spilled it. Bring back Joss Butler immediately. What on earth was he doing going for that? I'm sure that was Root's catch, unless he felt it was just going to fall short of Root, and that's why he went late. We'll have to see a replay of that, but it's very disappointing. Another let off for Daryl Mitchell.
Oh, he's riding his luck this.
Wow, he really has.
It's a good, genuine edge.
It was going to hit Root's left shin, I reckon.
I think Root had gone past that, actually, folks. I mean, Root was moving to his left.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. He lined that up.
Yeah, I mean, that's a couple of times that's happened to poor old Rooty in this series. Zach Crawley did it to him as well. It seems to have hurt his arm somehow as well, Joe. We're not quite sure how. Did the ball run off Foakes' finger to him and then away? This is defended back to the bowler, and there is no run. It's a very good over. That was a lovely ball. In fact, when you saw the replay, you could see the movement in the air. It was lovely. Found the genuine edge.
For a keeper, where if you don't take it, you look terrible. If you do take it, it's a screamer.
Absolutely.
And if you don't go, and first slip doesn't go, as we saw with New Zealand when it went between, was it first slip and second slip? Neither of them went. No, it was Blundell and Mitchell at first slip. Blundell didn't go, left it to Mitchell. Mitchell didn't go, left it to Blundell. And then you look a right hit.
No, there was also one, wasn't there? There was also one with Bairstow and Crawley, definitely, that went right between the two of them. I can't remember, but that must have been in the last test, maybe in the first innings.
Good instinct from Foakes to go for it if you think, as soon as you have that inkling, don't just leave it. Yeah. But, needs to take it.
Got to
take it.
Yeah. Well, that's a black mark against Ben Foakes, for all those Ben Foakes lovers.
Black mark against his black gloves.
Indeed, yes. Overton will continue, 1 for 48 from 17. He's been really unlucky, hasn't he, Matty Potts? He's bowled extremely well, although I did criticise him a little bit for looking a bit off it in the first on his first spell yesterday. He has bowled well. In comes Overton, defended back down the onside of the wicket, and Overton tries to be a little bit cute and clever there by then flicking the ball back towards the non-striker's stumps. It should have been a comfortable catch for Root. I think he's actually taken a blow from Foakes, landing on his thigh or something. Oh no, it did actually go into the hands of Root, strangely enough. So hang on, that's very misleading. It looked like it went off the end of the finger of Foakes, but it looks from the replay as if it went into Root's hands. Now Blundell tries the pull shot, and Daryl Mitchell has come almost 2/3 of the way down the wicket looking for a single. Look, Bairstow runs in from that position that we've talked about behind square leg, and Blundell was completely unaware that Mitchell was making ground towards him. Turned around, thought, what the heck are you doing? Go Macman. 2:34 for 5. So it's been an exciting opening already, hasn't it?
Indeed. I just saw another replay here. I can tell you what happened. It went off the top of Foakes' glove.
Right.
And instead of going to Root's hand, it hit the base of his thumb. And
yes.
He had no chance.
Yeah, that could have been a double blow. Not only the drop catch, but it could have injured England's best batsman. Anyway, he seems to be okay. And Overton is approaching again. Short ball pulled by Blundell. Bairstow dives, can't get there. And in fact, although there's a man at deep square leg and at fine leg, he's beaten all of them. And it is 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
He's kept that down beautifully.
He has. He's rolled the wrist. Remember the old rolling of the wrist?
Straight down.
Yep. Well, he's kind of learned from his mistake in the last test, hasn't he? He knows what they're trying to do to him now. And so there was a sort of almost emphasised roll of the wrists there to keep it down on the ground. Here comes Overton again. Bowls another short one and he plays it well again. This time Bairstow dives to his right and stops that. Leach was running round from fine leg to his left just in case it beat Bairstow, but he wasn't required. And there is no run. The GPL is open until lunch. You can estimate how many runs you think will be scored in the day by going to guerrillacricket.com/competitions. It's £1 per guess. You can have as many guesses as you want. There's 140 quid in there to start with. Wouldn't it be great if we could get that up to 200 quid? That means that we need 120 of you to take part today. So get on the GPL as soon as you can. Overton in wide of the off stump this time, and Blundell just lines it up and then thinks better of it. I'll let that one go, he says, and through it goes to Foakes. Let's try some more tweets.
Warren says, as Michael Fish said, it's going to be a glorious weekend. The Light Roller says, morning, good folks of Gorilla Towers and beyond. Joining you again for an exciting day of Test cricket, I hope. Happy Rugby League. And Jay says, Sheffield very damp, but still better than Leeds.
He's a bit Leeds-like, isn't he?
Formbot says, sorry.
After this ball, Messi. Overton's completely over. Bowls. In behind it goes Blundell. Defends it up to the onside of the pitch. Fielded by the bowler. It's the end of the over. 238 for 5. Let yourself go.
Sorry. Wrong. Greetings from Erpur. Hope everyone's well. Can Black Caps pose 300 plus to at least be competitive? And he's watching the AFL at the same time. His team playing my team. Mog is with us. Says, I think Jay may still be shell-shocked after finally seeing Love Sausage and the Hero-gasm. I thought he was a bit of a tame, really. It was a bit tame, really. Also, hello. And Farong says, drop catch doomed. Jay says, old school ties mean nothing. The Somalis have sold me utter shit. And Farong says, fucked it up. Oh dear. And over on YouTube, I'll come to that. Are we still free? I'm behind, so I can't see what...
no, we're starting a new over, and Mitchell plays this one off the face towards backward point, where it's fielded by Ollie Pope, and there is no run. You might be able to squeeze one in between, if you'll pardon the expression.
Well, Jeff Thomas, very nicely saying how excited he gets when he hears the Gorilla theme tune come on.
Me too. I just go around singing jingles all day long. I think, why have I got that tune in my head? And then I realise it's a jingle. And yes, it's particularly earwormy.
I often just find myself sitting on the sofa after this ball.
Outside the stump, too wide, moving further away, taken low by Foakes. Carry on.
I just find myself sitting here going, got the best headband around.
Yeah.
Wait, what? No. What's going on?
I know. And I mean, so it's like nobody. I mean, it's particularly embarrassing if you're in company because people wonder, what the hell are you going on about?
I miss Mark Wood's jingle.
Will he be back? Will Mark Wood be back this summer? I don't know that he will. He just seems to be one of those people who's always injured, and that's going to affect his career negatively.
He's a bowler quite good.
He is a bowler quite good. Potts bowls again outside the stump once more. Mitchell leaves this, and well, he owes him a few, doesn't he, Mitchell? I mean, he's been dropped, and he's been un-LBW'd by Potts, and he's on 82. He might get a third 100 of the series. Extraordinary stuff, really. 238 for 5 is the score. Blundell 54. What's this partnership worth now? 115. Helpfully, I just got to view the scoreboard there. It's not like I've got a brilliant memory. This is pushed up to mid-off, where Ben Stokes tends to field these days, likes to be close to his bowler, especially the young bowlers who are coming through. Did anyone see anything about why Ben Stokes didn't bowl yesterday? Overnight? No one mentioned it?
The general view seems to be he's just not fit enough to do it.
Okay. They're usually quite keen on that sort of thing. Why didn't Ben Stokes bowl? Or maybe
and also that Jimmy could have played, but it was just a precaution.
Well, that's fair enough. I mean, we've got
that might be the case with Stokes as well. They might be going, not really worth hammering him in a series.
Good ball, just slightly back of a length. Hint of seam movement from Potts, left alone again by Mitchell. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to suggest that the game against India is more important than the series against New Zealand. However, this series has been won. If you don't look at it in isolation, if you don't look at the tests in isolation, which a lot of people don't, then this series is won, and India is the next thing to look at. England need to win that test to draw that series, if you consider it to be a continuation of last year's series. Potts in full, defended back to him by Mitchell, and there is no run. I think it was a maiden. 238 for 5. Messi, you're chortling. What's
Jay says day 2 of Hendo's 5-year plan. Still only one shower curtain sold.
Yeah, afraid so.
Morg, I often wander around singing jingles, and then sadly I make you listen too. And over on YouTube, Stephen Kelk's sharing with us that he and his computing science department end of year barbecue in the Netherlands, they had a cricket match there, which was regarded as a bit of a curiosity, but it was a lot of fun. And Andrew Cook says he's hoping that the New Zealand saviours continue. Love to see Mitchell continue his series of tons. He's had an amazing series, hasn't he?
He has, but he's
averaging 160 or so.
But he's had a bit of luck, hasn't he? And you need that.
Yeah.
But even then, you've got to take advantage of it. Outside the off stump, Jimmy Overton starting a new over, his 19th. It's left alone by Blundell. They've added 13 runs this morning so far in 17 minutes. 238 for 5. This ball is now 14 overs old. Run rate of 2.53. Which seems well down on the last test, where we had sort of 3.5, 4 plus for most of the test match. But it's no less intriguing because of that. Overton turns and runs in past umpire Erasmus, brings this one back into Blundell, who wants a quick single as he pushes into the offside. He's going to get it comfortably enough. And the score moves on to 239 for 5. The GPL is open, 140 quid in the pot. GorillaCricket.com/competitions. Get your guesses in early because it's going to rain later. And I've got a horrible feeling if it's going to rain later, people won't enter the GPL, and we will be poverty stricken here at Gorilla Cricket. We won't be able to eat or drink or anything like that. So please take part in the GPL. You don't want to see us starving, do you? The ball was a little bit damp. He just seemed to be drying it, if anything, in his shirt. Overton there. Anyway, he's coming in again to the very upright Mitchell. Hits him on the pad, going down the leg side. That's going to be 4 leg byes, I think. It is indeed signalled now by Erasmus. It's gone away from one of these, but not off the bat.
2 + 2 is on man.
Now let's see
Overton's average speeds from yesterday, and he was 3 miles per hour quicker on average than he was in the last session yesterday than he was in the first session. Yeah, 84, then 85, then 87.
Do you think that's maybe just down to nerves at the beginning of his test career? 84 miles, just wanted to get it in the right spot initially. Pull by Mitchell, he hits over the top of it and misses it completely, goes through to Foakes. Yeah, I just wonder, I mean, he did talk when I heard going home last night on the radio interview with him, and he said there were a few nerves. I wonder whether when you come in at that stage of your career, you've been around for a few years, maybe it's just a little bit of worry that you're going to put it in the right place, and so that might have just cut his speed by a couple of miles an hour. Just the one slip for Overton, no other close fielders, and he's in again, bowls, and this is connected with by Mitchell, but he hits it straight to Stokes, who's now at square leg, so he's not up there at mid-off talking to his bowler right now, but he is applauding from that position. He's encouraging from that position. Another good crowd in at Headingley, it appears. Western Terrace looks particularly well stocked, and soon they'll be well stocked with alcohol, won't they? And there'll be beer snakes everywhere and stewards running after them.
20 past 11 in the morning. I think they should be at least 3 pints in by now.
I think they should be almost gone completely. 2:43.
They won't notice the thunderstorm.
No, well, that's probably true. 2:43 for 5. Overton in to complete the over. Onto the back foot goes Mitchell, and then almost looks as if he's trying to play the ball a second time as it bounces away up to the bowler. That is the end of the over. It's 2:43 for 5. 95 overs bowled. Blundell 55. Mitchell 82. Messi.
I bring you news from Leicester, where that well-known Leicester number 3, Pujara, has been bowled for a duck by Mohammed Shami.
Do you mean Che?
Yeah,
Che Badal.
That's right.
Just use that one.
James Humberson's with us. He says, hello from Tasmania, where I'm on tour and you're keeping me company in my B&B. Welcome, James.
What, on cricket tour?
Ravi's...
Hopefully.
Ravi says, things you can expect to hear on Guerrilla Cricket number 308. I think you can squeeze one in between balls.
Hey.
Bingo goes to the pawn bot. Jay says, I take it back about the Somalis. Just kicked in jolly good. That's something he's watching. Leah says, hello everyone from a regional train near Frankfurt that amazingly offers free Wi-Fi and actually works as opposed to British Rail Wi-Fi.
Pot starts new over, full ball outside off stump, and Blundell puts in that big stride but then leaves it. Carry on, Messers.
I don't know, Great Western Rail.
The pawn bot says, technical question, scissors or Stanley knife? Working on a Guerrilla Cricket shower glory hole.
Please now, please. Some decorum is needed. Goodness me. Have a word with yourselves.
The best advice to take, pick Guerrilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerrilla Cricket. Stick with us cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio, so vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Daryl Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket.
Oh, I've been waiting to hear that all morning. Welcome, ladies and gents, to the third day of the third test between New Zealand and England at no longer Emerald Headingley, now Clean Slate Headingley. I am Jacob Jaffa. I will be your host along with the inimitable Bear this morning, and I am joined by Cricket Bat Cat. Hello, Cat.
Hey there, hi there, Jake.
And our Englishman abroad, Ian Forth.
Well, yes, Englishwoman and Englishman abroad. Well, I suppose, yes, Australian woman
in her den, and the English man only sort of a few miles down the road from Kat. Hello.
Yeah, this is Broadcast Central in Australia, this tiny little patch of Melbourne.
I'm sure it is. Well, you join us with the test evenly and interestingly poised. If you don't know what happened yesterday, what the hell were you doing? Unless you were in Australia and you were asleep, in which case, fair enough. However, England, after getting New Zealand out for 329, then had a classic-style collapse, with the top 5 all departing for single-figure scores, and then Jonny Bairstow went on one, didn't he? He's smashed 130. Jamie Overton, on debut, is on 89 not out, and England are 264 for 6, with only 65 runs behind New Zealand. How do we see it this morning?
How amazing is Bairstow? Like a runner ball 130. I mean, hopefully he goes on and gets 200 and Overton gets a century. That would be incredible, because England have only batted for 49 overs. So this is like a one-day innings. They've scored 264. It's so much faster than New Zealand. And you feel like they're almost bullying New Zealand, right, by just coming in and going so fast.
Absolutely. I mean, it took New Zealand 117 overs to score their 320-odd runs. England have got 264 in 49.
Remarkable. I was trying to think what it reminded me of. You'll probably know, might be familiar to you, Kat. When you've got young children and then parents come in and look after them for a week, and you go absolutely crazy. You go to Glastonbury. You every night you're on the town. This test series feels like you're off the leash for a week. Then we'll go back to normal test cricket again, and we'll go home to the children. Everything will return to normal.
Yeah, that's a very good metaphor there. Yeah, that's what it feels like. And Bairstow is the one out on the town the hardest, right?
My God, he is. Yeah. Interesting, a little stat I came across. Bairstow, Colin Cowdrey, Len Hutton all got one thing in common. All 3 of them have shared in biggest ever stands for a wicket now on 2 stands. So first wicket, second wicket, third wicket, etc. Bairstow's got 2, Colin Cowdrey's got 2, and Len Hutton's got 2. So he's in very good company, Jonny Bairstow.
He is, and he's in some thin air as well, because he is the only man in Test cricket history to have hit back-to-back Test hundreds at faster than a runner ball. He is enjoying himself.
And I think I'm right in saying, I stand to be corrected, this is certainly the last session last night was the fastest run rate of any session recorded in Test match history for England. I think it was over 6.
It was 6.4 something, I think.
Wow.
It was completely ridiculous. We now see the what can only be described as the well-lubricated Western Terrace. I think that's the Western Terrace.
Already, probably.
Yeah, well, they were certainly on it yesterday. There was even a slightly less good incident where some cardboard beer holders were thrown onto the pitch and it delayed play for a minute or so, and not great for Headingley when they need everyone to be on best behaviour after certain club-related controversies. Which neither I nor Craig Overton will get into. As we see.
Yeah, but to be honest, a little bit of exuberance. If it's a few whatever it was, cardboard beer mats or something.
It's not the worst.
I think we can live with that.
I think so. The umpires are making their way out onto the field. There's a small row of children to greet them. With
it's lovely.
English flags and some other kind of flag, I think, of the flag of whatever programme they're participating in. Murray Erasmus and Richard Kettleborough sharing a handshake before walking out onto the field of play, and they will shortly be followed by England's batsmen and the New Zealand cricket team.
I saw Murray Erasmus give the children a little clap back. I think he'd be rather a scary figure for a small child, Murray Erasmus. It must rather loom over you.
As the Black Caps make their way from the away dressing room, and they will be led out onto the field, not by their skipper Kane Williamson, he's somewhere near the back. I think it was Neil Wagner in the front, but I have no doubt they'll have the customary huddle before the boundary and then have a nice jog out, take up their fielding positions and await England's batsmen, as we see some divine representatives in the crowd. It's fancy dress day, and while we have our very own bishop, Tony, there was a bishop in the crowd there as well.
So we have the New Zealand fielders wearing black armbands. We're not sure who that's for. We'll find out. And beautiful pullovers with the gorgeous double black stripe and the black fern on the chest. So they look very smart indeed in their jumpers.
Would we say the black caps are some of the most chic cricketers?
Yep, they'd have to be some of the best dressed for sure.
Then again, I don't know how they dress in their spare time. They could be horrendous. I have an inkling that fashion in New Zealand is maybe not quite to the level of, say, Milan.
Yes, no, not quite European levels, but let's assume they wear their whites when they're off duty and in bed.
I think they do, as we see the England. I'm sure Kane Williamson particularly has has only pairs of black cap budgie smugglers. As Jamie Overton and Jonny Bairstow make their way out through the tunnel of small children. Jonny Bairstow must also be quite an intimidating figure for a small child. He
doesn't want to sort of Boris Johnson style barrel into one and knock into the ground. That would be most important. Those were particularly small children. They were tiny.
Looked like he could.
Yeah, you don't have very good peripheral vision when you got your helmet on, so you got to be pretty careful. You might barrel into anyone.
You could take a few heads off while doing his shoulder warm-ups.
Yeah.
Look like Conan the Barbarian just scything through. Anyway, while we move away from the mass murder of small children by Jonny Bairstow, we will instead return to some of the cricket, and I'll jingle up the batsman.
I am the big shot. You heard me right the first time. Name of Bachelor Johnny Cool. Occupation big shot.
That is Jonny Bairstow, who will be facing strike, the first ball of the day, we believe from Trent Boult, whose jingle I will play for you now.
How does he speak?
And then I will stop playing you that jingle because it's in fact Michael Bracewell. So here he is.
Even if Michael Bracewell certainly keeps wicked, knowing how the Kiwis pick and taste, he'll be just 1 of 5.
So, we'll just smooth over that brief mistake. And opening up with spin, the Kiwis. Interesting strategy. 49 overs old the ball. What do we think, guys?
It's wrong. It's totally wrong. They should be opening with Trent Boult, who is unbelievable, actually, this series. Isn't he great? He was definitely the pick of the bowlers yesterday. And they should be opening with him. So, jolly good, says Jonny Bairstow. He's happy. He's rapt.
What he's not happy about is there's a whole load of corporate types who've just decided to emerge from the bar behind Johnny's arm, driving him to despair.
As in comes Bracewell, and it's defended by Bairstow. We actually started late this morning. We're 1 minute past 11. The Dicky Bird clock had passed the hour mark. Also, someone on YouTube has said Jacob, aka Bruno Fernandes, and Jacob Fan Club. As Bairstow clips that into the leg side for no run. I'd be very flattered, except I have no idea who Bruno Fernandes is. Can anyone help?
I can't help.
Are they referring to the Manchester United number 10, the Portuguese footballer?
In which case, I have no idea how I'm liking. As Bairstow gets that one away into the leg side, out to the two deep sweepers, and he will get 1 for that. And Jamie Overton, after frustration last night, will finally get a bit of the strike. Messi Jez informed us.
And of course, Boult couldn't bowl his first over because he did bowl last night. Presumably, he bowled the last over last night.
He did.
Anyway,
but Tim
Bracewell's doing
okay. Tim Southee could have opened. They've got 2 deep men on the leg side, a short leg, the wicket-keeper, obviously, and then a short mid-wicket, I think, and then I haven't seen the offside field, but it's kind of an interesting field to open the day with, a deep field, worried about the power hitting, it seems, as that's defended by Overton. If Luke Hallahan on YouTube could explain to me on YouTube who the hell Bruno Fernandes is, I will then accept your compliment. But thank you for being a member of my unofficial fan club. Who knows? Who knows? As Bracewell is in, and that's a bit shorter and turned off the legs by Overton. They'll get a quick single, they were quite quick in fact. There's a misfield by Bracewell at the non-striker's end, but they won't get any overthrows as it's tidied up. Oh, there's a whole row of Cardinals as well as a Bishop in the crowd. Cool, we have... it's a blessed test, this. And Jonny Bairstow hitting 100 of divine proportions, and he's now on strike to the spinner Michael Bracewell, and that's just defended for the final ball of the over. End of the first over of the day, and the 50th over of England's first innings. 266 for 6. I'm sure that's some kind of Nelson. Southee, you have our socials, I believe.
Yes, people are quite quick off the mark this morning. Warren, morning all. He's first out of the tracks. Mog. So I guess Foakes will soon be fucked off from the team, and Big Hit and Butler will be reinstalled. Also, hello. Hello, Mog. Roger Mully, hello, good evening and bollocks. Thank you, Roger. Wouldn't be the same without you. What's the next record for these two? Well, sky's the limit, I would have thought. Probably biggest ever 7th wicket stand in Test history. I'm not sure what it is. We can look it up.
A triple century partnership, presumably.
God, wouldn't that be amazing? No, Leah, hello everyone. There's a bit of a respite here. Maybe I can sneak in an over or two. We
have a change of bowling as this man comes into the attack.
It's only a whimsical motion to fly with Tim Southee to tonight. I probably won't fly with Tim Southee.
As Southee beats the outside edge of Jamie Overton, whose jingle you can hear here. When it works. There we go.
Jamie Overton can score a quick half-ton, less racist than his mother's other son. Is Jamie Overton.
As Southee in and Overton defends, he certainly can score a quick half-ton, and he may, on debut, score a ton. He's in the 90s, 90 off 110 deliveries, Bairstow 131 off 30. And we at last have an answer. John Edney has chimed in on YouTube saying that Bruno Fernandes is a penalty genius for Manchester United, and apparently I look like a British version of him. That's very kind of both John and Luke Hallahan. Thank you very much.
Overton looks like he's from another species. He's so much more massive than him.
As in comes Southee, Overton defends. It was quite an interesting visual, the kind of small, medium and large, as Overton, Jonny Bairstow and Neil Wagner are all kind of in shot in the picture. And, Wagner is not a small man by any chance, but Bairstow's a couple of inches taller than him, and Overton's a fair few inches taller than Bairstow.
I mean, presumably they don't have to wash and wear their whites for more than a couple of tests, but he does look like, this is my debut test, look how white my whites are.
As Southee bowls to Overton. Oh, that's off his pad, I think. I don't know if he got back to that. We'll see Maria Rasmussen's signal. They'll get a single. No, it's off the bat. It's come maybe off the inside edge onto thigh pad and gone out into the leg side for a single. Overton to 91 and Bairstow takes the strike.
We wondered, Kat, during the first test whether there was a slight lavender tinge to the English strip. I don't know whether you'd agree, as a mother who might have accidentally on some occasion put in the cricket whites with a red sock. We wondered if that might have happened.
Yeah, someone's put them through. It does have a bit of a lavender tinge. That means it's really there's this sort of blue-white colour that you sometimes get.
White,
that does look.
I think
I wonder if
the dye
think it's
from
come off the cinch
advertising. Yeah.
I think it's come off the cinch. I think, which is perfect.
Southee continues his over to Bairstow. Tight to the stumps, and Bairstow again gets a straighter one inside edge onto sort of thigh pad, and they're going to come back for a quick two, bit tight. Dave Overton gets out the big dive, goes down in instalments, but he was safe. The throw was nowhere near, and now Overton is saying, signalling to the dressing room, I think saying, "Oh no, my whites have got dirty," but also possibly saying I think we're going to see for the second time he's broken his pad. It's Ollie Pope in the last test was the first time I ever saw someone change their pad mid-innings. And I think Jamie Overton's saying the same thing as he gets out the big dive, and he's broken the strap on his pad.
He certainly has. I think we need to know the sponsor's name for those pads, and no one needs to go buy them. That's a problem there.
Also, his trousers, as you would say in England, rather ignominiously rode down towards his knees as he dived in, which is always unfortunate.
Oh, that's a tight lead from Jonny Bairstow. As you hear, Cat gets the slightly delayed feed. Good Lord, that was tight. He left it. It was on a sort of 6th or 7th stump line. And it's a wobble seam delivery. It seamed back in and missed the top of off stump by about 3 inches. Oh, that's tight from Jonny B. Good Lord. Playing a dangerous game there. That brings the over to an end. England are 269 for 6. Fourthie.
Yeah, well, as we all know, there's only 2 touch to leave, and that was a good leave. Andy Durant replying to Dr. Dan Diaper. Love it, Dr. Dan. You can always see Dr. Dan's work pop up on our Twitter feed. Mog, there really needs to be a website that tells you who is wearing a black armband in honour of whom. That would be an absolute money spinner if someone could come up with that. And Mayank, morning all. Yesterday, I was deflated after the news in America, understandably. Today, I'm like a pop bloom after the shooting in my hometown of Oslo, Norway, understandably. Hoping a cracking day of Test cricket will lift my spirits. Come on, Kiwis. Well, there's always bad news in the world, and the last 24 hours have been probably worse than normal, but Test cricket is here to lift everyone's spirits.
And to that end, we have a bowling change. Michael Bracewell was just a change of ends, and this man, with his rather small mouth, will take over the bowling.
How does he speak, or play the horn, or clean his teeth, or even yawn? How does he shout, how does he call? Trent Boult's mouth is really small.
I love that jingle. There are so many good ones. Jack Leach's is very smooth. I like the it's a 6, it's beautiful and it's mine. But that Trent Boult's mouth is really small is up there.
Overton is looking like he needs a belt with his pants. He's wearing them very, very low on his hips, isn't he?
I suppose
that would be great, wouldn't it? A 19th century belt.
I suppose effectively any trouser sits low on a man the size of Jamie Overton. As in comes Boult, left arm. Oh, it's an edge! And I don't know if that's fallen short or if it's been dropped. I think it's just dropped short.
It's shelled it, I think. I think it was a chance.
78 miles an hour. Kane Williamson looks aggrieved. Let's have a look at this replay. It's a wobble scene. A bit of a cutter, actually. And I think he's dropped it. We didn't see. The camera was focused on second slip and not third. But I think that's a drop. As in comes Boult, and again beats the edge of Jamie Overton. Oh, he's you're right, Cat. He's good. He's immediately on the money. Edge first ball, beating the outside edge. Second ball. I wonder if we'll get to see another replay of that, because I think that was a drop. It certainly looked like it.
Yeah. I think it was, but I didn't get to see Overton score all the rest of his runs. But are we sure that the wrong twin hasn't come out to play? Because he doesn't look quite as good as the 91 would suggest.
Just needs the time to get in, as that's on Jamie Overton's legs, and he gets that into the leg side. But there is a short mid wicket who will tidy up. I'm just now, unfortunately, having to use BBC's feed to see if they've determined that was a drop. But we'll certainly see. I'll keep you updated as we have a look at Boult ripping through England's top order again, bowling all 3 of the top 3 with a beauty to Alex Lees, a really good ball to Ollie Pope, and a bad shot from Zach Crawley.
Yeah, incredible. He's really reminiscent of Mitchell Stark at his best.
Yeah,
as well.
As he's into Overton, who defends. Yeah, I mean that might even be bit harsh on Trent Boult, because I think Boult's been kind of doing his good thing, being excellent for as long, if not longer, than Stark.
Yeah,
and hasn't fallen away.
Stark or Mitchell Johnson before him. Technical question, Jacob: can you guys turn on the auto sync on Hot Mic I knew it used to work at some point from Matthew Cullen. Not sure if that's within your capability
That's very much
set.
within the Bears' purview. I can turn things on and turn them off, but if anything goes wrong, it's not me who fixes it. It's going to be fun tomorrow. It's just me and Hendo in the studio. The Bear will be offering remote and deeply hungover support. But,
Lord be.
But it's just me and Hendo trying to work out the computers. Me on my third day and Hendo presumably on his third scotch.
Like a couple of boomers.
As again, it's beaten Overton's outside edge. God, Trent Boult's bowling well. He's sliding them across Jamie Overton and then just waiting to bring that one seaming back in. Might it be this one on the final ball of the over with Overton on 91?
I hope not. I really want Overton to get a century. There's nothing better. Century on taboo. Fantastic.
I want Overton to get a century so we can say Overton, Overton.
Yes. Everyone's got those tweets ready to go.
That was made yesterday. As in comes Boult, and that's defended by Overton, no run. Al has made a very good point on the chat about Jonny Bairstow's tight leave. If you're on 133 in the form he's in, that misses. If you're Zach Crawley, if you're in bad form, that's off stump out the ground right there.
Very true. I'm way behind on tweets. I better catch up. GC Radio Naked. Morning, Roomy, to me. Morning to you. Dave Wood. I think the Bishops and Cardinals are just the Ollie Pope Supporters Association. I'm here all week. Hombre Nuevo. Morning, GC World. No matter how good Johnny B plays the day before, as far as I can remember, he never does well the next morning. I'm very much hoping my memory is wrong with this suggestion and that he continues to smash it around the ground. Yes, it is always difficult to start again. Most big innings the night before don't carry on, but some do. Mog. I assume the correct term for all these religious figures in the crowd is Nicaea of dressed up twats.
As Southee is in, Bairstow defends. Quick single, will get it quite easily. Yeah, the Council of Nicaea has arrived in Clean Slate Headingley. I still find that hilarious, by the way. They've got a sponsor called Clean Slate. That's just brilliant marketing.
That's great, isn't it? Yeah. I was thinking you were going to tell us that you found the Council of Nicaea in 343 AD. Hilarious! You're going to treat us to a historical.
I mean, their decisions were equally ecumenically hilarious. But
yes.
As Jamie Overton gets the one that seams back in from Southee and steps away and defends, no run. I did study them at A level, but I can't really remember what they said. I remember.
I think they established when Christmas and Easter was, and the transubstantiation of Christ, but I can't remember all the other details. Probably quite a lot to get through on their agenda.
Yeah, I mean, the Catholic Church had a lot on in 343 AD.
Yes.
Not as much as they had on in 1 AD, as... Oh, that's left alone after a little fiddle from Overton. He thought about having a go at that one and then decided to leave it through to Blundell.
Not too much bounce on that one as well, so he's just flirting with that one. It wasn't a miss, it wasn't dangerous, so I think he's got his confidence now that he's, missed 17 out of the first 18 balls he's faced this morning.
That's a great way to play yourself in. It's how I do it in every club game, except the 18th ball I usually miss onto off stump. As Overton just paused there, I think someone might have got up behind the bowler's arm. And in comes Southee. Oh, it's a bit wide, it's a bit short. Overton tries to have a big cut and completely misses it. Big swing, no ding. No run.
He's also squinting really hard at the bowler. I feel like he needs a pair of sunglasses on. Like, it must be quite glary out there. I know Blundell had some sunglasses on a little bit earlier. It feels like one of those bright days where the clouds are really white.
I can't remember if it's Craig or Jamie, but I think at least one of them wears glasses.
Well, that explains it then.
So he may just be blind.
No wonder he's missing so many.
As He's not missed that, and if he had, it would have been stone dead.
Yes.
On off stump, but he's turned it into the leg side for no run. Trailing by only 59 now, England, after just 52.5 overs. That's a big deficit they've made up in a pretty short time. No naked aggression yet from them this morning, just nerdling it around. I think trying to get Overton maybe over a ton, and then we'll see what happens, play themselves in.
Yeah. Let's hope we can get 2 twins into the next match. Whatever that may be. I don't know what the next match is.
As it's India, as that's defended by Overton, out to mid-on, end of the over, 270 for 6. Yeah, India starting on the 1st, I think.
John Alford, good morning from Madrid. Looking forward to today's play in what has been a fascinating series. Good morning to you, John. Good to have you on board. The Light Roller joining you again today. More irreverence and some irrelevance, please. We will not be held back from either of those. Don't worry about a thing. Messy Jez, Matt, we have had a problem with syncing hot mix sometime. I'm afraid you should be able to do it manually, though, so there we are. I'm not sure whether I'd be up to that task, I must admit. Hang on 1 second. Peter Lloyd, as of writing, 17th highest 7th wicket, but record is 347, which is endorsed by Messy Jez, so quite a long way to go
in
there.
1855.
It can't be 1855. There weren't any test matches then. I think
must have been 1955.
1955. The Light Roller, twats will suffice in answer to something or other, and I'll break off.
Trent Boult has also broken off his run-up. I'm liking Al on YouTube saying, let's hope that flag waving from those children doesn't descend into mindless violence.
I like it.
I think someone stood up behind the bowler's arm.
This Headingley crowd, sort yourselves out, guys.
Yeah, terrible, aren't they? In they come, short ball, and Bairstow ducks under it. Yeah, the Bear yesterday admitted that one test where he went to a test match with the mate, and they, in the middle of an over, walked right in front of the sight screen and provoked some ire. Messi Jez has corrected himself. It's 1955.
Imagine the resources which go into staffing these things. Just put a freaking extra steward on. Come on.
Yeah. They've always got one steward at every single aisle anyway. What are they doing?
In comes Boult. Bairstow. Now the aggression comes. It's a wristy drive, and it's firmly struck, and it will go away for the first one of these of the day.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Very nice shot there from Jonny Bairstow. Width from Trent Boult. It was on the up, and it's an ODI kind of drive, but it's a half cut, half drive, middled the pants off it, and it's beaten the diving fielder and gone away for 4.
I'd say the Western Terrace are
spectacular timing. Oh yeah, you think they're already
say the Western Terrace are half cut, wouldn't you?
Yep.
As that one's straighter off the hip by Bairstow. I think that's got some bat on it. Yeah, but Wagner. Oh, he's misfielded it. He'll get 2 because of that. He rolled, picked it up, went to throw it, and almost threw it back over the boundary. But then managed to recover. That would have been good fun. Bairstow manages to 140. Yeah, Bairstow's timing is almost as good as our timing is not, because we all end up talking over each other as soon as we're talking about it. Sorry, listeners.
So Bairstow, those last two shots were just absolutely masterful. The first one, just really perfect timing. He didn't put any effort into that shot whatsoever. It was just absolutely middled and perfect timing. And this next one saw where the ball was going and nicely clipped down to fine leg. So really good.
In comes Boult as in he goes to Bairstow, and that's a straight drive and no run. Mid-off is there. We also have a Nelson partnership. 222 runs, the partnership of 250 deliveries. So, as we say, still quite a way before they hit the 347 set in 1955 by Atkinson and I have no idea how to pronounce that name. De Piazza for the West Indies against Australia in 1955. As in comes Boult, straight, blocked, no run.
How good does the pitch look today? It is absolutely sparkling. It's like it's been sort of raked into perfect little furrows. I don't know last time I saw a pitch looking so perfect.
I know it looks excellent, doesn't it? But it has taken some turn. We saw a puff of dust from, I think it was Jack Leach the other day. And yeah, it's an interesting surface because it seems like, as we've seen all through this series, as in comes Boult and Bairstow plays that out into the offside and will get a single. Yeah, as we've seen all through this series, it's a sort of pitch where it can be really, really difficult to bat on to start with. But if you get in, you can start really hammering the bowlers, and it goes from a very bowling-friendly pitch to a very batting-friendly one over the course of about 2 hours.
Yeah.
As the final ball of the over this will be, Jamie Overton on strike, still on 91. God, how must he feel? As in comes Boult. Oh, he launches a cut at that. He's not edged it. Blundell's dropped it anyway, and there'll be no run. That's the end of the over, 278 for 6. But yeah, Overton on debut, nearing a ton. No sign of nerves yet, but 40.
Yes, Mayank. Since the Overtons are twins, how do we know if one isn't secretly filling in for the other whenever England need the other's expertise? Yes, well, of course, that's always a possibility. The first identical twins to play for England, but not, of course, the first twins. The Bedser twins, and there were identical twins, I think, once played for New Zealand, the Marshall brothers, and they really were identical, far more identical than the Overtons, although, you know, there's not degrees of identicality. Anyway, Warren, a really white day at Headingley? He says, yes, I know. I have to be very careful at the moment with everything that's going on with Yorkshire Cricket Club.
But it is. Just look at the sky. It couldn't be more white, actually. The sky is unbelievably bright.
In comes Southee. That's struck nicely by Bairstow, but a bit outside edgy. And another attempt at a wristy drive. It's gone down to short third man for no run. Only 79 miles an hour, that delivery from Southee. Sort of caught the outside edge, but didn't quite get the thinner edge that was needed.
He may have played a bit ahead of that, actually. So good pace variation there from Southee. And good field placement too. Is that Latham down there at short third? Like that's a good spot for him to be.
Yeah, just in case that top edge comes as well, as that's a little shorter and Bairstow defends it off the back foot. But short third man can't stop them getting a single from that tap and run. Bairstow moves to 142 and Overton takes the strike.
I've just come back from a basketball match where I'm the coach of my son playing, and there's identical twins in the side, and I feel like we don't take enough advantage. Like one of them got fouled off today. We probably could have done something quite sneaky with that, but you know, we didn't. So, oh well.
I am the father of twins myself, but not identical ones, fraternal ones.
Yeah.
As Overton faces up to Tim Southee and strikes that very nicely. There's a mid-off in. Oh, it's a quick single. Overton has to get the big dive out again. It was a bit tight. Kane Williamson running around from mid-off. I think Overton was saved by the fact, as we see a bit of his underpants, saved by the fact that Williamson, right armour, obviously had to run round the ball to pick it up and throw it. If that had hit, Overton was still in and the throw was quite wide, but he did have to dive for it. Good single in the end.
I don't want to see any more of Overton's underpants. Thank you very much. Can we stop him? Anyway, I found out who the armband's for. Dan's found it. New Zealand are wearing the black armbands for the journalist, cricketer and historian Don Neely.
As that's straight and driven by Bairstow, but mid-on will collect and no run. Oh, well, that is very sad to hear of his passing. I can't say I'd read any of his cricket journalism, but still, nevertheless, sad for the game to lose someone as apparently heavily involved with it as he was.
Yes.
Yes.
As Southee turns at the top of his mark into Bairstow, and that's straight and played nicely into the leg side. Oh, it's running away. It's gathering pace off the outfield, and it's beautifully timed for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
A very nice shot there from Bairstow.
Oh, wasn't that a beautiful bit of timing?
Yeah,
But the outfield's so incredibly fast, right? It just, as you said, it seemed to pick up pace on the way through.
Yeah, it wasn't an aggressive shot. He just worked it with the wrists out the middle and timed it to all hell. And he's now played into the offside. There is a deep sweeper out there, so he won't get to 150 from it. I think he'll just get one. No, they've got through for two, and so Overton takes back the strike. Bairstow 148, Overton on 92, 55 overs done, 286 for 6. Southee.
Warren, black armbands and lots of small children. The demise of Roe versus Wade. Well, yes, indeed. A grim day, I think most of us can agree. Barry Goodman, ability-wise, I think Craig filling in for Jamie Overton would be like Albie Morkel trying to fill in for Morny Morkel. He certainly had a good day, there's no doubt about that. Roger Milley, my son once went to school with a pair of twins so identical that the only way their own mother could tell them apart was that one had more freckles than the other. That's pretty identical. Dave Wood, my money was the black armbands were reflecting on the anniversary of Farrah Fawcett's passing. You live and learn. You do indeed. And there's a little bit of activity over on YouTube. Pokeball Finger and Convid are discussing Jamie's underpants, and Craig Overton. If you'd like to join in that conversation, please head over for YouTube.
Well, in comes Boult to Jamie Overton, who defends. Saw a very sweet picture of a blonde little girl with ribbons in her hair, sort of multicoloured ribbons, with binoculars, watching the cricket from a high balcony and then pointing to her mother at something, going, "Look, look, there's cricket." It was very sweet, and it's always, I always find it particularly gratifying to see young female fans of the game who are attending Test match cricket. That's always good to see. It's women's cricket is excellent in this country and needs to carry on growing. As Overton clips into the leg side, no run to short mid wicket, and yeah, seeing these fans is helpful.
Did you used to attend as a youngster, Cat?
Yeah, I think I probably attended my first match when I was about 10, I think. I used to go with my uncles and brothers and dad and so on. But yeah, I probably was the only girl, come to think of it. But that was a long time ago.
Yeah,
not that long ago, come on.
a pretty good gender balance in the crowds these days, though, especially in England, as Overton pulls out because, again, the crowd are being useless and they're standing up. Sit down, damn it. Oh, they're standing up right behind the bowler's arm. Overton apologising to Trent Boult for having to pull out in the midst of his run-up. Just prepping himself, getting settled again, taking guard.
If he goes out now, he can blame the crowd.
He can indeed. Boult, figures of 3 for 81 from 18.2 overs. Pick of the New Zealand bowlers over the last couple of days. And he is now running in towards Jamie Overton, who's facing up, squinting heavily, as Kat has mentioned. That's it's beaten the outside edge, a pretty loose drive. And again, the outside edge of Jamie Overton is beaten by Trent Boult, but not taken by Trent Boult. The ball thudding into the gloves of Tom Blundell. We are due a change at the end of this over, so Cricket Bat Cat will be sliding into the ball-by-ball seat. The Bear will be taking over, summarising in the studio, and Messi Jez will join us for the first time today in a very welcome addition, I'm sure, to the commentary team. To do your socials.
I absolutely want Overton to get a pair of sunglasses. Blundell's got the glasses on again. It must be terrible out there.
He goes for a big pull shot of the ball that was low and going across him, and he's missed it completely, and again, no run as Blundell gathers behind the stumps. It was a pretty agricultural kind of swipe, that. Ball angled across, and he's just gone for a huge pull shot. Surprised he hasn't taken his back out there.
That was a shocking shot. That was playing right across the line. It was just terrible.
He wants that ton.
Yes, shot for number 11 rather than number 8 there.
2 balls remaining of this little stint.
I don't know, Southee. I guess it really was the shot of a number 8, if we're being fair. I guess.
Maybe so, yeah.
Although I can't see Pat Cummins doing
In
that.
comes Boult. That's driven firmly, but well stopped by the diving man at short cover. That was off to the boundary if he'd missed it. And a good diving stop on that firm strike by Jamie Overton.
That was a number 8 shot. Quickly, Mog, my favourite tweet so far today. I went to school with a pair of twins, and the only way to tell them apart was that one was a boy and one was a girl.
That'll do it.
Very good. So, final ball of my little stint. I'll be back after lunch. as in comes Boult, driven by Overton. That's beaten the fielder, and a nice way for me to end my little stint, because it's one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
We welcome Messi Jez. We say goodbye to Fourthie, and the Bear should be in here in a second. I'll hand over to him when he comes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jake, for that little session, and thank you to Fourthie as well. And welcome to Messi Jez. Hi there.
Hello, I'm waiting for you to introduce your special guest, Kat.
Yeah, the special guest has just wandered off for the minute, but I will introduce another puppy at some point. She was on my knee before, so she's well and truly asleep. It's late in Australia.
It's late. It's not here. Morning, Kat. Morning,
Hey,
Masters.
hello, Bear.
Bear, you're surrounded by houses. How does that feel?
Yeah, well, you know. I'll survive. Is Jamie going to get his ton? I hope so.
I hope so. God.
I don't know that Baz gave him the pickle juice this morning. He hasn't been up to yesterday's performance.
I think they're trying to get themselves in. I think it's... I mean, the bowlers are fresh, aren't they, after having a night's rest, getting good rub down and all that.
Yeah, a few ice baths.
Exactly.
Presumably Wagner slept in the ice bath, I'd say.
Yeah. And, you know, they've got to get themselves back in. The batsman. Well, you have change of bowling, and it is going to be...
That's Neil Wagner. He's my boss. And when he takes 5 wickets in an over, it was moida.
It's Bairstow on strike to the jingled up Wagner, and he's on the drive. He's driving gloriously out through the covers, but there is a fielder out in the deep, and they've run through for 2. Bairstow's got his 150 with that 2, and that is a glorious, more than a runnable 150. Congratulations to Jonny.
You shall not shift me. You shall not shift me. I have made it to 150, and you shall not shift me.
You know, yesterday, when we were 55 for 6, I said, being the optimist, I said, after this ball.
Wagner's bowling again to Jonny. He's clipping this beautifully off his pads backward of square. They get a single, and I was really impressed there. You said you shall not shift me.
Yeah.
That's actually referring to Ben Stokes, who just clapping quietly, sitting on his bum. Didn't know standing up from the England camp there for the 150.
I said optimistically at 55 for 6, I said, listen, look, Jamie Overton's got a first-class ton. If him and Bairstow get a ton, we'll be within touching distance. Not thinking at all it would happen.
Broken clock, Bear. You know, you got to be right.
Well, exactly.
So the left armer Wagner bowls wide outside off stump. It would have been called a wide, except Overton's managed to get some bat on it for the first time today. Comes off the toe of the bat and goes out into the covers, taking him to 97 as he runs through for a single.
Wow. And this is, amazing that we're only trailed by 35 runs, and we still got, 24, 3 overs and a bit to go to the new ball. Plenty of mayhem to be had in that.
Really spank it.
Yeah.
Apparently, only once has a player debuted for England and got a ton and a wicket in the same test.
Oh wow, yes.
Another beautiful risky drive from Bairstow to this next delivery sends it out into the offside for another single, taking him to 152. The score is 295 for 6, creeping in on the 300 England.
Good stuff, good stuff. Should say that the GPL's open. And what is it today? It's £150 is the starting pot.
Ooh, that's pretty good. Wagner also looks good, and he's bowling over the wicket to Overton. It's down leg side, and Overton doesn't manage to get any bat on it, and that was there for the taking. He could have had 4 for his century, but he decides not to.
Yeah, well, he tried. We've had no entries so far, but that's cool. It closed at lunchtime. You've got an hour and 25 minutes to enter, roughly.
I feel like while Bairstow's in, it's going to be really hard to pick the score, isn't it?
Yeah.
If he goes out. Anyway, Overton's facing up. He's on 97. This is a straight delivery from Wagner. It would have taken out his middle stump, but it's defended, and the slips applaud. No run.
Well, very similar to the last test. Oh, go for it, Messi.
End of the over.
I was just going to say we were way out on the GPL for the last couple of days. Mayank says, only in England does the crowd sit behind the bowler's arm. Just get rid of those seats and cover it up during the test. Actually, that's not true. It certainly happens in Australia, and I've seen it happen in India too for a while. The Naked Fun Pornbuck says, sexy giant gives come hither look to smallmouth Kiwi, click here, and bear in Antipodean menage a trois, click here. Oh, God.
Oh, God.
That's the worst tweet of the day. But I feel like at Headingley, I mean, at some of these grounds, there's not many seats. You can't actually put swathes of fabric over the seats like they do at the MCG when they've got like a spare 50,000 seats to play with. You've got to use all your seats. People need to get into these grounds, and so I guess that's why. Yeah.
I don't know what the capacity is at Headingley, but it could only be 20,000 if that. I thought most cricket grounds, I mean, aren't massive here.
Yeah, it's probably sold out. I think there was.
I don't think it is sold out. Yeah, I mean, the tickets are only £40, which is really good.
Yeah, right.
18,350. There you go.
How much?
Yeah.
18,350.
Yeah, that's the capacity. Yeah, so that's not huge, is it?
Yeah.
No.
So they could lose 350. Anyway, we've got a slip and a gully in place for Bairstow, and Bairstow's pushing the ball to just forward a point to cover point and running through for a single, putting Overton back on the strike. Boult is bowling. His figure's 3 for 86.
And it has to be said, these days batsmen are really fucking pernickety about what's behind the bowler's arm. I mean, they've got a massive sight screen at one end there. There isn't anybody sitting directly behind the arm. It's just the ones out, you know. Do they really... I mean, I play in parks with no sight screens. What are these fucking pros like? You know what I mean? It's just rubbish.
Yeah. So Overton is facing up, and this one is again beating him through to the keeper. Some glorious bowling from Trent Boult. I'm surprised Overton can even see that far. He doesn't seem to be able to see the bowler's arm and the ball, let alone seeing people wandering around out in the outer.
Well, you might see him get going. He was playing some beautiful drives yesterday, Kat. I mean, proper raised front elbow, unlike the rest of the team.
Until I see him do it today, I refuse to believe that he did it. Maybe it was his twin.
No, he's better than his twin, I have to say. you say...
He looks fantastic. I mean, 97 from 135. He's no slouch. And he's now facing up, and this ball is driven to first slip. Boult has got his man on 97. Oh my goodness, poor old Jamie Overton.
That is a shame, but it's still 97 very valuable runs for England.
Yeah.
That's tragic.
Maybe he'll be remembered, like, you know, Ashton Agar's probably remembered more for his 98 than he would have been if he'd made 100. So, you know.
He's getting a standing ovation from everyone. I want to know if Ben Stokes... No, Ben Stokes is still on his arm. Come on, Ben. Everyone in the ground is off, up on their feet, giving him a standing ovation. Bloody England on the balcony. Even the wags are clapping. What? England sitting on their ass.
Stokes looks more like John Lennon today than he did yesterday. He swept his hair back. He's got his little red sort of round sunglasses on.
It's still a stretch.
Actually, Joe Root did stand up.
Well, the shape of his face is quite slim these days as well.
I know why he didn't stand up. He's probably wearing those green boxer shorts and no pants like he sometimes does.
Yeah, might be.
Well, I'm glad he didn't stand up then.
Sitting there in his cacks.
Yeah.
Oh, Mog is so cruel. He says, ha ha ha, Overton's disappointment fuels me.
Oh, Mog. Johnny B ran up to him and congratulated him anyway. He put his arm around his shoulder and said, don't worry, mate, you got 97 and pulled us back into the game. And, you know, take it out on the batsmen when they come back out.
Yeah.
Pornbot says, the day has only just started, Kat. Give me time.
Yeah. Okay. So there could be worse tweets to come from the Pornbot. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure there will be. Well, such as this one. Spank it until the new ball appears. Click here. Oh God. Oh well. Oh well.
Anyway, how good is Trent? How good is Trent Boult? Let's celebrate Trent Boult for a minute. He is playing the series of his life. He's incredible.
He is extraordinary. Now, who's come out? Oh, they sent out Broady to give it some long handle. Should give him a jingle. We'll give him a Wagner one.
That can only go well.
Who slips in a gully mid-off, mid-on. Trent Boult comes into Stuart Broad, who's just pushing the ball to short cover. And I think England are still trailing by 33. I don't think they're going to make it. What do you reckon, Bear?
Well, I was just about to point out this is kind of very similar to the last test. We had about 4 wickets left, and when one of the batsmen who'd scored loads of runs, I think it was Ollie Pope or Brook, got himself out, and then we quickly lost the last, and we were only 30 behind, and we quickly lost the wickets like that and ended up 10 behind or something. It could be similar.
I mean, I would love Broad to get more runs, and this one he's missing. It goes down leg through to Blundell, the keeper. No run.
I mean, it's only a couple of slides off the outside half of the bat for Broad down to third man, and a couple more forwards for Bairstow, and you're in the realms of virtually 10, aren't you? I mean, I think they've done enough that if it did end up here, they're still massively in the game, aren't they? We're only in the morning of day 3. There's 3 days left, and it'll be a one innings game, much like the last one.
We could have a really high second innings total from both sides at this rate. As Boult comes in, left arm over, full and straight through the Stuart Broad's bat, I think, to the keeper. No run.
So, Umbre Nuevo is actually starting a Broad bingo. He's saying top edge to slip on a reverse sweep for 19. So get your entries in, folks. See how you go.
Oh, no.
Have you got predictions?
Yeah, bold for 7 by Yorker from Trent Boult.
Yeah,
that's very specific.
I think my money's on bowled by Trent Boult, but I think he's going to sort of kiss the top of off stump, and I think he's going for 1.
Yeah, I was going to say 2 actually. So, yeah.
Well,
how's he going out then? What do you reckon, Messi?
I think he'd be bowled too. I think he'd be going for a massive hit and just get bowled.
Yeah, exactly.
Dave Wood says somewhere Alex Tudor is smiling ruefully. Alex Tudor, of course, whose top score was 99 not out.
Yes.
And Peter Lloyd points out that's the 9th highest ever 7-wicket partnership.
So we have Wagner bowling to Bairstow, who just is in such glorious form. He set this all the way out to the deep cover boundary for 4 runs.
It's me, says she. It's me, says she.
He is on sparkling form, isn't he? Considering we were all saying after the first test, drop him, bringing Harry Brooks. Even after the first innings of the last test, we were like, drop him, bringing Harry Brooks. If he hadn't performed in that second innings last test, we were all hoping that Harry Brooks would be in for this test. 2 innings later, and you can't drop him.
So many of his runs are just gloriously through the offside and so beautifully wristy. He's absolutely wonderful. And this next one, no exception, and he's just pushing the ball out to deep point, and they're getting a single, an ambled single there, and Wagner, his figures are 2 for 63. He's got a couple of wickets, but he's in his 11th over. He hasn't bowled the lion's share of the bowling so far.
Well, you kind of think with Broad, if he's going to play like this in his test career, he's going to have runs where he doesn't get any runs, but when he gets in a vain form like this, he's going to... And the other thing is that if he gets to 20 batting like this, there's a good chance he'll go on and get a big score.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that's brought up England's 300. I forgot to mention there. 301 for 7. We're in the 59th over. So this next one's down, leg side from Wagner. Broad takes a half-hearted swipe at it, but a rolling dive from the keeper and another dot.
It's hard to believe that Wagner started after 2 overs at 2 for 1. And in fact, should have had. They didn't review on Overton when he was on 7 or something, or it might have been 1 or none. And Wagner said it was going down leg side off his own bowling, and it was going on to hit the leg stump.
Well, this one was going on to hit middle stump, and Broad defends it down to mid on and no run.
If Broady gets in, he can give it some long handle. Quick 30 from Broad. That's if he's not. If that's if he's not bowled for under whatever it was, I said 6, 7, didn't I? From a Trent Boult.
That's right. I don't think we heard from Messi how he thought the bowling. He was going to be bowled for 2, going for a big swing, right?
Yeah.
And you said 1 going for a big swing. So we've all got the.
I said he's going to be bowled for 1, but just kissing the top of off stump.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Ooh, that was almost the one that Bear predicted. The full ball, but Broad has dug it out and defended it. This is a good contest between Wagner and Broad, and 1 ball to come in the over.
Interesting, we've all gone for Boult, though, isn't it?
I'm just going to look him up and see what his
latest. In fact, they offer you that as a method of dismissal. I might have to do that with Crawley.
I think we've all gone bowled by Trent Boult. So Broad, the left-hander, is facing Wagner, the left-hander, and he takes a late swing at this, way too late, and it's already through to the keeper, I think, before he finished his follow-through. Missed it completely in the end of the over. So the score, 301 for 7. Over to you, Messi.
Mogg says Broad's going to make 15 not out. Warren says has Broad become the talisman, Bairstow become the talisman of the Stokey McCullum era. And Umbre Nuovo says, I can never claim to be the starter of Broady Bingo. I believe it was created about the same time as Is Stuart Broad batting came into existence.
Well, let's see. Dismissal method for the next batsman is... No, I want 6-way one. So Boult is 4-1. I'm going to go for Boult.
That's good odds. Well, you should put a bet on there.
Yeah, I know.
I'll go through his last few dismissals. He was caught, bowled, caught, bowled, LBW, bowled, caught, bowled, not out. Caught, bowled. Yeah, bowled is the
thing. They always offer you about 4-1 on bowled and LBW. There was a time I kept going for. I used to hedge when Stuart Broad came out. I put a $5 on bowled and a $5 on LBW because you can basically get 2-1, and almost always won.
You can always get it.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, Boult has come in, but he hasn't bowled anyone, and they've walked through for a single, putting Broad back on strike, which is what we like to see when we're gambling away about his method of dismissal. Let's have as much of Broad on strike as possible.
Yep. I like to win money more than Broad's wicket. Well.
And he's taking a wild swing at this, but he hasn't missed it at all. And this is going all the way out to the deep cover boundary for 4 runs.
Whoa, that puts us out.
1, 2,
I'm still in.
3, 4.
I won yesterday.
He smashed us out of the park, Messi. We cannot win this.
Yeah.
I won yesterday on Crawley. I went for 9. He'd be out for 9, and he was out for how many? 7 or something, or 4.
Yeah, you went under.
4, I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, something.
Broad's only made double figures once in his last dozen or so innings, and that was in the Sydney Test.
Yeah. He looks 15. Pretty pleased with himself after that shot, although I think he had his eyes shut. Anyway, he's facing up again to Trent Boult. My feed is slightly behind the rest of the studio, but he's having another wild swing. Gets the toe of the bat. It's almost gone for 6. And it's actually gone 1 or 2 bounces over the boundary for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I decided to do exactly what I said, give it some long handle. We're all out. I went under 7.
We're all out.
You went for 1, you went for 2.
Well,
we're such pessimists.
Mogg and Umbre are still in it.
Yeah, so there's some people on Twitter who are still in. Let's hope. Look, Broad could go for 50 now. You never know. It's 2 4s, and he's looking pretty confident. So he's going to have a wild swing at this next one, I think. But no, I mean, he's agricultural on the next one. He sent it sailing into the air, and this time it's gone for 6.
Oh, wow.
That is amazing.
Said with such
what
understatement.
What did he have for breakfast? I want to know, Bear. What did Broad have?
I don't know. He's always capable of this kind of thing.
I mean, it's definitely a cereal, a kind of breakfast cereal with lots of milk with too much sugar. We want you to tweet us. What do you think Broad had for breakfast?
Obviously, Weetabix, isn't it?
Weet-Bix starter, yeah, maybe.
That's what they all.
Maybe it was.
That's what they sell you. If you eat Weetabix, you can do extraordinary
pickle
things.
Pickle juice.
Pickle juice.
Can you give Al a spanner, please, Bear?
Al?
He wants to be a moderator on YouTube. Yeah.
Oh, these people, they actually want spanners now, huh? Oh, yeah, the naked spawn buff there. Al who? Al Hotch.
Al Hotch.
You have to... I can't see a comment by Al Hotch. You have to make it...
Yeah, just...
Oh, yes, it is.
In the middle of the porn bot.
So, this is Stuart Broad absolutely carting Trent Boult. He's going to ruin his figures. His figures are 4 for 101. Broad has brought up a century for Trent Boult, and instead of spreading the field, I think Trent Boult's bringing the fielders in. Anyway, Boult is bowling, and he's over the wicket, bowling short to Stuart Broad, who closes his eyes, steps away, and misses it by about a foot.
Yeah, I think it was a slower ball as well, wasn't it? It just dragged the pace back.
Oh dear, I like that. That's my sort of shot.
Al has joined the Spanner men.
They've been doing a good job.
They have been doing a great job.
The pawn bot on YouTube really well.
Yeah, so it's a battle between the Spanners and the pawn bot basically on YouTube at times.
One ball to come. There's a pep talk going on here. Williamson and Boult. Sorry, and Stuart Broad is waiting. He's on 14 from 11. Bairstow 159 from 150. It's very much like a one-day match here at this point that's gone 10 overs over.
Yep.
England are 316 for 7. And Boult coming in last ball of the over. It's a full toss in line with the bails, and Broad gets it away. He sent it for a single to keep the strike at the end of the over. 317 for 7, trailing by 12. Over to you, Missy.
Mog says, I may never have made any runs if I didn't bat with my eyes shut. He's obviously betting on a declaration because he had Broad for 15 not out, which is what he's on now. Dave Wood says, Broad strikes me as a smashed avocado type. Warren says Broad is on fire. And Pornbot says Bear goes under, click here. KM says Broad has leftover birthday cake and cigarettes for breakfast. He should also have the same at tea.
I think he's had at least one coffee. Like someone has given him an extra strong double
espresso.
Yeah. Yep.
Now Ravi
mind you, he hasn't had to do very much running.
I've given him a spanner. The Spanner men are increasing. The army size is getting bigger.
Yeah. The risk is, though, having the double espresso just before you go out, he's going to have a toilet break at some point.
Well, there is that.
Yeah. Got to be careful. Anyway, he's on strike. He's going to be facing up to Wagner, and he likes throwing the bat at Wagner so far today, and he throws the bat at this next one, and it's gone straight one bounce over the boundary at long off, and that's another 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
They're loving it on the balcony.
Broad is trying to get Ben Stokes out of his seat. He's going, look, if I can get a 20 ball 50 here, maybe Stokes will stand up
and show the crowd his green cax.
Yeah, maybe.
Ooh.
This is a great innings from Stuart Broad, and this next one is a 4. It's almost a beamer, and Broad decides he's going to sort of edge it down to third man, and he's asking the umpire, what the fuck, why was that not called a no ball?
Because you're tall. Other than that. On a short man, it probably would have been. He's got long legs.
I think it was above waist height. I think the square leg umpire was dozing.
Wow.
No, he's getting his own back for Broad throwing the ball into the pitch yesterday in a fit of pique.
It's close. It's close. What do you reckon? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Wagner's back in again, and he's bowling short again. He's been told to bowl short, but Broad knows what to do with that. He's on the pull, and he's pulled it for 6.
Oh, this is nuts.
That is nuts.
I think Bairstow and Broad have a bet between the two of them. What do you reckon?
Who's going to get the quickest 50 in Test match history?
Wouldn't it be great if Broad did?
I think it's...
What is it?
I don't know. It's probably about 18 or 19 balls, I thought.
I should look it up.
And he's faced 15, so I don't think he's going to be able to get it.
Lots of cherries on Broad's bats now as you're facing up, and this is almost a Yorker. It's going down leg, though. It hits Broad on the toe and dribbles to the keeper, Blundell. No real danger of playing that on. I guess it could have gone in the wrong direction, but Broad has a charmed life at the minute, 25 off 16.
Jacob, if you're listening next door, would it be possible you open that fridge door and bring one of those punk IPAs as it's about to cross the yard arm? And hell, this is my 4th down of trot in here, and I might as well start early.
Misbah Haq is the fastest 50, 21 balls against Australia in Abu Dhabi in 2014.
I watched that and I commentated on it, so there you go.
Yes.
Slower ball in. Oh, no, it's not me. Sorry, Cat.
Oh, yeah, so this next one is short again, and Broad pulling almost misses that because he played ahead of that slower ball, and though he has managed to get a single, which finally Bairstow's back on strike.
Well, everyone's got smiled.
And New Zealand are enjoying this, I think.
Well, they must think what the hell's hit them. I mean, they've come on. Yeah, that's it. Lovely. they've come on strong in all games, and somehow England, and this is very un-England-like. I mean, if you've been watching England like us for the last 2 years, you expect us to collapse every time, and somehow we managed to put ourselves out of fire every time.
Anyway, it's Bairstow on strike. He's on 159. He just does a delicate little push out to point. They jog through for a single. Bairstow wants Broad back on strike as well. However, that's the end of the over, so Bairstow's keeping the strike. 3.29 for 7.
Formbot said, did Broad have a vasectomy for breakfast? And Mog says, stop devaluing the spanner by just handing them out to whoever asks.
Well, if I know who you are and you're a regular contributor, yes. As I said to you yesterday, that's how I watched the Somerset game, one Somerset game, and that's kind of how they do it. If they have regular listeners who they trust, they give them a spanner, and it kind of makes sense.
Yeah. To Wit to Woo says, greetings from Pal. Being an economic refugee and with all this talk of Patreon contributions, have you considered a special South African rate at 20 rands to the pound? We need all the help I can get. Loving the banter and especially the Formbot. Well, we don't want to send you break to Wit to Woo. Only send us what you can afford, please.
Bairstow's on strike. He's pulling this next ball from outside off stump, and it goes out to cow corner, I think, for a single. That puts Broad back on strike, which is glorious. And the lead, I think, they've just equalled New Zealand's score. Oh, they won ahead. They lead by 1 now, 3.30 for 7.
That's incredible, from 55 to 6. Yeah. For 55 for 6 to 330 for 7 is quite extraordinary.
Yeah. Really amazing. Broad's on 26. He's faced 17 balls. A lot of them were from Trent Boult, and he's hit... Was it only 2 sixes or 3 now? I can't keep track.
I think it's only 1 6, but a lot of 4s.
Yeah. So Boult is coming in with his 26th over.
2 sixes, yeah.
2 sixes to Broad so far. Plenty of 4s as he's playing this one on the up and missing completely. Well, not missing completely. It wasn't a bad choice of shot, but through to the keeper.
He missed it completely.
It wasn't a bad choice of shot. He just didn't make contact.
No.
Yeah, got a bit big on him.
Oh, dear.
So at the moment we just have one slip in the gully. We have a deep mid-on, deep mid-off, and a short cover to Broad, who's just taking a step back. His footwork's all over the place, taking a wild swing at this next one, and again missing it by a considerable margin. You'd almost call that a leave, wouldn't you, Bear, when you're missing by that much?
Yeah, it's just a thrash, isn't it? But it's not going to get him bowled, you see. That's the annoying bit about this, Cat.
Yeah.
If it's short, going over the stumps, we're not getting the death rattle. We need the full...
I think you're right. I think a Yorker is required now from Trent Boult to Stuart Broad. He'll step back and
try and heave it.
And have a wild swing.
Ooh.
As this next one is a Yorker, and this is beautifully struck by Stuart Broad. He can't penetrate the field. It just goes to mid-on, but good choice of bowling again from Trent Boult.
And Trent would have come out of the IPL going, yeah, well, at least I don't have to face people trying to just slap me out the ground with decent balls.
Yeah.
It's not been the case.
No, he wouldn't have been expecting this from Broad, who's sent him for more boundaries than anyone else, I think, in this match so far. Anyway, Boult is coming in and bowling again to Stuart Broad. Again, it was a fuller length delivery, and Broad drives this down to mid-off. They get a single. The score, 3.31 for 7.
And we're off at the end of the server.
Yeah, we're due a change. It'll be me taking over. Al is going to join us for the weekend, first time. And 40 is going to be on too. I'll be looking forward to what they have to think.
We've had 62 almost. We're almost in the 63rd over, so still a long way to go before before New Zealand get a new ball.
Yeah, and we've been going on at over 5 and over.
Yeah, yeah.
GPL's going to be a challenge, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've got 4 entries though, so it's up to 150.
How long before the entries close?
It's closed at lunchtime.
This next ball is full, and Bairstow sees it coming a mile away and just pushes the ball into the covers quite effortlessly, but no run. And that is drinks, or the end of the over, and we're due a change, so I will say farewell and over to the next crew.
Farewell, Cat.
Farewell, Cat. For now.
And hello to Al, and hello to Southee.
Hello.
Hello. What are your thoughts on this glorious morning? Or, well, evening where you are, Southee?
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm quite happy with the state of Test cricket right now. This is a superb riposte to people who continually say it's like the death of the novel. People keep announcing it, and then people continually find new ways of creating new novels. And this is just superb entertainment, more entertaining in many ways than one day or T20 cricket, because it means more.
Yeah,
I think there's something about New Zealand that brings the best out of England and vice versa. But you know, styles make fights. Well, these two just seem to produce great cricket, irrespective of the format, time after time after time. It's great.
Well, yeah, I think A, they're quite evenly matched. B, they play in similar conditions at either ends of the world, don't they? So similar. Maybe the pitches aren't the same, but the climates are the same. So, and the other team that we're quite close to and always seem to have competitive cricket with is South Africa, and they're next up this summer. Which,
should be fun.
Should be fun, indeed.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's like the siblings who get on quite well with each other. It's not like the arch rival siblings, England and Australia, who you don't want to be looking after those two on a holiday camp because they're just always
they're fighting.
bickering and fighting and everything. But England and New Zealand, England, South Africa even. Great contest. Well,
yeah, great. South Africans definitely. There's a little bit more needle, I think, between England and South Africa than there is New Zealand. They're quite a feisty lot, the Saffers.
They are, yeah.
Unfortunately, they usually beat us on our home turf, and we usually beat them on the. Yeah, so that might not be a great summer in the end. But if we carry on playing like this, it'll be fun.
We'll have a gay old time.
We will indeed.
Someone on Crick Info has pointed out Dravid, Ponting, Fleming, Greenwich, Jamie Overton, 5 great batsmen who made 90s on their debut.
That was unfortunate. He never really got going this morning.
If you're his brother, you've got to be a little bit worried, right? I'm assuming
yeah, I would be. I mean,
that we've got the 1 Overton per team rule for England for all future matches.
Well, I mean, we've had enough of a look at fucking Craig. He's not far enough with a ball, and he's not done anything like this, has he? So he's never set the world on fire. He had a feisty 40 or 50, didn't he? In when he first came into the side, I think.
It's true that sometimes you get this odd phenomenon where an all-rounder who's really a bowling all-rounder gets a big score early on, but they don't really kick on. I'm thinking of Alex Tudor, who got 98.
I'm thinking about Stuart Broad.
Yeah,
I'm thinking.
Stuart Broad did do all right until he got sconned, didn't he? By what's his name, Baron Aaron, and then that all changed.
Although that said, he then went into his shell and completely lost his mojo for 3 or 4 years after that.
Yeah,
but I think since then, as it were, like Broad 3.0 has begun to find his mojo once more.
Yeah. Well, I think he's decided latterly that he has an eye and he can hit a ball, so he doesn't construct innings so much as try and do what he's doing today. Really, you know.
I think he's reached the stage of his career where he just doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, he thinks fuck
that's also true.
I think that's very true.
And sometimes his bat is all edge. Sometimes there's a vast gaping yawning chasm in the middle of his bat, and on a day like today it's all middle.
Be interesting if we have this approach against India, what they'll make of it. I suppose Rohit won't mind because he'll probably try the same. Somebody else will too.
Virendra Sehwag played like that his entire career, really.
True. Well, Southee is going to continue after the drinks break. He's gone for 1 for 90 off 20, and he's coming around the wicket to Broad, beats him on the outside edge, squares him up completely, and it goes through to the keeper and there's no run.
I've got to say that the 3 wickets, the preparation of the wickets in this series so far have proved to be masterstrokes.
Yeah.
They're just enough for both sides, just enough for bats and just enough for bowlers.
And I suppose, you know, in English conditions, if it's not overcast, the ball doesn't tend to swing loads. And we've had reasonably sunny days for most of these tests where not a lot's happened. Ooh, Broad comes down the track at Southee, bangs it in a little bit shorter. Squares Broad up again. I thought he got an edge, but clearly he missed it because no one appealed.
So it's been good, pretty good carry in all of the 3 tests, and that's kind of what you're looking for. There was an Ashes test at home a few years ago. I can't remember exactly which series.
Melbourne.
Oh no, the one at home in England, and they were just flat to negate, the Aussie attacks. It made for a pretty dull series, which actually England won.
That's driven at by Broad. Around the wicket again from Southee. Misses it once more. Goes through to the keeper. Well, I think the worst wicket of all of them, wasn't it, was Lord's.
Yeah, I think it's true.
It was a real sluggish track with nothing in it.
You play there too often anyway.
Yeah, and the outfield was slow. I mean, it's noticeable that the outfield at Trent Bridge was like really quick, and this is really quick as well. You beat the infield, you get full toll for your shot, which wasn't always the case. Inside out drive by Broad, not great timing, gets it up to mid-off, they'll scoot through for a single. Bairstow hasn't had much of a strike recently, has he?
That's true. It's a man on 161.
Yeah.
I think Broad's got a better strike rate at the moment, 28 off 25.
Yeah, totally. Just. That's amazing that Bairstow 161 off 153 deliveries. He's still going. That's just over a run a ball in a test match. It's mad.
Phenomenal as well. Everyone was saying. Sorry,
I was going to say, I guarantee that because India's the next test, someone's going to turn around and go, but he doesn't play against the turning ball.
He's in the form of his life right now.
Well, in the form of a couple of lifetimes, but yeah. Well, he just doesn't play. He doesn't play against Ashwin well, so we'll drop him.
Fished at by Bairstow on 161 and beats the outside edge. Most productive over New Zealand have had for a while, this. Bairstow goes for a little run in a circle.
Things change on a dime, though, even in Test match cricket, didn't they? Everyone was calling for his head at the end of the first test. I think he got 2 single-figure scores.
Yeah. Well, I was saying that earlier, up until when he got a single-figure score in the bloody first innings of the last test.
First innings of the second test,
we were all going, well, if he doesn't score in the second innings, maybe you should bring Harry Brook in. And then he goes and does what he did and scored a ton here, pulled us out of fire, and he's now stick-on, isn't he? You can't get rid of him. As he clips that one sweetly, but can't beat mid-wicket on the leg side. End of the over to socials.
My ag last night, as I said, at 61 overs, England would make 329. That was when England were at 25-ish overs. I was right in the money. GC Radio Naked Funbot wants a spanner as well, but we don't know who you are. I'm brain away though. GC Naked Fun Pornbot wants a spanner. They had lots of tight knots apparently there for the Pornbot. Humbrain away though, stat anomaly, does Bairstow being the only person to get back-to-back hundreds faster than a runner ball now get nullified, as he has now got over 150 in the same way that 50s get nullified in the stats if a player gets a ton. I'll leave that one for better minds than I think.
Because they don't
I think it's just 100 pluses.
Yeah.
Warren, this is the new test cricket, the new test match cricket format. T20th to the 100, only a matter of time till KP franchises it, and we've got time for one more, I think. Mog, Tim Southee started off with a batting bang 2.
He did. That's very true. Yeah.
He hits a lot of sixes too.
He did. But it's a bit like one of those championship teams who come up to the Premiership and they have about 10 games at the start of the season when no one can work out what the hell this new strategy is, and they win like 7 out of 10 games. And then they just hold on to avoid relegation by the end of the season, where everybody works them out.
Exactly. Got to get a good start, because otherwise you're fucked.
That's right.
Well, we have a change of bowling. I'm not sure this is that wise. That's padded first ball by him, and there's an appeal by the new bowler, who is this man.
Bracewell.
Yeah, it wasn't close.
Even if my club race well sturdily keeps wicket. Knowing how the Kiwis pick teams, he'll be just 1 of 5.
Michael Bracewell. Padded first ball by Broad. There was an appeal. Down a track. Edged, I think. Past Blundell and just to the right of the slip as well, who I think got a fingertip to it. However, in the form of his life, it goes to 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Got nowhere near the pitch of that ball. Did Brook. He was so far from it, he just jabbed his bat out and got a thin edge, enough to take it past the keeper.
That's the only thing that's beat Mitchell and the keeper all series.
That one, however, he has swept and swept hard. There is a deep backward square out there, and it will just be a single.
There's quite a lot of turn on that ball.
Yeah,
everyone.
Well, it's quite a dry pitch, I think.
It is. Yes, you're right.
It's only the beginning of day 3. I mean, we've still got half the Test match to go. So
you'd have to say it's probably better news for England than New Zealand because they've got the better spinner.
Yeah, got first fifer by an English bowler in the first innings in England since about 1950 something. I was reading in the paper this morning.
That's correct. Since Jim Laker.
It's quite mad, isn't it? I don't think that'll shut Gary up, but it's quieted him down a little bit. He was ungracious in the fact that he said 3 of them were slugs.
Oh, for God's sake!
I know. And one was a
jumping catfish.
and one was a lucky ricochet off a bat at the bowler's end. This is true.
Oh yeah, because there's pictures in scorebooks.
Exactly.
God, when he dies, he went like God. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Down the track though. Oh, nearly caught Boult. But it hit it really hard, did Jonny B. Came down the track, smashed it back at Bracewell, who got his hands up, but it came back really quickly. It burst through them and down towards long off. He'll get himself a single.
How much of a chance do you classify that as?
Well, it's a reasonable chance. I mean, it's a good height to catch. It's just coming really quick.
That's what I mean.
Probably the best chance is to knock it.
One of the best catches that I ever had as a bowler. That one is defended on the onside and there's no run. That I still remember to this day. Was trials for the first 11 at school when I was in the 5th form. So and the first 11 was generally 6th form. But I had a trial, and they were all taking a piss at me because I was a 5th former. And this guy belted me back down the ground. It must have been about a foot across above the ground. I just kind of dived to my left, and it one of those ones that stuck one-handed.
Stuck, yeah.
And then he works that leg side out to deep square leg, just broad, and he'll get himself a single. I always remember that. They either stick or they don't. They get belted back.
Yeah.
I did, yeah. I played, next 2 years I was in the first level.
Let me see. Roger Melly, you left Ponting out of that list of players who got 90s on debut. In Ponting's case, it was 96, and he was dismissed by an LBW so dodgy it would have been easily overturned had DRS existed at the time.
Well, I meant to include him. If I didn't, I apologise. He was on my list to include.
And also GC Naked Fun Pornbot, 40s homers in England. Forget that request for a spare room in Melbourne. Rangers looking forward to South Africa beating England 3-0 and the press excoriating McCullum for the totally reckless England approach to batting.
Well, exactly. I imagine at a certain time yesterday they were writing that up as that's driven square by Brook at 2 point and there's no run. And 2 hours later, they had to completely change it.
They got to write about something, haven't they? I mean, it's a fairly thankless task, and I'm sure they were all writing about the limitations of Bazaball.
Yeah, to a degree. Everyone's kind of giving it grace at the moment because they keep winning. But I'm sure the first time it fails, and it will fail sometime.
It will, of course it will fail,
spectacularly as well.
Everything fails at some point.
Exactly. But I mean, when this goes wrong, it's going to go wrong spectacularly. Much like ODI, much like our ODI side. Well, Broad slaps Southee over the top of cover and out to the cover boundary for 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, And
England just not backing off. He's 38 off 32. And they're just, when they get the chance, they're swinging a bat, and it's coming off at the moment.
Samuel Beckett once said, "Ever failed? No matter. Try again, fail better."
Yeah.
That's the plan.
It'll be fun seeing this against the Aussies next summer as well. That's down leg side, and I think there was a bit of bat on that. No, there wasn't, but there was certainly a bit of pad, and it went down to a very fine leg boundary for 4 runs. 4 byes.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And England now lead, can you believe it, by 18 runs in just 64.3 overs. They are 347 for 7. It's insane.
That's insane. We've got a little niche stat here. Men's test batters to make consecutive test tons with a strike rate of over 100. Shade Afridi, Brendan McCullum, Jonny Bairstow.
Well, there you go. In good company. Tried to work it in the leg side and there's no run. Under 100 balls, I think that was not over.
50 partnership is up.
Already? Fuck.
Yeah. And in that 50 partnership, Jonny Bairstow's contribution is 9, having faced 9 balls. Wow. So you said he hadn't seen much of the strike. Yeah, he's still going at a run a ball.
Yeah.
It's just there's only been 9 balls.
Yeah. And Broad has scored 38 of those 51 runs.
51 or 43, this partnership. Remarkable.
Indeed. And good stuff for England. And a lead of 50 or 60 here could be quite interesting.
Yes.
Smashed, and the same result. Just looks down on the ground. He knew he connected with that. Stuart Broad bashes that down to the wide long off boundary for 4 more. And Southee's nearly brought the ton up in 21 and a half overs. That's just stand and deliver, wasn't it? You see, the thing is, if New Zealand try this, they'll probably fail, won't it? I mean, one thing I suppose you have to say is England do have the side to be able to do this. And probably one of the best sides in the world to be able to do this with Stokes and Bairstow at 4 and 5 and 6. A route to nerdle it around at 4. I mean, if you do get in trouble and you can get away with this, those are the kind of batsmen, and there aren't many teams in the world that have got that sort of power middle order that transposes to one-day cricket as one of the best in the world, or the best in the world currently. We are world champions after all. Southee is in. Boult! Yes! 4-1! Sweet! And Broad got 42, so that's good, but I'll take it anyway. He finally misses one. The middle stump is just clipped at the top. The bails just drop off, and whilst the Kiwis have a wicket, I'm happy because England are in the lead, but more importantly, I got 20 quid because the next wicket was supposed to be bowled.
Oh, you got 4-1 for Boult?
Yeah. Well, we all thought that Broad would be bowled. I assumed it would be. I think we all went by Boult, actually. 2 of us went for Yorker, and 1 were topping the clip in the top of off stump. However, it was Southee. It was around a wicket though, and he's out.
Yeah, well, 42 of 36 is more than we expect from Stuart Broad these days, so we'll absolutely take it.
And England into a lead with 2 wickets left. I presume Jonny takes up the cudgel now, if he can get some strike. But it seems that you just let the man who's actually striking it strike it, get him on strike. When he's out, turn it over to whoever starts next.
Do you want some tweets?
Yeah,
Warren's been particularly cruel there. Saying Bears not living in the past, referring to your 5th form story.
Yeah.
Mog says, I assume that there were IPL scouts sniffing around for this trial of yours, Bear.
Well,
that's harsh. Because the new IPL TV contract's going to turn the IPL into LIV Golf.
Yeah, basically, it's what, 5 billion?
Yeah. Warren, can I nominate a free hit for Stuart Broad? I think that's basically you up to date on tweets, I think. YouTube, Convert, Draw, Dan De Castro, bonjour.
Bonjour. Next man in. Well, he's got complete licence now. It's this guy. We haven't seen much of him.
I've heard from pots that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
And Broad is, Jonny B is finally out next ball, which is a shame. Well, he's collapsed, but we finally got a lead. He comes down the track to try and hit Bracewell, who rather intelligently Boult floats it up wide. He has to stretch for it, gets a toe end, and they've got a long off out there. Good catch, low down from a man coming in a couple of yards off the boundary. And that's 2 and 2 balls, and England are collapsing. But I don't think we care really, because 55 for 6, they're now 351 for 9. They have a lead of 22, and we say goodbye to Jonny B.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Maybe Bairstow only plays well under ginger-haired leadership.
My betting account's finally got over £150 in it. I've had a successful test series.
When he's an old granddad, Jonny Bairstow may well remember that innings as fondly, if not more fondly, than any of his others. Magnificent stuff.
Maybe not the one where he got slapped the cover off it and wasn't given out in an Ashes test.
Yeah, maybe that one. It's just this one's at Headingley.
Yeah.
It's in front of his home crowd. It's a real homecoming for him.
It is. It's a good catch.
Good catch.
Was it Trent Boult down there at mid-off?
Yeah,
he's doing
it was.
Isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh well.
And well done to all the Kiwis running up. You know, it's expected, but they still did it nonetheless. Big shake of that. Congratulated him as he went off. Well done, Kane Williamson.
Well, yeah. Right. So last man in is.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
Now, weirdly, when the picture came up of Jack Leach on the left, when they show up his scores and stuff, because they filter it so badly and bleach it so badly on the TV, I thought it was Daryl Mitchell. I was like, why is Daryl Mitchell? Both with the same sort of unshaven stubble. Late cut by Leach. First ball down towards third man. He's going to get himself off the mark. He's got a strike rate of 400. It's Leachy. That's a good shot. A really good shot. He's waiting for that. Let it turn and then just let it come off the face of the bat with a late cut. Beat the slip into the ground. There's no catching chance. 4 runs. Sweet shot.
Leach, yeah.
I think Leach is a very correct batsman.
Is Leach the best number 11 in world cricket?
Well, he's the most correct number 11.
Well, he's down the track and he's batted that. Oh, I thought that was an amazing one-handed catch by mid-off. He was diving to his left, raising a hand. Instead, it's been battered down to long off for 4 runs.
My name is Lakhan.
That was another good shot. I mean, it was aerial.
It's a great effort at a catch, isn't it? Look at that.
Boom! He didn't even get a fingertip. I thought he got a fingertip to it. Latham. It landed awkwardly on his shoulder. It was rubbing it afterwards. 8 off 2 for Leachy. Potts yet to face. The lead is now 30. This time it's a decent ball by Bracewell. A bit shorter though, and Leach gets on the back foot, defends it back down the track to him, and there's no run.
Leach, highest test score of 92, of course, but Matthew Potts has got a highest first-class score of 81.
I know. He hasn't shown anything with a bat yet in his short, brief test career. Is that defended? Back down the track, there's no run. He got bounced in the first one, didn't he? He got a glove. Didn't have to bat in the second innings. Can't remember what he got in the first innings of the second test. I don't think
very little.
Couple, yeah. And then, and again, didn't have to bat in the second innings. Foot out by Leach to the pitch of the ball, thinks about a drive, then just lets it go through to the keeper. There's no run. Ends the over. 359 for 9, lead of 30. Leach on 8. Potts yet to face a ball. Over to you, Al.
Warren says AB deleaches.
Yeah.
Let me have a look here. Emily Elizabeth, you got a spanner and you get a spanner. Everyone gets a spanner. Welcome new mods, and thank you for whatever it is you do. Dan De Castro, pity England out of WTC running. Beautiful turnaround this month for the test side. Some hellos from Emily and Dan to each other. Emily Elizabeth, I decided to treat myself to Starbucks, so I'm listening in transit. #GC from the boss.
Are we totally out of the World Test Championship running? I mean, I presume if we win a lot of tests, you get more points for winning than losing. We could drag some of that back. Australia and India lose a couple of tests.
And what do points make?
Prizes. Woohoo! Southee, 2 for 99. It's bowled into Potts. He drives that sweetly, but straight to mid-off. He'll be itching to get off the mark. And there's no run. There's absolutely no pressure on Potts here. He can show what he can do. England have been pulled out of the fire. They've got a lead of 30. They're the last wicket there. Just give it some Humpty.
You'd have to say that Bruce Forsyth's been responsible for more catchphrases than anybody else in English history, I would say.
More than likely, yeah. A strange.
He's the leader of the pack, which makes him such a lucky jack.
Well, England. Potts' best score in his third test is 3. So
3, right, okay.
Drops and sways, drops his hands and sways out of the way as that one's short by Southee. Through to keep
when you're watching the Generation game as a young person, every other week he used to say, such a nice audience, so much better than last week's. And it turned out, I only found out years later, that they filmed back-to-back shows and it was the same audience as last week's.
Just to give them a bit of a rile and make them laugh, huh? Southee in, nicely defended by Potts, very straight and correct. Back down the track, there's no run. Forget that though, Pottsy, give it some umpty.
What's the under total for the last wicket?
They probably don't offer you that. I've logged off at this point time and don't have my phone on me. They've probably stopped offering that. They might offer you 6-7 runs, I'd have thought. Would be the most they'll offer. We're only in the 67th over, so 13 overs and 3 balls to the new ball.
England are odds-on favourites.
Yeah, weird. They went from odds-on favourites to massive outsiders back to odds-on favourites in the space of 60 overs. That's all driven out to mid-off. They think there's going to be... it's going to go through the fielder, and they set off anyway. It's good fielding by Kane. Williamson gets across, cuts it off, throws at the stumps. Potts makes it home, so he gets 1. And
we very nearly had the classic English deflected ball off the bat, as is traditional in a New Zealand match there. But
I think it might have been out if that hit the stumps.
13-8 on the dismissal method being not caught.
Yeah, see, if you actually choose it, you get better odds. But yeah, I never go that way. I actually try and choose, and there are a few batsmen you go, well, they always get out this way, and I never go on caught or not caught because that's boring. You got to find a batsman who always sticks a pad in the way and gets LBW, or always gets bowled. Like Zach Crawley would be a classic. You go for bowled then. I mean, there's another guy at the other end who could get out as well, I suppose. But Leach is defending that square on the offside, and there's no run.
So England first inning runs at the moment. The over-under total is 372.5, but it's 10-11 each of 2, so meaningless.
372 is not bad though. That gives you 12 runs for the final wicket.
Yeah, but it's 10-11 each of 2, so
yeah. That's what it was always. It's usually 5 to 6 when I do the unders on runs on the next wicket. But if you can see, like yesterday, I got 4 out of 5 for England, which is a good little run. Southee in, Plaids, that's out. Surely that's out. Yeah, must have been given. Unless there was an inside edge. No, that is given. Leach trying to swing it into the leg side, got big inside edge. Presumably you review it. You might as well review it. You're the last fucking wicket. You got 1 left. No. Has he? Or are they just walking off? I think they're just walking off.
If they've got 1 left, they have to review. I mean, why wouldn't you review?
You might as well. I mean, if you didn't hit it, it's plumb as plumb can be. It's hit him in line. Can't see from that shot. No, I think it's missed the inside edge. It's missed the inside edge. Hit the knee roll in front of middle, and it's going on to hit middle and leg.
Yes.
Can you be very
ultra edge? There is no.
Can you be very out?
Yeah,
you can. I think this is very out.
Yeah, that's very out. I mean, it has hit the front pad, not the back pad, but it's still. I mean, it's hit him in front and middle and off. It's got to be hitting leg.
It's extremely out.
It's extremely out. Yes, very much out.
Yeah, if it's something like that, there should be a consequence for the next wicket, or in this case for the next inning.
Well,
start on -5.
Well, there you go. Like if you'd gone on a 372.5, you'd have got it next ball. That is
You're
the
out
end.
too, Bear.
I'm out. What? Sorry.
It's changeover time.
Yeah, it is changeover time. I know. I was just getting there, Messi. You don't have to fucking prompt me from the sidelines. Shut up. It is changeover time. But let me just tell you what happened. England are finally out for 360 for 7 after just 67 overs, but the lead is 31. And we are due a change to talk you through the innings change and onwards. Is Southee who's going to drop into my seat. Messers is going to come on. No, he's not. Yeah, it is. And Al is going to remain too. See you all later.
Very good. Thank you very much, Bear, for that, and welcome back,
Thanks,
Messi.
Bear.
Very good. So that is the end of the England innings. What an eventful innings it's been. I'll very quickly recap for latecomers if you're just joining us from planet Mars. Alec Lees was bowled by beauty from Trent Boult for 4. Was that Crawley was bowled when he possibly shouldn't have been, by extremely well ball by Trent Boult for 6. Ollie Boult was cleaned up by Trent Boult. 3 clean bowls for 5, and Joe Root, by way of variation, caught Blundell, the wicket-keeper, bowled Southee for 5. So England's first 4 batsmen went for 4, 6, 5 and 5. And Stokes then went for 18, caught Williamson, bowled Wagner, tried to blast his way out of a crisis, but was caught at mid-off, I think it was. He went for 18. Then Foakes was LBW to Wagner for 0, and at that stage England were 55 for 6. Jonny Bairstow and Jamie Overton then put on a remarkable 7th wicket stand of, I'm just trying to do the maths here, about 240, let's call it that. It wasn't quite that, but nonetheless. Jamie Overton went for under a ton, sadly, and was out for 97, caught Mitchell Boult. Then Jonny Bairstow pressed on to 162. He was caught Trent Boult out in the deep off Bracewell finally. Chances one too many times, but not before Stuart Broad had hit an extremely brisk and very enterprising 42 of 36 balls with 6 4s and 2 6s to the great glee of the Headingley Saturday crowd. He was finally cleaned up by Southee, and then Jack Leach was the last to go after 2 lusty blows to the boundary. He was out for 8. LBW bowled Southee for 8. Matthew Potts was not out 1. Total 360 off just 67 overs at a run rate of 5.37. Quite remarkable. Well, guys, how do we see things? I'll go over to Al first. How do you read the state of play?
I think that New Zealand will be at least 1 down by the time the scores reach parity. I think in all of this, the thing to bear in mind, that both these innings have gone at such a clip that there's so much time still left. It feels like we should be on day 4 rather than kind of towards the end of the first session of day 3. There doesn't seem to be enough demons in the pitch to turn around and say that batting's going to be horrifying for the second half of the Test match. So if New Zealand kind of knuckle down, they can put England in a similar sort of position that they were in to win the second match, which is an enticing run chase target and over ratio. So I'm kind of hoping that we'll see the best of some of the top order New Zealand batsmen in the second innings, but I think there'll be at least 1 down though by the time we get to parity.
You might well be right. Messi, how do you see things?
Well, look, I've been following guerrilla cricket for 7 or 8 years now, I suppose, and I just feel like about a month and a half ago I entered a parallel dimension where what I had learned about England cricket suddenly went out the window, because all of a sudden it's just got absolutely fucking nuts, and I still don't believe it can last, but it's kind of fun while it is. I noticed, for example, that New Zealand are currently at $3.60 to win. Now, for a team that's only behind by 31 runs on the first inning, that seems incredibly generous. But if England can bat like this again, then New Zealand have got no chance, particularly as they are really short on spin. In fact, 3 bowlers did almost all the bowling. Mitchell and Bracewell only bowled 10 overs between them in that innings. So I really think they are very sorely missing another bowler in the New Zealand team. But that being said, there's nothing to say that on a wicket like this, Williamson can't make 200. And, with the support that is there, previously only seen for the 6th wicket for New Zealand, but they could end up making 400 here and set England a really tough target in the 4th inning. So, everything to play for, as they say. So I'm enjoying the shit out of this, I've got to say.
To be honest, it's wonderful Test match. Whatever happens, if England win, lose or draw, speaking of someone who, barracks for England, as the Australians say, this has just been a magnificent Test series. And I think people were saying that England looked like they'd chosen a very thin bowling attack. But as you say, Messi, New Zealand are heavily reliant on Boult and Southee, who bowled 45 of the 67 overs between them. Neil Wagner, who was regarded before the test as a bit of a trump card and should have been playing in the first two, bowled just 12 overs, went for 6.25 run rate. And Michael Bracewell and Daryl Mitchell between them, they bowled 10 overs, but those 10 overs went for 70 runs. So Boult and Southee are just not getting the backup there, and it's a big problem. And sadly, this may well be the last time we see, may or may not be the last time we see Boult and Southee, certainly in tandem, bowling in a test match against England in England.
Well, you've got to say Boult is at the peak of his game at the moment, haven't you? I mean, he's just been superb in this series.
He has, and that opening spell yesterday was one for the ages, wasn't it? He had that ball absolutely on a string.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a couple of tweets to get through. Warren says AB to Leachers. Roger Melly says a contender for the most correct number 11 is Nathan Lyon. He always holds up an end well as night watchman and top scored in the famous T-shirt innings. Yeah, he is actually not bad, Lyon. Mog says William Shakespeare means nothing to you, eh? I'm not sure what that's in relation to. I must have missed it. Dan News says, is it just me or has the level of swearing gone up? The guy who was just doing the betting odds seems to be the one doing it. I'm no prude, but is it really needed? I'm sorry, Dan, if I'm over the top sometimes. Ed Benson says, what a great series this has been. New Zealand consistently the most entertaining side to play in the UK. They certainly are. I was thinking about how much I've enjoyed the series. I suspect I would not have enjoyed it nearly as much had Australia been on the receiving end.
Probably not. I was going to ask Al actually during the course of that. I can't remember, Al, if I've ever asked you, do you still play cricket, or is it quite a while since you hung up your pads?
It's been a while since I've donned any pads. My work lifestyle used to take me all over the place, which would have meant that Sunday would have been... I would never have been around to practice, and my commitment to a Saturday or a Sunday would have been limited. So,
schoolboy player though, a schoolboy player in your time.
Yeah. I worked out that the best way to be in the team was to volunteer to be the wicketkeeper.
Yes.
So, so I did that. So I enjoyed it. I loved it. Although my eyesight and my fitness levels would probably preclude me from doing anything, even remotely, even semi-seriously, would be awful.
I don't think you need to worry about fitness levels playing cricket. It's a secondary concern, even as you get older.
Some of us were precluded by incompetence.
Well, there'll be quite a lot of, as always, there's the bigger picture of England versus New Zealand and all the sort of macro elements. But as ever, there'll be all sorts of personal contests, people desperate to hang on to a place or establish them in the team.
Shall we jingle up the bowler?
Yes. Oh, yes, sorry. Look down for a moment and the players are back on the pitch. Please go ahead.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna beat you down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thin now.
It's Stuart Broad. Stuart Broad in against Tom Latham. We haven't necessarily seen the best of Latham in this series. Round the wicket to the left-hander comes Broad. And that one goes through. No discernible deviation, either in terms of seam or swing.
Well,
he opens up a thing or sometimes keeps wicked. He doesn't ball great, but I still don't want to face him, Tom Latham.
Yeah, there's 4 slips waiting for another outside edge, which he seems to have given rather generously as the series has gone on.
He has. Tom Latham was captain for the second test when Kane Williamson had COVID. He's probably quite happy to hand the captaincy armband back over to Kane Williamson for this test after the chastening experience at Trent Bridge. Stuart Broad ran the wicket again. That one's fuller. Still straight. Tom Latham backward defensive. No run. Tom Latham does have a very healthy test average. He's come down a touch during this series from 41.6 down to 40, but he's a very competent opening batsman. And he's opening with Will Young at the other end.
Some team news. Jonny Bairstow is keeping wickets because Ben Foakes has a stiff back.
Stiff back? Okay. Well, fair enough. It doesn't usually preclude you from being a wicket-keeper. Stiff back, but I suspect it maybe it's a little bit more than that. We'll see. Broad round the wicket again. That's played defensively down to the man at square leg. No run.
Wouldn't Bairstow's shoulders be hurting from carrying England?
Oh. Well, Dan Liebke thinks Bairstow's murdered folks. No, he's asking the question whether he has.
There'd be no need to.
I think that it must be quite nice for Joe Root to have somebody else carrying the side after last year's Herculean efforts by Joe Root, which must have all but wiped him out, certainly during the year of COVID. Broad round the wicket again for the fourth ball of the over. And that one is reasonably innocuous ball, which is knocked out through the point region. Doesn't quite go all the way. Is gathered in just before goes over the boundary. They come back for the first runs of the innings. Latham moves to 3, New Zealand to 3, and Will Young will take strike.
Do you want to jingle up Will Young?
I'm Will Young. No, not that guy on Papahito. I won't sing out, score some runs.
So the classical left-hand, right-hand combination sees the right-hander Will Young on strike. He has an average of 29.68 from his 12 test matches. So not established yet in the side. Yet to score a test century. So as always, battles within battles. Stuart Broad comes back over the wicket to the right-hander. And again, I always think, say, well, let's wait a while, but we're seeing no deviation at all off seam or swing with this new ball. Maybe something will happen from the other end, but Broad's not getting it to talk as yet. That one's just defended, no run.
It is still the first over.
It is, I know. And I used to Knackle always used to give me an absolute telling off when I said, well, we're not seeing any deviation yet, but I still stick by it. You can tell something from a first over usually. The late great Knackle. Stuart Broad in again, and that one goes straight through, no deviation. That's the end of the first over. Is that correct? Yes, I think it is. Yes. Broad number 3, New Zealand 3 for none, Latham on 3, Young on 0.
I'm pleased to report that Knackle was actually commentating on the Indian game at Leicestershire yesterday and today, presumably. Warren says this whole series free to air in the UK. I think there is a marketing conspiracy. Damned advertising. I think it's on Sky, isn't it? Not free to air. Yeah.
The highlights will be on free to air.
All right. And the Naked Fun bot says Foakes has been pulled off at half time. Click here.
Usually just get oranges. It's Jack Leach time. This is a break with tradition. Over to you, Jacob, for the jingling upping.
Here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
Well, the statisticians who were reaching for the record books find out the last time that a spinner opened in England on the opened the innings, and Jack Leach comes in over the wicket to the left-handed Latham. He knocks it off his legs down to deep square leg for a single. So no wicket for him first ball of the innings this time, unlike the first innings. But interesting. What do we make of this?
It's aggressive. I like it.
certainly out of the box thinking, and we can't say that England management are resting on their laurels by any means. This is interesting thinking by opening with Leach. Camera trains on a gum-chewing Ben Stokes, hands on knees. Leach adjusts his field. Young is to take strike, comes round the wicket to the right-handed Young, and that's straightened a touch, but Young is equal to it, just defended down. No run. Beautiful day at Headingley in Leeds. Well done to the Yorkshire gods for putting on the weather as well as a great test match. That's defended off the back foot by Will Young. No run again.
Yorkshire has gods.
Yorkshire have their own gods, personal to them. Leach in for the fourth ball of the over. Round the wicket. Pushes that through more aggressively and more flatly, if that's the correct adverb. Comparative adverb. Knocked out to the man in the covers. No run. Sounded a bit like Josh there, didn't it? Leach round the wicket again. And that kept a little bit low. Young jabs down on it. The wicket keeper and the slips with hands on heads. They're interested in that. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's didn't get up at all. That's interesting. That one more flight from Leach to complete the over. Just the one run off it. New Zealand 4 for none at the end of the second.
David Stumps demonstrates we have a very eclectic audience. He says, please keep swearing a lot. Peter Lloyd says, yes, Mitchell and Bracewell might have had only 10 overs, but there were only 67 to spread around. Mog's Shakespeare comment was in response to you naming Bruce Forsyth as the most prolific catchphrase coiner in the English language. Fair call.
I see.
Yes, thank you,
I see.
Mog says Knackle did love to chide. And the porn bot says, no deviation, how disappointing. Click here.
I think I'll draw the distinction between catchphrases and memorable phrases. Anyway, Stuart Broad comes in, round the wicket to Latham, leaves it well alone.
That's a weird bounce, didn't it?
I was going to say, that's why my voice went into almost falsetto. It went at an almost right angle, didn't it, looking at the replay?
Yeah, almost perpendicular.
I mean, it went at such a remarkable angle that it was in no danger of getting the edge. Latham was easily left it alone. Very odd ball. One of those one-offs you sometimes get. Latham 1, 14, 26, 4, 0, looking to make an impression on the series in his last innings in it. Defends it to the man at point. There is no run. What do we think happened there, Al? With that ball?
All I can think of is that it must have hit a physical object on the pitch. But it did bend. It did just veer off at quite a jaunty angle. It was quite alarming.
Yeah, you get this wobble seam now. Maybe you had it in the past, but we talk about it far more now. Yeah. And that one was straight through, beats the inside edge, interestingly, of Latham's bat. But I think the thinking is that it can, when you get a wobble seam, it can just hit the edge of the seam either way. So the bowler doesn't know which way it's going to go, but sure as hell the batsman doesn't know, rather than the absolutely straight up seam, which is recommended in the manuals of yesteryear.
It was interesting about Latham's front foot went down correctly, but then instead of his bat coming forward in line with his front foot, his bat kind of went out rather than forward, which might be a technical deficiency.
It looked like a technical deficiency, and one when a man is scrabbling for form that perhaps develops, whereas when he's in good form, everything is in sync. That one is left well alone by Latham. No run. He remains on 4 off 9. Stuart Broad, magnificent bandana. Stuart Broad, jaunty as ever. He seems to have a bit more of a spring in his step in this test match than for a while. Been liberated by the new regime, as so many have perhaps. That one played off the back foot by Latham, played out into the covers, races through for a quick single. He moves on to 5 and the score on to 5.
To sound controversial, but maybe liberated by having the second part of the winter off.
Not controversial at all.
No. The controversy was the fact that they never went. And I know that you kind of if results are the way you judge things, it's a terrible decision because England then lost the series. But maybe Broad's in a better physical frame of mind because he didn't play.
I think it's quite likely. Broad back over the wicket to Young. I think that completes the third over. New Zealand 5 for 0 at the end of it, and we hand over to Messi.
Warren says, I can't get visuals here in the Great White North, not Yorkshire, he's in the US. Are they crowding the bat for Leachy? Which is a good question. It strikes me that Broadie's not going to be too impressed if they keep Leachy on for long because he's not getting a much break between overs. Mog says, the question strikes me, what are the notable catchphrases of the Gorilla cast and associated Twitter sphere, i.e. Josie, you mean E.G., Josie Oakes, I think doomed, etc. The only thing I can think of immediately is the bear going under. But I'm sure there are plenty.
I'm sure, and there is no run, must get private play, sure.
Well, that was Nicholls, really, wasn't it?
Leach in again for the start of the fourth over, and in answer to the question, there is a slip, a leg slip, and a forward short leg to Latham. So not crowding, but reasonably, as you'd expect, reasonably assertive field placings. That one defended nicely, fuller ball by Latham, no run.
Adjacent but not crowding.
Something like this. The camera just trained on Ryan Sidebottom, son of Yorkshire, in the crowd there for a minute. Once got a hat-trick for England, I think. Did he not? Latham comes down the wicket to negate any possible spin. Comes 2 paces down, but defends when he gets there. Then Stokes claps vigorously, likes what he's seeing. Leach in again, a little wider of the crease, defended by Latham, back to the bowler. There's no run. He's getting through his wickets with great speed here.
We've just realised that with lunch coming, Broadie's not going to be worried about the breaks.
Probably not. Leach a little wider, pitches it a little wider. Latham reaches out for it, just knocks it wide of the man at cover. Comes through for a single. He moves on to 6 and the score for 6.
I think he might prefer to bowl at Young rather than Latham, I think. Mr. Leach brings a couple of extra wicket keeping.
I think you're right.
Wicket taking balls in place.
Classic left-handed spinner would prefer to bowl at the right-hander. It's absolutely correct. And that is knocked out into the offside. No run by Young. Latham keeps the strike. New Zealand 6 for none at the end of the fourth. Messi.
Josie Oakes sends us a picture of a nice dog sitting in front of a red car and says, rather than watching a boring test match, I've gone down to Clarence in the Free State for the weekend. Not my dog, it's the official greeter at a rather nice cheesery stroke restaurant. And the Ghost of Zoom says my catchphrase was, hold on, I'll just check my notes. Which I think actually Tony Bishop's adopted to a certain extent.
If it's not written down, then it doesn't exist.
The collapse is on, says Josie Oak. Yes, well, Hendo's certainly used that from time to time.
Much more of this, and we'll have to think of more positive phrases to associate with this English team rather than the gallows humour.
The thing is that we avoid cliches like the plague.
Quite so. In comes Stuart Brook at the start of his third over, and probably his last before lunch. Pitches it well up. Latham is equal to it, nullifies any movement by a forward defensive. The ball goes out to mid-on, no run. I stand by what I say. I reckon you can tell usually by the first over what a ball is doing, and there's been no discernible seam or pop. That one ball which went off at a strange angle. There's certainly been no swing so far, Al, has there?
Absolutely. It's interesting considering what Boult got, isn't it? Sorry, Al.
No, you're absolutely dead right.
Broad in again, round the wicket to Latham. Just slightly. 4 slips and a gully, yes, I should have mentioned that. That just goes off slightly off the outside of the edge. Not totally in control of that shot, but in no danger, no run. Yeah, but when they swapped balls, when they actually changed balls and insisted on changing them early in the final session yesterday, that new ball failed to do anything when it had been going around hoops prior to that. Broad.
Yeah, that's true.
Broad in again. Latham looks over his shoulder. A little bit of movement off the seam there, but started wide enough not to be a threat to Latham. Leaves it well alone, playing for the lunch break.
Warren says thank you for the description of the closed field, Forthy.
Mon plaisir.
And Rajesh Mohan asked who'll Jimmy come back for in the test, India test, unless he does something spectacular. I'd suggest Potts.
That would be very rough on Potts. He's had a good series, but I understand. I mean, someone's always got to give way. In comes Broad, bowls that one a little wider and a little fuller, and the bait is met by a very nicely struck 4 through the vacant long off area. Might be getting a little jingle there, aren't we? A very brief one. Yeah, go.
I know I'm only 2 hours late to this, but I can tell you why the New Zealanders are wearing black armbands. The team is supposed to... former New Zealand selector, president and life member Don Neely. So that's the reason for the black armbands.
In comes Broad round the wicket. And there's a false shot, it has to be said, a leading edge, but all along the ground by Latham. It's squirts out to the third man area, fielded by Stokes. And they come through for just for 2 runs, I think. Latham moves on to 12. He has got all of the runs so far. So New Zealand are on 12. We see the Dickie Bird clock move over to the top of the hour, so this will certainly be the last ball of this intriguing morning session. Perhaps didn't quite have all the fireworks, or certainly didn't have some of yesterday's play, but again, intriguing nonetheless. In comes Stuart Broad for the last ball. Pitches it well up, but on middle stump, flicked away. Wouldn't want you to have missed that, as they say, by Latham. He keeps the strike for the start of the afternoon session. New Zealand 13 for none at the end of the 5th over. Latham 13 off 21. Young, no runs off 9. Broad, none for 11 off 3. And Leach will have conceded 2 runs off his 2 overs. And that thus endeth the session. Let's see if there's any more tweets, and then we'll get Al to summarise how he sees the play.
Just a couple from the pawn bot, who's always on the ball, as it were. It says, there's nothing like a bit of side bottom, click here, and no swinging. No swinging, how disappointing, click here. And Ruddy says, why can't Anderson come in for Crawley? He won't lose any runs. Pope can make shift open. That's a fair point, too. And Roger Miller says, if a famous All Black died, I wonder if the All Blacks would wear a white armband. Yeah. Okay, that's it for tweets.
That's it for tweets. Quick summary from Al of the morning session.
Thrilling, enthralling, delicately poised, critical first hour, everything that you would want Test match cricket to be, these teams have provided for in spades. Don't leave us for too long. We'll be back after some luncheon messages, which I'm sure that Jacob will tell us about in just a moment. But everything all still to play for. I was going
to say that sounded like a brief description of your early dating history there, Al, to start with. Then we pivoted to a description of the current Test match.
Well, I'd have to lie down on a psychologist's couch if we were going to talk about my early dating history. So.
Just a couple of catchphrases off of YouTube. Yeah. Richard Harmon says Tony Bishops is by any manner of means, which is spot on. And Jeff Thomas says last night at the opera in a Liverpool accent.
Aha, yeah. Thank you. It's great to have your company. Thank you, thank you, Messi. I'll throw the ball across to Jacob, who is going to cue something up for the lunch break.
Thank you. Thank you, Forthy. Thank you, Al. And we have Gorilla from last year talking to Deep Dasgupta. So I'll just put that on now.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and our special guest today is a man who has played with and against some of the greatest names in the game. In an all-too-brief international career at the start of the century, he scored 100 against England in Mohali, opening for a team with a quite awesome middle order of Dravid, Tendulkar, Ganguly and Laxman. Wicketkeeper batsman, in 2005 he took over Bengal's captaincy in the Ranji Trophy, leading them to a runners-up position in successive seasons. Now a commentator who can be heard on the Hindi, Bengali and English language versions of the IPL. He's also a highly respected coach. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. Deep, it's great to have you with us. How are you?
Thank you so very much. It's an absolute pleasure to be here.
Good to have you. Now, you know, we're pretty frustrated over here about what's happening with our cricket season. We've had no cricket so far this summer. But in a nation like India, which is so cricket crazy, how on earth is the population coping? Or is cricket being put to the back of people's mind because of COVID?
Fair enough. But it's crazy here because this is usually would be your IPL season. I mean, it would be over by now. But it would usually be IPL season. And this is the time of the year where nothing happens apart from IPL these two months. I mean, April, May, a bit of June at times. So, I mean, a lot of highlights have been shown, and the numbers I gather for the highlights are pretty good as well. I mean, so people are still watching cricket even if it's and there's been a lot of Insta lives and shows like that, recorded and all. So people are still a lot of people actually. Every time I speak to someone, they're like, okay, when are we seeing live cricket again? So people are actually waiting for live cricket to start.
But do we think that COVID has passed its peak, or is it still on the way up in India?
Unfortunately, I think it's on its way up as of now. I think the month of June is going to be very, very critical because the lockdown kind of opened the first week of June. So, people are starting to go back to their workplaces and all. Expecting a little spike in the number of cases in this month. But hopefully by the end of this month or beginning of July, there'll be some flattening of that curve.
Right, but what are you hearing? I mean, you're close to the game. As we said, you're an IPL commentator. What are you hearing about the possibility of it being played at all this year? I understand Ganguly sent a letter to state associations yesterday talking about it might be played in empty stadiums. Is that realistic?
I think that is very realistic. If you look at the situation right now, I don't see crowd in the stadium for the next 8 months to a year now.
Right.
I think that's the new reality that we have to live with. Stadiums. We can come up with options like ambience through the PA system or cutouts or Zooms or LCD TVs. But I don't see crowd at the stadium for a while now till we have vaccines and major part of the population is vaccinated. As far as the IPL is concerned, I think it's still a possibility because I remember way back in 2009-10, if I'm not wrong. There was an IPL which lasted for 36 or 38, if I'm not wrong.
Right.
So I think there can be a window created because already BCCI has cancelled the Sri Lanka and the Zimbabwe tour. So that opens up a window a little bit of a like September end-ish. Right now, October last week was still is the World Cup still scheduled, right? Yeah. So you still have a window, even if the World Cup's not cancelled or postponed for that matter. You still might end up getting a window of a month or a little over a month.
What would you say? Would Indian fans like more to see an IPL without crowds, or India going and perhaps winning the World T20 in Australia? If you had to choose, I mean, often people say to us in England, would you rather win the World Cup or win the Ashes? What would people in India generally say about that?
So what would you say, the Ashes?
Well, we said the Ashes, but then we also wanted the World Cup, so it's kind of, we sort of stood on the fence with that one, really, in the end. So after we'd won the World Cup, well, of course, when they suddenly thought, yeah, we want to win the Ashes as well.
Fair enough. But having said that, I guess if you can guarantee that India is going to win the World Cup, then I guess the World Cup. But I guess there are no guarantees that way. So IPL is something. Listen, IPL is a little more than cricket. It's just about cricket. It's cricketainment. It's an industry in itself. We tend to kind of look at sports from only a sports perspective, and I think that's a little myopic if you look at through the prism of only sports, because sports like EPL in England, I mean, or not just England, world over.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an industry in itself. So I think you've got to look at cricket and IPL as industries in itself, because it has its own ecosystem. And I think, if you guarantee that that India is going to win the World Cup, then that World Cup. But otherwise, but having said that, you know what? I don't think that's the choice that one needs to make at this point in time. I think both of them, as of now, are still possible. If we can ride over this wave here in India, month of June, as I reckon, and most of the people I've spoken to reckon, if we can ride that wave and be all right by end of July, then maybe September end, October first week, you can have something, some cricket played here.
It's interesting you talk about it as being an industry. I mean, I understand that if it didn't go ahead, the IPL, the BCCI would lose something like $530 million in terms of revenue, and I mean that's a huge amount of money, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean it might be more than that. It might just be more than that, because you add the sponsors, the central sponsors, you add obviously the rights money and all that. So I mean there are some numbers which are floating around to the tune of $1 billion actually.
Right. Okay.
In terms of rupees, would be 7,000 crores or $1 billion. I don't know about the figures, but yeah, it's a huge amount there. But the other important thing is what people don't really realize is the other industries which are connected, the ecosystem that I was talking about. You have the hotel industry, the airline industry, the hospitality, and the events and everything else. So, I mean, it's a huge thing from that perspective. It's not just about the BCCI. It's about all the allied industries as well.
Yeah, that's a very good point, I suppose. The other thought is that it might be moved to another country. I think I saw that being talked about yesterday. And of course, there has been a precedent of that, hasn't there? Because we had, I think it was IPL 2 was in South Africa in 2009. How was that for Indian fans? Did it matter that they weren't going to the grounds or weren't be able to pack out the grounds? Is that something that really upsets them?
It does to a certain part of the population, but end of the day, I think IPL or T20 per se is also a very television friendly format. And I think I mean there is a huge population who love to watch it on the television, T20s, because of the broadcasting quality, everything else which comes along with watching it on television or any other even digital platform and everything else. So yes, while you might want to actually go and experience that, because in itself it's a fantastic experience watching it live in a stadium, but you wouldn't mind watching it on television either if you have that chance.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Let's move on from the IPL a little bit and let's talk about you a bit more and your start in cricket. And I noticed on your website that you say you really had to work hard for your success. It's an interesting thing for English fans. We know what the general pathway is now to the England team, as it was, or even to one of the first-class counties. Yeah. What is it like for a young Indian promising cricketer? How difficult is it for them to make their mark? And how difficult was it for you, really?
Well, I'll be honest. I've never been, and I don't think I've ever been the most talented individual in any playing 11 that I've played. So obviously had to slog it a little more. So, but what I really tried to do was be the most hardworking in any team that I was part of. And because that's the only way I knew how to do it. The other thing you mentioned about the system, I think the good part about like England and like Australia, the system itself is very robust. That's the reason you don't see big transition periods when a generation leaves and a new generation comes in, right? So that's one of the very, very important reasons why a country like India has maintained its position off and on top of the table. So I think from that perspective, so it's like a very filtered and robust system. on top of that, there are certain filters which come naturally for a country like India, a populated country like India with 1.3 billion. Obviously, competition, because as far as sport is concerned, out of 5 sports, it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 would be cricket, and then maybe a tennis or a badminton or something else, right? So everyone wants to play for cricket for the country. So competition-wise, yes. Then obviously with competition comes a lot of things like selection, because it's a team sport as well, right? It's something that you have to be selected to play. So that brings its own dynamics, selection, selectors, things like that. So there are certain filters which are planned, and there are a lot of unplanned filters as well, which a country like India would understandably have, and they have it. So it is that way tough, because obviously you go through the age groups like 16, 19 and all that. Apart from that, you a lot of these hurdles where selectors might not, a particular selector might not like you because you didn't say good morning to him. Right. There are things. There are personal liking and dislikings as well, and so there are these hurdles that I guess almost every team sport might have. The coach might not like you, or some selector might not like you, some administrator might not like you. So I guess it's that way. It's tough. Predominantly because of the competition that we have.
Well, we always see that, whenever we see pictures from Mumbai or somewhere like that, we see people on the Maiden, there are all these games going on. But how is it for someone who's playing in one of those games, perhaps, to actually force themselves forward, unless they perhaps go to is it as much as going to the right school or being involved with the right club? How difficult is it for someone, at the lower strata of society to make their way? Is it very, very difficult, I imagine?
I don't think it's difficult in terms of your economic background, because I think one of the most equal playing field that you have would be the sport. So I don't think economic background, socio-economic background, or any other for that matter, thing would matter that much. But like I said, the system is very nice in terms of you start off at a club level or academy that you practice. From the academies, I'm talking about specifically about Calcutta or Bengal here. So from academies, there's a lot of inter-academy tournaments. From there, you play Division 1 or Division 2 cricket. From there, you get selected to your age group cricket, which will represent your state. So under 16, 19. And then from there, there's an under 23. And then there's the senior first class cricket or senior state cricket. So I think that way it's very well structured. But yeah, the process can be tough. Like I said, depending, you've got to make some very, very important choices, as you mentioned, playing for the right academy, playing for the right clubs, making sure you bowl or you get to bat where you want to, or your stronger suits are. You need people to kind of look at you, because a lot of time what happens is they're good batsmen, but they never get the opportunity to bat in the top 3. Right. Hence, they don't get enough runs, and because of that, doesn't get noticed. So, things like that keep happening all the time. But that's the reason I think, even though it's structured, but as an individual, you've got to be very, very smart in making those choices.
Well, going back to that time when you forced your way into the test side, how was it for you to be opening the batting? You're a wicketkeeper, as we know, and opening the batting, and you've got that middle order lineup behind you. I mean, were you overawed in any way, or had you sort of had enough contact with them before to actually slip into that situation quite comfortably?
So interesting. This is pre-IPL period, right? So yeah. The difference between domestic cricket and international cricket is huge. We all know that, right? Yeah. Irrespective of which country you're playing. But pre-IPL, the situation was a little different, because obviously because of the national scheduling and stuff, most of these people would not get the time to play domestic cricket. Right. So before playing for the country, I had played maybe Srinath once, Zahir once, Ashish once, Anil once, Haji, everyone once maybe. Played against Sachin once, Rahul maybe a couple of times. But I mean, now because of IPL, you get a taste of international cricket even before you play international cricket. Right? So you know what it's like. But at that point in time, it was I was awestruck when I first got into that dressing room. I mean, you're looking at Sachin, Rahul, Saurav, because I had played a couple of games and had shared the dressing room, so I knew him a little better than the others. Yeah. But from that perspective, it was. But I think one of the things that I actually have to mention is we all know the names that you mentioned, Anil, Srinath, and obviously the top 4 batsmen in the middle order. They're all great batsmen, but what I think that they're better human beings than cricketers. So I mean, I had some awesome time with them. They were very, very accepting of any newcomers, not just me. Very open about it. They were very adjusting as well. So I think I didn't have too much of a problem. Yes, initially the first couple of days, it's like, yeah, oh my God, it's Sachin there and it's Saurabh there and all that. But yeah, after a couple of days, because one of the first, I think it was the first day, we landed in South Africa, and one of the first things that happened to me was Srinath said, what are you doing for dinner? Let's go out for dinner. So Anil, Srinath, we all went out for dinner. Right. And yeah, I mean, that was an icebreaker of sorts, and it was brilliant after that.
I suppose you have to have a sort of a deep inner confidence. Is that something you would say you had, even if you think to yourself, I'm not the most talented individual, and I'm with these incredibly talented individuals, but you've got to have a sort of deep well of confidence, really.
Yeah, I actually did. I actually did. I think one of the most important things, which I'm sure you heard before us, I mean, to sustain yourself or stay there for longer periods at international cricket, yes, your talent is important, but how strong you are mentally, I think that makes a huge difference. One of the things I think I didn't cope up really well with was the criticism. That's something that, a lot of people are not kind of ado, criticism or being told or whatever. So I think those things you learn, and but the confidence part, as you mentioned, I mean, obviously once you're there in that dressing room, and what helps is, I mean, my first test I got 30 odd runs, right, and straight away that gave you that confidence, right? That what, it's all right. And the first over or so, it was like, oh, you're playing Sean Pollock. I was like, oh my God, what's going to happen? Whether I can survive or not. And then you survive the first over, then you say, you know what, I think I can survive. And then you score a few runs, then you start thinking, you know what, I think I can score runs as well. So I think that happens step by to a certain extent.
Is it the first thing of actually just feeling the ball in the middle of the bat? Is that the thing that suddenly gives you that bit of confidence?
Yeah, I remember my first scoring shot was a cracker of an on drive to Mackay and Tini. And I'll be very honest, I was... it was a good length ball, and Mackay and Tini's action was coming back into you, right? I was actually trying to protect my jewels. But I couldn't believe myself how well I timed that shot. I was like, oh my God, that was a good shot.
Well, it's interesting. Actually, it's interesting. I mean, I've played at a much lower level, but there are a couple of times you can think back into your playing life, and you've no idea how you played the great shot that you played. It's kind of nice to hear that comes in at the top level as well. It's just something clicked.
I mean, that was my first scoring shot in international cricket. I was like, wow. And honest to God, I mean, it was one of the best shots I've played at that level. So, and so, yeah, I mean, that kind of gives you confidence as well that, you can score runs. So, yeah, so step by step, I went up there, yeah.
Now let's talk about then the match against England in Mohali, and you got your 100 there. What do you remember in particular about that game?
I think I remember the test match before that, which was the second one of the South Africa series. I played a really good knock. I mean, we had to bat through the last day of the test match to save the test match, which Rahul and I batted through almost the whole day, and we saved that test match. So I think I was carrying that that confidence into that test match. Secondly, also, at times you're in a zone where nothing else matters. So I was kind of, those 3-4 months I was in that zone where, I was like in a trance kind of a thing. I was just going through the motion and not really thinking too much. One of the things that Rahul told me while we were in the previous test match was, take one ball at a time, one over at a time, just try and play out a session. And that's all I actually tried to do during that first test at Mohali. Mohali back then was spicier, the pitch there. Right. And yeah, all I tried to do was just take one over at a time, then, maybe half a session, like go till the drinks, then from drinks to the end of the session. And I mean, if you look at the number of balls I played, I think I played the whole day, maybe more than a day. So I wasn't too worried about scoring runs. I was like, you know what, I just want to bat, just need to be out here.
And what do you feel? What's that? I mean, for those of us who haven't got to experience this amazing feeling, getting to three figures in a Test match, and quite early in your Test career. And obviously, we didn't know how long that was going to go on. But what was that feeling like, getting those three figures?
Oh, that was phenomenal, actually. I mean, phenomenal in the sense you have that sense of belonging, because, I mean, any team that you enter, one of the first things that you want is the acceptance and acknowledgement from your peers, right? Yeah. And obviously I got a lot of that from the previous innings that I played, but once you get that 100, that's like if you're playing in a team as a batsman, wicket keeper, that's one of the boxes that you want to tick as a batsman, getting 100, so I think that was a huge thing, and also getting 100, not too many wicketkeepers have done that for India in Test match cricket. So then you start, all my life, what I did was as I mentioned, I would take one step at a time. So when I was first picked for the zone, I started thinking, I'm one of the top 8 wicketkeeper batsmen in the country. Then when I was picked for the next level, I'm one of the top wicketkeeper out of the 4 in the country. Because we were picked for a camp, there were only 4 wicket keepers in that camp. So, and then when I got that, I was like, not too many wicket keepers have got 100, so I'm making a name for myself.
Right.
So I think those things started sinking in, and then obviously that confidence level started going up, saying, I think I can, because a lot of my teammates said, you keep going this way, you will be around for a while. And and that's something that gave me a lot of confidence.
Well, it's interesting. You touch on being one of the 8 best wicketkeeper batsmen in the country. We've obviously had a discussion, or we've often had a discussion in this country about how difficult it is to open in a Test match and also keep wicket. I mean, how was that for you? That's a hell of a lot of responsibility when you first come into a side.
It was, and I think I was asked if I would open in the second Test match, because the first Test match in South Africa, Rahul opened, and in the second, Rahul was like, I want to bat at number 3. That's my position. And then before the second Test match, I think eve of the second Test match, Saurav asked me if you want to open. I was like, listen, I can bat anywhere as long as I'm playing. I'm ready to bat anywhere. He said, okay, then open, because in the first Test match I had actually batted against the second new ball, and I did all right. So they saw that in me. So I said, as long as I'm playing, I wouldn't mind batting anywhere. So I opened. How I see it is, if you are physically strong and mentally strong, then the other aspect becomes a little easier, because as a wicketkeeper, if I've kept wickets on a surface for 80 overs, I know that surface better than anyone else.
Right.
The bounce, the turn, the pace of the pitch, I know it better than anyone else. It's just the problem is whether physically am I fatigued, mentally whether I'm fatigued or not. So because my career was only 2-3 years, maybe if I'd played longer, I've had to I had to choose then, like someone like Sangha did. He chose to bat top order and leave wicket keeping.
Yeah.
So I think in the long run, it becomes very difficult. But for a couple of seasons or 2-3 years, I think it's doable, and especially if you're in your early 20s.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. You went on to captain Ben Gall, and I'm not quite sure without looking through all the previous scorecards. Were you doing the 3 jobs then, captaining, opening, and keeping wicket?
I actually was batting at number 6, but then when Saurav would be, then our middle order was packed, so we had to make space at times. So I would open then. So for example, the second year, the finals I opened against Mumbai. I was happy to
international level.
My first game, the team sheet, I've got it framed, because it said Deep Das Gupta captain and the second name is Saurav Ganguly. That's for my grandchildren, actually.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. Let's move on and talk about Saurav Ganguly, who's relatively recently become the BCCI president. I suppose with guerrilla cricket, we're always looking to expand the game. We're always talking about the game globally. It's something that our listeners and viewers are very, very interested in. I think initially when Ganguly took on the role, he's actually talking about India getting more of the money that's being generated, because India does actually generate that revenue. Would that, in your view, does that harm the development of the game? I mean, is that something that we should be resisting? Should we be trying to widen the boundaries a little bit?
It is important to widen the boundaries. I think we need to figure out how, because unlike a lot of sports, we have 3 formats.
Yeah.
Right. We've got 3 formats, and not just men. We've got women's cricket as well. So I think there are 2 aspects to this. One is obviously the financial side of it, and I was talking to one of the ICC people, because this was, and I spoke to this gentleman around 2 years ago when the number of teams that were playing the 50 over one day, the World Cup, came down to 10. And there was a huge debate about whether it should come down and all that. And he said, listen, there are ways that we need to find out to kind of spread the game. Because unlike football, if you take football to a new country, FIFA makes money. Right? But in cricket, when ICC takes sport to a different country, it's ICC who has to give the grants. So it's ICC losing money. So somewhere it needs to be compensated. Right? So, unlike other sports, it's the other way around. It's where ICC has to fund the new countries or the new teams or associate countries and all. So I think from that perspective, it's very, very important to keep in mind of boards which actually can compensate for the growth of the sport to other countries. So I think there has to be a fine balance between, making in the money, getting it commercially viable to spread the sport to other parts as well.
Do you think though? We've moved on a little bit from the notion of the big 3 from a couple of years ago, when India, Australia, and England were accused of sort of creating this cabal. Do you think that we can move on beyond that and absorb more teams into the game in general?
I think we can. We definitely can. But again, like I said, we have to find the right balance between generating the finances to spread the sport. We need to figure out what's the right vehicle to spread the sport as well. In my opinion, I think women's cricket is the best vehicle to spread the sport. I don't think you find a better vehicle than women's cricket right now.
Right.
Spread it, beyond the Commonwealth countries.
Yeah.
I honestly think there has to be more countries involved. That's where I think when this whole Test Championship came in, I think it's a great idea. But I also believe that if there can be 2-tier Test Championship, top 6 in Group 1 and the other 6 in Group 2, then what happens is the other sides like Afghanistan, Ireland, they don't have to depend on the others. They don't have to depend on the top 3 to, when are you going to give us a series?
I suppose there's that, but then there is also the notion that if they do get to play one of the big teams, financially that could be very important for them.
Absolutely. I'm not denying that, and I actually had a plan, or I still have a plan, where you play 10 Test matches in a year against based on the TP, and then you add another 2-3, because on an average, England definitely plays more Test matches in a cricket season than anyone else, around 16-17. But on an average, every country plays around 13-14 Test matches. So you play 10 based on the FTP, and then you play 2-3 extra, where you actually go on and kind of play against, let's say, the new and upcoming countries like Afghanistan or Ireland, play a couple of Test matches and help them out as well. Because the other important thing is Test match. One of the reasons I believe people are losing or Test matches losing viewership is the competition. There are too many bilateral series where there's not too much of competition. If I give you a choice between England, Australia, England, India, or let's say England, Zimbabwe, So for me, I think it's important to actually you play. The other sides play against the top 3, 4, 5 sides in the world, but it's also important that you keep the viewership alive and you keep people following Test cricket alive by making it more competitive.
Well, it's interesting. We covered the Ireland's inaugural Test against Pakistan, and we also were involved in a game that Nepal played at Lord's, and it's good to see those teams involved, and especially Nepal, which has again just been granted back into the ICC, of course, had some problems at one point. The love for cricket there is phenomenal.
Absolutely, yes, and that's where I think the other countries, rather than they can support countries like Nepal, Afghanistan with infrastructure, with sending in cricketers and coaches, getting them to come over and here against, let's say, the India A side or the England A side, the tour, because the idea is there's no point. I mean, once in a while you play, Nepal plays against England, it's fine, it looks very nice and all that. But actually, are they learning anything? I mean, listen, I mean, England scores 350 and they're all out for 120, 130. They're not learning anything out of that. They rather play England A or maybe the England Lions, which you call A-side Lions. They play the Lions and the games are more competitive and they actually learn something. And that's how you improve a side. Not, I mean, it's like, you know, you put them, I mean, it looks nice, you're giving them grants and everything else, but you don't want them to be on crutches all their lives. You know, you've got to take the crutches away. And one of the ways you can take those crutches away is making them self-sufficient by helping them with the grassroots level and the infrastructure there.
So that means maybe putting money into helping develop grounds and things like that. In if you take Nepal for an example,
absolutely.
Yeah, and I mean even in countries where the players are struggling to make a living. I suppose you talk about the West Indies coming over to England, but they're really not going to make a huge amount of money from that. I mean, is there a role for the ICC in funding those countries which have slipped a little bit and need to be brought back up to a better level in some respects? Is there a role for the ICC in that?
I think yes. I definitely think yes. ICC, and through the ICC, boards like BCCI, the Cricket Australia, ECB. I think obviously these three boards, and also add Cricket South Africa in there as well, has to help. There's no two ways about it. Because obviously look at Zimbabwe right now. Back when I was playing international cricket, I played a series against them. They were a gun side.
Yeah.
You know, they were a really, really good side, early 2000, late 90s and early 2000. Yeah. I mean, they've slipped from there, and they slipped because, again, I mean, they don't have that structure there. So one thing is obviously financially helping them and making them secure. And also, like I mentioned before, I mean, if you're giving money to someone, you also have to make sure that the money is spent the right way.
Yeah.
A lot of times I know money's been given to all countries and associate countries and all, but maybe they're not used the way they should be.
Yeah, there's always a problem with politics in cricket, isn't there? It's about who the people are involved and what their own motivations for being involved are. I mean, it's a controversial subject, I suppose, in some respects, but even more perhaps controversial this week was the comment by Darren Sammy about his experience in the IPL. And you obviously talk Hindi, and there was this particular, he didn't know it was an insult at the time. He thought he was being called stallion. What are your feelings about that? How did you feel about that? And how has that been seen in India? The fact that he came out with those comments.
I think we realize that there is this casual racism, so to say, in Southeast Asia, because there are a lot of things that we say which it's not. See how the Western world looks. Racism is a little different from how maybe Asia or Southeast Asia looks at it.
Right.
And obviously it's layered. It's not as because our society is so layered. So it's like a country like India. There, like you can actually find good 6-7 countries within India. So obviously, I mean, we're definitely not happy about it. It will be justified by any stretch of imagination. But there's something that obviously everyone's looking inward now and needs to look inward and say, you know what, it's time to start looking at these casual words that we use, which might not be right. As far as Darren Sammy not knowing the meaning of it, I'm not too sure about that. I saw a tweet, he tweeted way back in 2014 wishing someone happy birthday, and he mentioned something. So I'm not too sure whether he did not know the meaning. I find that a little strange, but again, not justifying the use of the word.
You mentioned that word in a tweet to you, you're saying?
Yeah, he did that. He did that. I saw a tweet way back, I think, I'll tell you the date, I think 1st November 2014.
Okay, that's interesting to know. It's become a sort of a more high-profile situation. We've had various people in this country, Michael Carberry, recently talking to one of the podcasts about the way that black people are seen in cricket now. Let's move on from that to more pleasant things in a way.
One thing in?
Oh, yes, of course.
Quickly, one thing. I mean, I know. I mean, Mark Carberry mentioned about it. Obviously, Dan Sammy mentioned about it. But I tell you what, India, at least I can speak for India, one of the most secular, equal places that you can find is the cricket field or the sports field. You know, so I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I mean, it's part of the society that, like I said, we're not happy about it, and it's time for us to kind of introspect.
Okay, let's talk about your coaching career, because that's I think that's what you've embarked on a lot. Tell us a little bit about that and where you've been involved.
Oh, well, I've been involved with the Cricket Division of Bengal, which is the Bengal first class side, as a consultant coach. I've coached the India under-23 way back in 2013-14. Then the media career happened, and then because I've always been a passionate coach, I've always been passionate about coaching, because I think it's fun. You see a kid, you say something to a kid, and the kid starts doing well. The gratification it's unbelievable. But having said that, because of the media commitments and all, I can't give too much of time to coaching. So one of the things that I've done in the last couple of months is start my own website with online coaching called deepdasgupta.com, and it's open to everyone and anyone. So I don't have to be physically there. So I could be doing an India-England series, and in the evening I can actually look at the videos and send my suggestions or advice through online.
It's incredible, isn't it, really, when you think of the technology.
And we are back. Messi, you're supposed to be on. Oh, you are on. That's quick. Look at you. Very professional. We'll come back after lunch, and New Zealand's been quite studious. Not like England. It's 13 for none. Only 5 overs.
Still playing Test cricket.
Yeah, well, they're still playing Test cricket.
Well, I noticed that since the end of the England innings, at which stage New Zealand were $3.60 to win, which seemed crazy to me. They've come into $2.85, and England are now even money. So it's sort of leveled up a bit. I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's very even. It's a one innings game, effectively, again, isn't it? All 3 tests have kind of turned out like that. It's been good stuff. Straight after lunch, opening the bowling. Thought this would be the case. Thought it was a bit.
I've heard from pots that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
And the first ball, he was around the wicket at Latham. He tries to put his bat out of the way, gets a big under edge. Thought it had gone back onto his stumps, but no.
I think it was off his arm guard, actually.
Was it off his arm guard? I'm joined by Jacob on my left. 2 in the studio.
His glove.
Punched it down into the ground.
Not far away from Matthew Potts there.
No, could have gone anywhere as well. If it had hit the side of the glove, it had ballooned up to slip. He's not a great series, is Latham. Potts' second ball arrowed in towards the thigh pad, turned to mid wicket, and there's no run.
And on the other side of that, I'd say Potts has had a decent series.
Yeah.
He's been good, he's been solid, he's not been the most remarkable of the England bowlers, but for a debut series he's looked pretty good, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think on that first morning we thought, wow. But he's consistent. He's not the fastest, is he? But he's got consistent line length. He's very parsimonious with his runs. So I'll give him that. Well, the Kiwis certainly haven't managed to get after him. Around the wickets, Potts, and again it's turned into leg side. Fielded by Broad, no run.
There was some talk about him overseas and what would he be like, and is his pace high enough? The thing I think which doesn't make him a Chris Woakes is that he's not usually getting a huge amount of movement through the air. He's had a couple of big in-swingers, but he hits the deck pretty hard and he gets a little bit of nibble, and I think on hard pitches overseas that could be useful.
Yeah, and he also has good cross-seam variety, doesn't he? That's into the pads of Latham, clips it square this time. It's wide enough of Broad at mid-wicket that they'll scoot through for a quick single.
I think he also gets some deceptive bounce. He's not a tall man, and he looks like he's just surprised that first ball with Latham gloving it. Just a touch of bounce, which maybe surprises the batsman.
Well, he's strong, he's built, isn't he? Really, he looks like he could go forever.
Yeah, I think if he could put on 2-3 miles an hour onto his average.
That old chestnut.
Yeah, the usual. The usual.
You're an English bowler. Can you put on 2 or 3 miles an hour?
Can you go? But if he could go from 82 to 85
consistently,
and operate a sort of Jimmy Anderson 83, 84, 85 kind of region, he could be very, very good. I think just 80 to 82 is a touch too slow.
Indeed, many English bowlers are like that though. except for the ones that are injured. As Will Young, who's yet to get off the mark. He's faced 9 balls, 10 now. Defends that one back down the track, and there is no run.
I wonder
Tell me, Jacob,
any relation to that.
Pakistan, are England going to Pakistan for a test series later this year?
Yes, they are in December. 3 tests, I believe.
Yeah, 3 tests
That's
before
going to be
Christmas.
a huge test of their fast bowling, isn't it?
Well, exactly.
And the spin bowling
department.
reserves.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the fast bowlers are the key.
They are.
You only had to look at what happened between Australia and Pakistan. It was an amazing series.
Yeah,
but the fast bowlers were bowled into the ground.
Yeah, as that one is left alone outside the off stump by Young, and that ends a 6 over. For it to keep a no run. Has anyone joined us after lunch, or are they all just dozing still?
Just Pirate Badger at this stage. He says, afternoon, old salts and sea dogs, so choose your poison. And Warren says, he says there is showing his grammar schoolishness. Parsimonious.
Yeah. It's a nice word, though.
It is a good one.
It's almost onomatopoeic. You know,
I think if we get fewer injuries, if people heal up by December, England could be all right because we've got some good reverse swing bowlers.
Yeah.
Ben Stokes can reverse it. Anderson can reverse it. Wood can. We haven't seen what Potts can do with an old ball reversing yet, but there is some good reverse swing in the England fast bowling stocks.
Well, what there needs is stamina. That's the thing. So Wood worries me a lot in that regard.
Joffre. We'll have Joffre back. Mind you, they'd just break him again, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Bowl him all the time. I was looking at England's schedule at the end of the summer. Is quite crazy. We go to Pakistan for 3 ODIs or 5 ODIs. As Broad comes around the wicket to Latham, who defends that nicely up towards mid-on. There's no run. Then we go to Australia, where we've got 2 T20s and 3 ODIs. Then we go back to... then we stay in Australia, presumably. Or it might be we go to Australia...
For the World Cup, presumably.
I think we go to Australia for a bunch of T20s and ODIs. Then we go to Pakistan for like 3 or 4 ODIs, presumably the ones we cancelled last year.
Yeah.
Then we go back to Australia for the T20 World Cup. And then we go on to Pakistan for 3 tests, and that's all before Christmas.
Wow.
And that's all pretty much October, November and December.
Blimey.
Yeah.
Broad around the wicket, nicely played, forced into the offside by Latham. It's running away across the practice strips out towards the boundary. It's chased down by Jamie Overton. They'll probably get back for 3. They do. I've got under 26.5 for the fall of the first wicket. I'm thinking that was probably a bad bet at the moment.
Where does Stokes particularly, and England's multi-format players in general, fit in to the World Cup so close to a test series in Pakistan? Stokes in particular.
I think they'll prioritise the World T20 over the test series.
But Stokes doesn't necessarily always get in the T20 team these days.
No.
Maybe part of the squad, I'd say.
Well, I don't know. They might make it. Well, I guess they might sound out the players and see what they think as well. I mean, Root said he still wants to play T20 for England. But he's now no longer in the squad. I mean, there are so many players that... I mean, I think we could perm a squad and still have a good chance of winning it, because that's into the leg side and there's no run.
And then you go the other way and you think, well, people like Moeen Ali trying to break back into the test squad, is he going to do that by playing a World T20 where he would definitely be in the team?
Well, I think, he'd rather play in the World T20. I think if it's a World Cup competition, I think...
and the tours leading up to it. What gets priority there, Yeah.
Well, the bowlers...
It's a real mistake to think of Pakistan as being anything like India for touring, too.
Yeah. And they're just really flat batting tracks, aren't they? They've got no pace in them. It's left alone through to the keeper and there's no run. They don't seem to really break up in the way that Indian pitches do either.
They're still dry and they still spin.
They're dry and they spin, but it's not...
They don't, go
it's
square.
Not quick spin.
It's not dust.
Yeah, and it's not the ones that sort of rear up off a length, kick, turn, bounce, that sort of shit that's totally unplayable in India.
It's a real test of endurance.
Which, in England's new crash bang wallop era,
this is it. I still can't
where does that go?
Well, it'd be interesting if they try it out there.
Yeah, can they try and score 350 in a day in Pakistan when the pitch is not there for it?
It might be broken by then.
Oh, that's an edge, surely.
No,
it must have gone off the seam. Christ, that went a fair way off the seam.
And
drawn into the drive, Will Young, and just beat the outside edge through the keeper, no run.
Ian Forth is at home, rocking backwards and forwards, repeating the phrase, no visible deviation.
Yeah. that went quite a long way off the seam, didn't it? I thought he'd nicked that.
It has moved.
A bit of wobble seam.
Just straightened. Good ball from Rod.
I didn't play any jingles when everyone came out, did I? It's very slack of me.
Neglecting your duties.
I am neglecting my duties. That's because we jumped straight in.
You were parsimonious with the jingles.
Oh, well, I was, yes. As that one's... Will Young finally gets off the mark. He's probably going to get off the mark with 4 of them. There's a little bit of a palm on it by Leach. Not enough of one to stop it going down to the boundary. We'll start off after lunch. He will with a 4.
It's me, says she. It's me, says she.
These two are batting and bowling. We'll have Latham.
He opens up a thing, or sometimes keeps wicked. He doesn't bowl great, but I still don't wanna face him. Tom Latham.
Tonight, I'm Will Young. No, not that guy on Papahita. I won't sing out, score some runs.
Is that based on a Will Young tune?
No, it's
tonight.
Yeah,
that's that. Not
I can't remember who that's by though.
No, I can't.
I feel like it begins with an F, and it was at some point during my adolescent years it came out.
Yeah.
Happy days.
Indeed.
Ravi says, why can't Caractacus be our philander? Slowish but accurate wicket to wicket and nibbling the ball each way. Who's Caractacus?
Caractacus Potts.
Oh, right.
I said it yesterday, we need a chitty chitty bang bang Potts jingle.
Well.
Oh.
On the back foot, Latham forces that again out towards the extra cover boundary. Again, Jamie Overton chased it down. This time they get 2. They've got a good start here, 19 off 28. Go on.
That could be a good call.
What?
Potts.
Yes. Well, he supposedly was taking wickets in the county championship when the ball kept being changed. It was going soft and was shit for the bowlers.
He was the only one taking it.
And he was the only one taking him. So maybe, I mean, he was unlucky in the first innings. I mean, he should have had possibly 2 LBWs that might have changed everything. Oh, that was cut. I thought it was aerial for a while from Latham there. I think it
dropped short.
I think it just dropped short of Gully, who's Alex Lee's. He parried it over towards
well, I think
cover.
he just said sorry, boys. So let's have a look. No, straight into the ground.
Straight into the ground.
I think he was apologising for the misfield giving the single.
Yeah.
Oh, he actually didn't do too bad.
So Potts could be might surprise us on dry wickets.
He had that big in-swinger going in the first innings, which should have got wickets.
Yeah. Edged. Oh, I don't know if it was along the ground, but it beat
was.
Second or third slip anyway. It's gone down to the 3rd man boundary, and it will be 4 runs.
2 + 2 is a man.
There was that in-swinger, as I said it, took the outside edge, and just soft hands from Will Young, takes it down in the ground. Jonny Bairstow can't stop it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, nice soft hands.
It's Pope, actually. I'm getting my gingers confused.
Yeah. he's a short ginge. Mind you, Bairstow's not too tall. Young moves on to 8, 2 4s of 16. He's facing up. Potts over the wicket, narrowing it in towards his off stump, and there's no run.
Yeah, he just seems to get some good zip out the hand, does Potts. It seems to be aggressively, even though it's not that quick.
Yeah.
It seems an aggressive action with good.
Well, I think that's partly to do with the fact that he looks like a strong, strapping guy.
Yeah.
Get it through the ball, even if he's not that quick as you say.
He's kind of hurling it,
and he does seem to be able to go all day.
His speeds don't seem to drop, and Jamie Overton on the first day actually got quicker.
Yeah, that was weird. He was bowled fast at the last point of the day, which is not a bad thing either. That is defended square on the offside by Will Young, and there is no run.
I like Jamie Overton bowling, and he just looks quick.
Yeah, he looked quick. He was getting some in-swing as well.
Jofra Archer, when you watch him, he doesn't always look quick because of his very easy action. Overton looks quick, even though he's slower. He's a bit like Potts. He just seems to really hit the deck and really force it out of his hand.
Well, he could be a man to take to Pakistan. He won't be anywhere near the World T20 squad anyway. Edged! Gone!
Yay!
Fuck, I didn't win my money because I had under 26.5, but that's it. Potts gets an early wicket. Airy drive by Young from one that was outside the off stump. It's a thick outside edge. It's taken at third slip. Presumably that's Pope at third slip.
Yep.
And England have their first wicket, and they're still just in the lead.
Whoa.
Cross seas, wobble wall.
So that makes Al Hotchkiss spot on. He said that they'd lose one wicket by the time they drew level.
Well, that's what you want. I mean, you know, they're essentially -3 for 1.
Now, I've got a really good question for you guys from Matthew Cullen, whose Twitter bio shows him as being from Clemson in South Carolina. But he says, I will be at the ground tomorrow with a mate. It will be my first time watching cricket live. What advice do you have for a first day of Test cricket? What to wear, bring, eat, drink, etc.?
Right. Wear comfortable clothing. B, probably go to the Western Terrace if you want an experience. And C, start drinking as soon as you get to the ground.
Yeah, the answer to eat and drink is as much as possible.
Yeah. Make sure you're close to a toilet, probably, if you're an older gentleman like myself.
So my advice would be a little different. It depends whether you've got I suppose you've got a fixed seat, probably, but if you can, try to get somewhere close to behind the bowler's arm.
Yes, well, yeah, in terms of if you want to see, if you try not to, I mean, presumably you can go around the ground, you might be able to get into a couple of stands on one ticket. Usually they're more expensive behind the bowler's arm. Experience Western Terrace will be a laugh, but if you want to see what the ball's actually doing, the quicker bowlers can sometimes be quite hard to pick up from square.
Also, if you don't,
the other thing is to try and find a seat where you get a good view of the screen, because let's face it, an awful lot of what you see is actually what's on the replays.
Yeah. Well, Broad is around a wicket. That was the last ball of the last over that got the wicket, and the first ball of the next over is right onto the toes of Latham, who clips that sweetly out to the mid-wicket boundary, and haven't been 3 runs behind, and now 1 run ahead.
Beautifully timed by Latham. If Matthew Cullen also doesn't like, as I don't really, the party stand, I mean, it's not for me. A lot of grounds now have sort of stands dedicated to the purists, and if that's what you like and you want a quiet day's cricket, they do have a little stand guide a lot of the time.
Yeah, try both, I would suggest, if it's your first day, see which one you prefer. As that's driven out to the extra cover, and there will be no run as it's hit reasonably hard.
Yeah, the Western Terrace not known for its quiet contemplation and deep cricketing insight.
Exactly. Beer snakes and all.
I had a mate, we attend the cricket together, and he's in Birmingham, and he said, let's get some tickets for Edgbaston after this ball.
As that's just worked into the leg side. Good bit of fielding from mid-wicket. Who was that? Couldn't see who it was. Leach diving across, stop it going past him. They still got through for a single.
He said, let's get some tickets for Edgbaston. I've in fact done that for the India test, and he said, let's go in the party stand, and I went, I'm bringing my age redacted here mother to the cricket. She doesn't want to sit in the party stand, nor does my cricket novice girlfriend, nor really do I.
Yeah.
Besides, he's a Sikh gentleman. He's not even really meant to be drinking.
Ah, well, you know.
But he doesn't like it when I remind him of that.
Of course.
Pav Josan, if you're listening.
Well, Kane Williamson is at the crease. We all love Kane, and he has a jingle that I love too.
The Kiwi told me long ago, there's no one better than Marty Crow. I know it's really great.
but tell me, I want to know, have you ever seen Kane laying strokes every which way?
And the first ball to him from Broad. It's on his hip. I thought he'd just turned it around a corner, but must have come off his hip because he hasn't got a run. And therefore was a leg by, 34 for 1. The lead is now 3.
Tell you something really weird, Bear.
What?
Last week, the feed I was getting was about an over behind what you were doing. Today, I'm actually getting the feed, albeit very jerkily, just before you.
What, the one from the one?
How is that possible?
The one on Zoom. Well, I'll tell you what, Messi. Broad is in, and Latham just guides that square in his nine. The power of the listener, and thank you so much for this. Zip offered us some money last week. He would equal some money that people donated, and you generously donated as well, Messi. That got us 240 quid basically, which I was able to get an iMac Pro, MacBook Pro with an i7 chip, 2.7 gig quad port. I mean, it's 2014, mid 240. But it's got a dedicated graphics card as well. Managed to get that for 240 quid, and I've switched that in and plugged in an Ethernet cable rather than doing it on wireless. Broad is in, and that's clipped round the corner down to long leg, where it's fielded by. Well, it looked like Broad because
Crawley, I think it was.
Well, I was confused because he had a floppy hat. I thought Broad bowled. That looks like Broad. And anyway, it was a single to any over, and so I switched that out, plugged in an Ethernet cable, and it seems to not lag at the end of the day on Zoom. So that could be a reason. Yeah,
it must be. I think. Dave Wood says if you miss a T20 World Cup, it's no biggie. There's usually another one along within 6 months.
Well, exactly that. Well, they're trying to have them every 2 years, aren't they? Which means that 1 year you'll have an ODI World Cup and a T20 World Cup, which is ridiculous. Yeah. Frank Rockefeller has given us $50 on YouTube. He says money is on New Zealand. Thank you very much, Mr. Rockefeller.
I think he was trying to give it to Bet365.
Well, maybe
he's made an error.
Well, it's probably you wouldn't have got anything back either way, probably.
I still want to know if Frank Rockefeller is a Rockefeller. Well, it could be just a made-up name, I suppose. But
people
if it was
are standing up again behind the bowler's arm.
For crying out loud!
The arses. In black t-shirts, walking directly behind the umpire.
Well, probably ground scarf. Ooh, that one comes back in from Potts. Inside edge of Latham's bat onto pad.
We saw a minute ago the graphic of Potts set up to Young, and the 4 balls previous to the wicket ball were all grouped very nicely just on that line between a good and a full length, and then the wicket ball was about a good 8 inches fuller, swinging in and drew Young into the shot really nicely.
Yeah, he's a good bowler, Potts. I like him, considering he was 9th on the list or whatever, and I'd never heard of him before this series. Potts played up to mid-off and there's no run. Jamie Overton too, considering we've been stuck with the same fucking cast of characters for so long. We've had Craig Overton for ages, and people have been talking about his brother, but he finally gets a chance, and Potts comes out of nowhere. Maybe our bowling, okay, we haven't got the really quick guys, apart from the ones that are injured, of course. Ollie Stone was bowling in a T20, wasn't he, last night? Apparently I heard a report he was bowling quick. As that one comes again, it seems to jagging a bit off the seam from outside the off stump around the wicket from Potts to Latham, gets a bat on it to mid wicket, and there's no run.
I think we need Sam Curran's 74-mile-an-hour darts back.
Yeah. Well, one thing you can say, and by no way can you compare Sammy Curran to Trent Boult. If you can get a left arm fast in-swing bowler who's got the ability to make it go straight on as well, it is a.
He did get Kohli in the India series.
Yeah,
Sam Curran, he had Kohli.
Well, I mean, when it's swinging, he's pretty useful actually. It's just a lot of the time it doesn't swing. As Potts bowls outside the off stump of Latham, he lets it through to Bairstow behind the stumps, and there's no run.
What about that Reece Topley lad or David Payne? Either of them any good?
Well, I quite liked Payne actually. He's another one I'd never seen before. Seemed to get good pay. The thing is, it's an ODI, so can he do it the whole way through a day? He's a bit of a wiry character. You wouldn't know unless you tried him out. Reece Topley, I'd say yeah, but he's had so many injuries, hasn't he? I mean, he gave up cricket and then he came back. That's a good shot.
Ooh,
Too
lovely.
full by Potts trying to get up there and try and beat the inside edge of the bat, but Latham's wise to that, sees it full, drives it straight back past the bowler, down to the long on boundary, pretty straight for 4 runs.
10 overs in and that ball is looking a bit rough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it looks a very hard wicket, doesn't it?
It does look quite hard. It's not slow, it's not pacey either, but it's got decent carry and it comes onto the bat quite nicely. It's not a great deal in the wicket in terms of seam movement. Potts again around the wicket, that's a better length, but Latham covers up to end the over.
I think Potts is getting the rewards because it seemed like a wicket where if you hit it hard, it will give you a bit.
Yeah.
Broad did decently on it as well, and that was, he hits the pitch relatively hard because of his height. Overton with his pace, they're all kind of hit the pitch seam movement bowlers, and they're getting some reward.
Yeah. Give us some
lots of love for Matthew going to the cricket tomorrow. Mayank says more and more Americans are being exposed to cricket. Hope the guy going to the game tomorrow falls in love with cricket. Normally I'm more of a purist. Often I love a solid set of time quietly watching, but the Pakistan with Barmy Army hits the spot now and then. And Mike Taylor says 2 tips for the first time at the ground. 1, binoculars. 2, get a plastic bottle of pop, empty it without breaking the seal by drilling a hole in the bottom. Then fill the fucker with gin and seal with a silicone plug. Guaranteed a good time.
Well, there's that, yeah, true. Defended Kane Williamson. First ball to Broad's next over. Out square on the offside, and there's no run.
A master of watching cricket, that tweeter.
Yeah. Frank Rockefeller says, he comes back, he says, Cockneys are so nosy. I presume that's about me.
Yeah, it is.
But Ravi has reminded him, I'm not a Cockney, I'm a South Londoner. Much better, indeed.
I've come down from my North London ivory tower to be here today.
Come down to the cool part of London. Broad around the wickets, slightly short of a length, angling in at Latham, defends it onto the leg side, and there's no run. Is this Latham's highest score in this series? Or he got a 40, didn't he, in the first innings of the last test, I think. He's got pretty much nothing else for the rest of the series.
He's not had a 50 this series.
No, he certainly hasn't had a 50. I think he got a fairly decent start.
42 maybe?
Yeah, something like that.
I saw a young lad in the crowd wearing a 100 hat, and I'm very sad.
25 is his highest.
25 is highest. Well, this is his highest then of the series.
Sorry,
so
26.
Because he's on 30.
Imagine wearing a 100 hat to a test match.
Savage. Well,
Philistine.
Yeah, exactly. Left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run. But he wasn't very old, was he?
No,
so we'll let him off.
14 or something. Yeah. And actually, if that
Well,
means he's started watching,
well, that's what they'll tell you, Jacob.
That's what the marketing department want you to think.
Exactly.
If only they marketed test match cricket like that, we might actually get an audience.
Yeah.
Maybe on free telly. Who knows?
Well, how many games are on them? TV this year? It's the same as last year, about 14 or something.
Yeah. On the other hand, the BBC commentary team can be a bit rubbish on telly.
Oh, it's dreadful sometimes. That's defended square on the offside, there's no run.
Channel 4, anyone? It's private now.
But even so, there's something about T20 that, and I suppose the 100, that seems to remove people's brain cells when they get into the commentary box. People who can be quite good normally just go absolutely bananas.
Don't forget the 60 messes.
Oh, fuck off. Sorry.
Can you say that again in the middle of the theme tune, and then we might be able to record it this time?
Is that guy in the middle there, is he awake? There's two guys. There are lots of old people talking, and there's one guy in the middle. He looks quite portly. Might have had some port as well at lunch. As that's defended out to the covers, and there's no run. Kind of got his eyes hooded and closed.
Doing a Mike Gadding impersonation.
Yeah, Danny.
He was in his MCC tie as well. He's a bit far from home.
Oh well.
Dave Woods reckons they should just train Joffre to bowl left-handed, which should help with his elbow.
He does in a way. He bowls left arm spin.
Yeah.
And not bad apparently.
Yeah, apparently it isn't bad. Pravneet Josan on YouTube says that he's going to Edgbaston Pakistan. He's been invited there to watch the India T20 in a couple of weeks. He's looking forward to it.
Wow. Yeah, with India playing, that'd be amazing.
T20 at Edgbaston, that'd be fun. Yeah, very full, almost attempted Yorker. Last ball of the over by Broad to Latham, but he jabs his back down, defends it back, and there's no run. Stokes needs a new hat. Go on.
We're up to date on tweets, but we haven't mentioned Patreon for a while. I would say that we had 6 people become patrons yesterday and join the Gorilla family. And a number of them have already appeared in the Discord channel, which is increasingly fun and a great place to exchange ideas, information, jokes, whatever, and jingles. Jeff Perkins has given us some jingles that are only on Discord at the moment. And on top of that, if you join at various levels, but the maximum is available for people who contribute. I think it's £4.
£4, $5.
And also the Bear and the Bishop podcast is available to everyone who becomes a patron. That's a weekly podcast, which is also great fun. So I'd really encourage you to consider going to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket and indulging yourself.
First ball of the next over is defended by Williamson. Full again. I think they're trying to get it up there because they think they've got a chance. Maybe there's something happening. Of course, Potts got... Who got Williamson in the first innings? Was it Potts again?
In the first innings of this game...
well, we should
test
look at the
my memory. Can't remember. He got him in the first test. Also,
he got both innings in the first test, didn't he?
Yeah.
He got him. First innings of this test.
It was Broad.
It was Broad who got him. Caught behind again, though.
Since we've gone quiet on the tweets, if anyone is at Edgbaston for day 4 of the one-off India test next 2 weeks' time, tweet us and I will maybe see you there.
Yeah. Potts in. Decent ball on a length outside Williamson's off stump. He plays it, defends it nicely out to the offside. There's no run.
There's a bit of a depressing moment beginning of this over where Potts was just tucking in his shirt and sort of pulling out the front waistband of his trousers to do it. And sorry, Messers, but my immediate thought was sandpaper.
You can't help yourself.
Yeah, I know. It's just, oh right, what's he doing there? Hang on, get the cameras on that one. It was Murray Erasmus in that test, wasn't it? He was the umpire in Sandpaper Gate. I think he was. It was in South Africa.
Defended out to the covers once more with the back foot, and there is no run. At the end of this over, we're supposed to be having a change. And once again, I'm not sure Bennett's going to turn up again today.
Yeah. Well, I just saw a couple of tweets in. Mike says, if I was a Brit, I'd be bankrupt and unemployed because I buy tickets to every single day of international cricket, plus multiple days at Lord's for Middlesex.
Well, I keep doing the Euro Millions lottery. I forgot to do it yesterday. It's about 140 million as well.
Oh, you'd have had it then.
I'd have had it then.
You'd have had it.
Yeah,
you could have put it all into Gorilla Cricket.
Well, that's the plan, Jacob, you see. Become a multinational company, Gorilla Cricket, just by pumping shitloads of lottery money into it. So that's defended out to the covers and there's no run by a spawny wing.
Buy a nicer flat.
Yeah, well, I dream, Jacob. I dream, and if I do, I once when it was 180
we all
million,
have to dream.
Well, no, there was one. Yeah, it was 180 million. I thought, well, if it I'll buy a nice penthouse apartment in the Battersea Power Station flats. About 8 million.
Yeah, or you could, with 1.8 million, you could 180 million. You could maybe afford a 2-bedroom semi in Highgate.
Well, I'm not sure I want to be in Highgate. I live in South London.
And broadcast from the ground.
You've got to be in South London, my man. That's defended. And
well, it's all gentrified now, isn't it?
Ooh. Mog says I'm not.
My people have been moving.
Mog says I'm not giving out any hard-made jingles on those stinking discords for free, unless someone asks nicely, I guess. Then I suppose I would.
Please, Mog, Karaticus Potts jingle, please.
Oh, right.
It's a challenge for you. You had the KP as a fuckwit one in 3 hours, so
yeah,
I'm expecting this one snappy.
Oh, settle down.
Jacob's getting demanding.
I'm only joking, Mog. We love you really, and you provide great service to Gorilla Cricket.
Well, Williamson plays that nicely off his pads down towards long leg. Leach is down there. It'll be a single. It'll be the end of the over. 12 overs gone. 41 for 1. Latham has 30. Williamson has 2. Potts the only wicket taker for 13 off 4 overs. We're due a change. Al is supposed to come in and do some ball by ball.
Yes, I am.
Fourthie is supposed to do some social.
Yes, he is.
Tweets are up to date, Southee.
And Bennett
Yes, he is.
is supposed to be summarising, but there is no sign of Bennett.
Oh, bloody Bennett.
Instead of Jacob going off and finding his place, does Jacob want to do some summarising?
Can do if you
want. Up to you, or I could stay on. It's up to you. You're here for the rest of the day. Maybe I'm leaving at tea, so I'm going to stay on to give Jacob as much time as possible.
Have my chocolate bar.
Exactly.
Rock, paper, scissors, whatever it is that gets you through. 41 for 1 is the New Zealand total.
Careful. He's almost pulling on your computer off the table, is Jacob.
Honestly, he gets demanding about tweets.
I know.
My picture has stopped. Well, no, it hasn't. And it's going to be a change in the bowling. It's all gone dark.
You see. Okay, hold on. I'll have to tell you what's going on.
Okay.
I can see what's going on here.
That makes exactly one of us.
That's Overton coming into. If you guys can't see,
yeah, go on, Southee.
Right, Overton coming into bowl over the wicket and knocked out into square leg by Williamson. There is no run. Williamson remains on 2 of 9. New Zealand 41 for 1. Our man, our technical man, is still doing his roadie impression. Any minute now, it's going to be fixed. I sense it. Overton.
Any second.
Overton, under a ton, turns. It's knocked to mid-wicket by Williamson. There is no run again. Williamson obviously is. Well, we've got a picture of Al come up on the screen, which is obviously lovely and beautiful, but it's not.
As has been said by no one.
It's not quite the same as having Test match cricket.
Well, quite.
I shall describe it. I shall be your eyes and ears until the technical issue has been resolved. Williamson twirls his bat. Overton turns at the top of his run. Comes in. That's straight as a die. And although it's perfectly accurate and all of those things, there has been very little jeopardy for posed by England to the New Zealand team so far. Very little deviation.
The wicket seemed to be caused more by a deviation of length, just kind of drawing Young forward, whereas as you alluded to from the very first over, there really hasn't been much swing movement.
Well, what do you think now? I reckon you can pick these things from the first over. I really do. You can tell whether how ball's going almost from the first ball. I've always had. Overton comes in again over the wicket. It's short. It's hammered in. And it was only at 80 miles an hour. Williamson, a man of to 24 centuries and 33 half centuries, has no difficulty ducking under that. No run.
Well, if that's the case, doesn't that make a mockery of all the effort of trying to shine the ball?
Well, I think you can exaggerate the movement a bit. After maybe 10 overs, you've developed a bit of conventional seam, maybe between 5 and 10 overs, and then between 25 and 30 overs, you begin to develop some reversible. That is a lovely tumbling take from wicketkeeper Foakes. I was just glancing down because I was gesturing with my hand. I didn't actually see the ball go through. I'm eagerly awaiting the replay. Nothing has eventuated from it, no run, and another very good take from it.
What is funny in everything that's going on here, Southee, is the increasing exasperation of Bear as he tries to get a computer to start working again. I think he's gone to get a hammer.
It's very hard to coax computers to do these things. I was very impressed by people in IT, how calm they stay. I immediately lose my rag with machines. I always thought Rage Against the Machine was describing a printer. Now, that is defended off the back foot by Latham. Williamson must have got a run earlier. He keeps the strike. He's on 30. New Zealand 41 for 1. And maybe there'll be some socials. Actually, that's me.
What I'll do is, considering you've been doing that, what I was going to do is I was going to swing seamlessly into your 180 million is worth of punt, but that has 35, measly 35 million wide bother. Quite exactly, Jeff Thomas. Jeff Thomas also says Evian gin. Just stand the water bottle upside down in really hot water for a minute. The still sealed top will pop off a treat. Then warm it again to replace. No holes required. Right.
Wow, very good.
There you go. It's like being in an episode of Blue Peter. This.
Val Singleton, Leslie Judd, Peter Purvis, John Noakes, the classic quartet.
Let me think. So Janet Ellis was my sort of age group wheelhouse.
Ah, yes.
Janet Ellis, Simon Groom. Trying to think about who else.
Potts is back in. He wants to jag back off the scene and gets the better of both the batsman and Foakes. It escapes his right hand as it jags right back. Foakes at full stretch can't gather it in. And it only just cleared the top of off stump. That's not a great piece of keeping from Foakes. Perhaps he should have gathered that one in. Goes for two. It's Bairstow, isn't it? It's Jonny Bairstow behind the stumps. Fairly confident that Foakes would have gathered that one in. 2 bars.
That stiff back that we talked about before lunch might be a bit more serious than first otherwise thought.
Yes, there might have been a little bit of soothing propaganda, and they might be wheels turning behind the scenes. Potts in again, this time over the wickets to Williamson. Forward defensive, no problem. Defended by Jamie Overton in the covers. The vast man, Jamie Overton. Looks like Bear's doing the IT thing.
There's grumbling and looking, and now he's gone off again.
There's some standing. The bass amp's gone. Everything's going to have to go through the guitar amp, guys.
Put it all the way up to 11, man.
Put it up to 11 and put Jim's bass through the guitar amp. Right, so that is a more attacking shot from Williamson. Somebody does not penetrate the inner field. Jamie Overton, who's in the game all the time at the moment, effects a good diving stop. Dot ball, New Zealand 42 for 1.
Seems like a man who's quite willing to be patient and feel the runs will come to him. Williamson, yes, well, he's seen it all before, hasn't he? But even the best batsman in the world, and he's one of the handful of great batsmen in the world, they must begin to doubt themselves after the run he's been on, I guess. Potts, arms heaving, comes in. And Williamson leaves it in the modern style with an exaggerated leave. Potts reminds me slightly of 2 players, Scott Boland, the recent discovery from Australia, and before that maybe a little bit of Matthew Hoggard about him. Yeah, a kind of a smaller squatter, like if we'd pushed Hoggard down from above, squeezed him maybe. Yes, and he's got a sort of similar honest work ethic. He comes in again wider on the crease. Not fooling Williamson. Backward defensive, no run. Yes, Matthew Hoggard he's actually got a very good record for England. He's in the sort of top 10 or certainly the top 15 wicket takers full time. Slightly gets overlooked when you think of the great bowlers for England, perhaps. Maybe he quite hasn't got the PR department that Flintoff's got. It's because he's from Yorkshire, it's because he's from the north. Doesn't get the credit he deserves. So Flintoff was from the north as well, but he was more of a PR machine, wasn't he? In comes Potts. It's left well alone by Williamson. That is the end of the 14th over. New Zealand 42 for 1, Latham on 30, Williamson on 2. Let's have a look what's happening on social media. Ravi Nair says he doesn't get out of bed for less than 100 million. I could see that being 100 million what? Prussian francs, the Scudos, doubloons, all of these things need to be clarified, I guess. Let me see. Dave Wood. What the world needs now is a new series of Duncan Dares. Peter Duncan, Blue Peter. Oh yes, Peter Duncan. Turned out he was a bit of a Blue Peter himself, wasn't he? Because he's before the Chief Scout as well. Peter Duncan. Appeared in a porno film at some stage, so he was a Blue Peter, but maybe I'm scurrilously accusing him of something that never happened, so I take it all back immediately and we'll throw in the word alleged. Yes. The camera moves on to Alex Lees, who has his large beach ball in his hand, which he kindly throws back over the ropes, which he may live to regret, because I'm sure that beach ball will drift back onto the field in due course. Were you there for Beach Ball Gate? You were. We talked about Beach Ball Gate in the Netherlands game. Yes, there was Beach Ball Gate.
Jamie Overton, oh, and Tom Latham absolutely nibbled at that one as it flew past him, and lucky not to get a touch.
Was it a proper nibble?
It was a proper old nibble. He really went after it, and a little bit of an effort. But Overton was up to 85, and really threw that one down, and it did just leave him off the scene on the pitch as well. Big intake of breath. Overton in again. Big unit, big ball. That one's more accurate but less threatening, if you see what I mean. And it's knocked out on the offside by Latham for a single wide of the man at point. New Zealand moved to 43 for 1 and Latham to 31. Looks like Bear hasn't managed to solve the problem as yet. Some rueful shaking of the head. Much like Tom Blundell when he was given out when the DRS was down yesterday. Rueful shaking of the head. Camera focuses on small child enjoying himself in the crowd. Great introduction to Test cricket this series has been all around the country. Overton turns into his stride. That one's much fuller, but turns into a leg stump half volley, and he's clipped off Williamson's legs. 4-4. I'm going to say of these, but I suspect it won't be of these because I think Bear is distracted by technical difficulties. So if you wanted to sing the jingle,
it's Nisanchi. It's Nisanchi. Yeah, and the like.
You hold a note very well for a change consultant, if I may say so.
Okay. There are many things I do well for a change consultant, but hold the tune is not one of them.
Overton in again. This one's fuller and a bit wider, and Williamson leaves well alone. He remains on 6. Big innings this for Williamson. He'll want to impose himself even at this late date on the series and leave everyone with some fond memories of his abilities. He's had a bit of a wretched series and a bit of a wretched run before this, and he's such a great batsman. We don't want to remember him this way. Settles over his bat. Overton turns once more. The imposing figure of Overton thunders to the crease. A back foot defensive, but just they go through for a well-taken quick single, which is perhaps a good sign. See Williamson getting his legs moving there, so to speak. Sorry, Pornbot. And Williamson moves on to 7. Last ball of the over coming up. I'll take a sip of my water. I'd like to see a tape measure around the chest of Jamie Overton. Remarkably barrel-chested man. Big rump as well to go with it. Fred Truman style. Last ball of the over. And that's a beautiful looking shot from Tom Latham. Guided Bairstow style. Except a left-handed Bairstow by Latham. Through the covers for 4 runs. He moves on to 35. The score up there. There we have it. The jingle is back, if not the coverage. New Zealand 52 for 1 at the end of that over.
Silver beams. Afternoon of the cricket. Decanting white wine into those posh water chilled bottles is easy, especially per Stuart at Headingley. You look too old and trustworthy to smuggle anything in. I don't know if that's an insult or a curse, that, Chris, to be honest.
Are we all up to date?
I think we're all more or less up to date. That seems to be the way of things.
This is probably, it's fair to say, the quietest phase of play we've had for some time. It's almost like proper Test cricket.
Certainly seems that way.
New Zealand 52 for 1 at the end of the 15th over, which is in what is now effectively a 1 innings match. The last 2 tests have been, as we come to the 4th innings, and it's Jack Leach time. He opened the innings for England, and he's on none for 2 of his 2 overs. There's some sort of star squat jump, so to speak.
Here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
Leach finally broke his run of bad luck with that fortuitous wicket in the first innings and went on to get a slightly fortuitous 5-4, perhaps. But 5, well, they all count. 5-4 is a 5-4.
We don't ask how.
Well, we do not. Williamson on the back foot for that one. First ball of the over, defended to mid-wicket, no run. In for the second ball. And Williamson plays that one out to point, but directly to point, where Overton, who's in the game all the time at the moment, fields no run again. Williamson sees something he doesn't like on the pitch, does a little bit of gardening. Jonny Bairstow, who's in behind the stumps, applauds, nothing in particular. Leach comes in for the third ball of the over, round the wicket to Williamson. Textbook forward defensive. No run. We're really getting through this over at a great rate of knots. Tosses it from one hand to the other. Reyes of Asmus steadies himself. And after a lot of twirling, in comes Leach. Classic ball, but didn't quite get the turn he would have liked. It pitched middle. Got a modicum of turn, but not enough to fool a batsman of Williamson's quality. No run.
I think it becomes more important for Leach about his loop and his drift in this third innings. Can he draw this experienced pair forward?
It's all about the revs, isn't it, Al? The more revs you can get, the more drift in, and then turn away you can get. Leach, it seems to be a bit blowy, a bit colder. He's blowing onto his hands. Still got that ill-fitting shirt. He takes a very short run up and gets all his purchase from the delivery action. That's defended. That's the end of the over. New Zealand 52 for 1 at the end of the 16th. Latham on 35, Williamson on 7.
Let me see. Conversations between Jeff Perkins and Mogg with regards to jingle scabs on Guerrilla Cricket. Messages apropos pre-lunch discussion on England spinners opening the bowling. This is the list since the war. Apparently Swan was the last at Lords in 2009.
Ooh.
Where he took 3 for 16 apparently.
I see.
There you go. Yeah, so
we know as if you beginning of the next over, Overton, real effort ball there, bouncer at Latham, but probably dug in a bit too short and he was able to easily avoid it. No problem. The run rate is a much more test-like 3.22 at the end of the 16th, and we've got a 12th man on the field. Sadly, my knowledge of the hinterland of young cricketers in England is not sufficient to recognise the young man, who looks roughly 17 years old, I would say. Maybe
I've reached an age where most people under the age of 30 look now 17 years old. So.
They do, don't they? Yes.
But how screwed is it?
Overton. Oh, there was a false shot there from Latham. He gets an outside edge to the place where third slip would have been. 4 runs. I may have slightly done him an injustice. It was a little less aerial, not have reached third slip, but it was still something of a false shot. He meant it to go much squarer than that. He moves though onto. It did take the edge. He moves on to 39 though, and this will be his, certainly by quite some distance, his top score of the series so far. New Zealand could really do with Latham and Williamson contributing here, which they are beginning to do. That one defended. Back down the wickets to Overton, who in a rather undignified manner rubs the ball on the sort of stomach area of his shirt, which reveals an Overton midriff and some top of the Overton underwear, which is not something that the maiden aunts in the crowd would have wished to see. He turns at the top of his run. That one just played down by just slowly enough by Latham. But he's able to scurry through for a single. Very slight misfield by the 17-year-old, but of no great import.
The bearer's worked his surgery, and we have pictures again.
Very good. Shall I revert to socials? In that being the case,
do you want to? I mean, we can work it out.
I'm happy to stay where I am if you want to. Let me know. I'll carry on until directed otherwise.
If you want to stay, it's up to you two. I'm here as a third wheel anyway.
We salute you for your service.
Yeah, we the great and rushed. Thank you. We've got 8 minutes left of this session anyway, so stay where you are, 40.
Okay, no worries. In comes Overton once more for the 5th ball of the over. Barrel chest heaving, really puts the effort ball in there, but far too short really to trouble Williamson. And he just lets it sail over his head. 1 ball of the over left. Williamson goes for a little bit of gardening. What was the problem there, do we know?
This new version of OBS, which is the program we used to capture the telly, just doesn't always pick up the video card that it's plugged into. So you can select it and it just doesn't, and then you wiggle around with wires, and then 10 minutes later it will connect it. And unfortunately Jacob tripped over a wire which jarred the computer, which lost the, and then
well, that's Jacob's position in the side is looking a little vulnerable after that
he's in here
faux pas.
He's in here tomorrow with Hendo on his own, and he's got shut up tonight.
He's making
you turned it off and turned it on again.
No, I did that. It still wasn't picking it up. Then I switched boxes with the other one that's on the other camera, and it's working. And both are working fine. So it's something to do with the software.
Top ball at the end of the over. That's the end of that over, I believe. And over to Al for the socials.
The Ninja Dude says, "What's up, mates?" Jeff Thomas picks me up on the fact that I said to Ravi 100 million watt. Apparently, Ravi's use of the pound sign kind of qualified the currency. To which Ravi Nair says, "Thank you, Jeff. Al, boo. To the pair of you, sod off."
We love our friends on social
yeah, we
media.
do.
Well, we do. We love them dearly.
We do. Mark says, "Did the bear just electrocute himself in the background?"
No.
Barry Goodman, "There's nothing like a good off-mic fucking hell from the bear."
It's Jack Leach time again. Looks a little nervous. Why? He's got 5 for in the first innings. Come on, Jack, this is your time. Over the wickets to Latham, who comes 2 strides down, but can only defend it to mid-wicket now round.
I hope he'd have got some confidence from that first innings as well. Getting a 5 for in England. First bowler since Jim Latham.
Jim Laker.
Latham.
That's played through the square leg to the 17-year-old, the unidentifiable 17-year-old. Someone, probably his mother, would be able to identify him. And that's a single to Latham. He moves on to 41.
Has he got a little Tintin haircut? Oh,
he
am I
does,
mistaken?
Yes. It's the way to go amongst the young folk. Williamson on strike. 7 off 30. Taking his time to settle in. There's no great rush. The match is going at such a velocity that he can take all the time he likes, really. That's a very nice shot, just wide of the man covers. Splits the field, but at no great pace, and fielded by Crawley. The lesser spotted Crawley out on the boundary, and they come back for 2.
He had to make up a lot of ground there, didn't he? A lot of ground to get that. Well, good effort.
Did you know that there are 2 players called Zach in the England team? Yeah. Alex Lee's middle name is Zach.
No, I had no idea.
AZ Lees. We've had 2 Zachs opening for him. There we are. Leach coming round the wicket to Williamson. Floats it up. Absolutely spot on, but no turn. Easily defended on the forward defensive by Williamson.
If you can just drag that length back by about 9 inches or so, drawing forward.
Or maybe just float it and get a little bit more loop and do all the things that a left arm spinner should be doing. A little bit too full again from Williamson to really cause any difficulties. Defended out to the man at short leg. No run.
There's still not a great deal in this wicket for him, it has to be said.
And it's still early in the bloody match, isn't it? We're only on the halfway through it. It's not day 5.
Literally, we're about to come up to exactly halfway through it, aren't we?
Yeah, Leach a little wider on the crease and floats it a little more towards leg stump, but it's still so full that it doesn't really give it a chance to turn. That, as quickly as it began, is over. That's the end of the 18th. New Zealand 60 for 1. Williamson on 9. Latham on 41.
Pokeball Finger reminds not any of the human.
Is that correct?
Right? Maybe allegedly again, probably.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Yeah. Let me see here. Mike Taylor, thanks to the tweeter with the no holes method of getting gin into a pop bottle. I'll try that and save on silicon plugs. I met a barmy armier at Adelaide with a doll stuffed full of bags with vodka. Didn't even have a kid with him, but it worked. Brian 001, first chance to tune in today. Shame Overton didn't get a century. Looking at the score, it seems like the game starts again. Have the Kiwis learnt anything from England batting? With a glass of Doom Bar in hand.
Overton round the wicket, and this immediately causes more difficulties for Latham, who he manages to target his upper chest area, which is exactly where a bouncer should be, and with some difficulty he manages to knock it down to the man at leg gully.
Peter Ward applauds the bear for tearing down the fourth wall.
I tripped over and pulled out another cable from someone else as well whilst I was out, you see.
Harry Naylor would appreciate that theatrical reference.
Is that is the second cable unplugged as yet, causing untold havoc?
No,
or do you know?
That was just a cable out of another monitor. That was easily fixed.
Overton thunders towards the wicket. Backward defensive, no run from Latham. It's actually, although it's been a pretty steady start by New Zealand, Latham's 41 off 57, which is very healthy run rate.
Yep.
Overton does have a running style that looks like it shakes the ground with every step he takes, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's a big lad, isn't he?
Yeah.
Is he big enough that we'd call? Is he a unit?
I think he's a unit. Yeah, definitely.
He's a unit. He's a colossal unit. He looks like a lower league central defender.
Yeah.
If you've never seen him before.
Or
that one's defended back down the pitch by Latham for no run.
Old school lock forward.
Chopper Overton.
Yeah. This is it's good stuff from Latham and Williamson. Haven't got sucked in to the drama of the Test match so far. They've decided they're not going to play Bazaball themselves. They're going to play proper Test cricket. Overton
if the top two had opened up, if we hadn't lost those top order wickets, we'd have probably gone similar to this, or normal, you'd have thought, until later on. They were kind of forced into that position by the parlour state of their batting.
It's a hard one, isn't it? Because they're under directive, but someone has to be very conscious that he's already living on borrowed time. Now then, Overton in again. Now, I do believe that Williamson might even have attempted a ramp shot at that one as it went past, and it was a little bit of a shot to nothing, but he didn't make contact, and it went sailed straight through to Foakes. More of the short pitch. So what do we think about this short pitch approach? It's been so prevalent in the match so far.
Not.
Hello, Al.
Hi. Mog's tweet from 2 minutes ago is the last one.
Thank you. Yeah, I was guessing that. I'm assuming we're probably going to have a drinks break here, are we not?
They've just come on for drinks, so take your time while Jacob gets into position.
Hello, Messers.
Hello, Jacob. I hope you stayed away from the cables.
I did, and I did no lasting damage. I wish it to be on the record that
you did
I didn't
an awful lot
break
of
anything.
short-term damage, though, didn't you?
I've got to say how impressed I was how the bear was, despite the slight altercation with the cable and a bit of a fucking hell here, he was remarkably calm in the whole thing. Mog says, do people still do the watermelon full of vodka trick for getting surreptitious brews into the ground? I think they do in Australia. I'm not sure. Is watermelon a thing in the UK?
I mean, it exists.
I was going to say we have it.
It's not commonly taken to cricket matches, but it exists, certainly.
Jacob, be careful. I bet Jez still thinks that watermelons are round.
Dear.
We all know that they're flat.
So we're actually up to date on socials. So what I might do is ask you for a summation of where you think we're at the moment. Oh, Al's got his mouth full of shit.
I'm currently hearing lots of clanging and banging because I think that the bear is seeking electrical tape to pin down the cables to the floor so that my klutz behind cannot trip over them anymore.
You want a summary?
Yeah.
Still delicately poised, Jez.
Cricket is occurring. Well,
a
non-cliched
summary?
A what?
A non-cliched summary.
A non-cliched one.
Crucial first hour.
New Zealand have gone about things in exactly the right way. There's still so much time left. Yeah. So, the worry and fear here is that at some point, Williamson might start hitting himself into form, and if that happens, then all bets are off. Yeah.
It's nice to be joined by the ninja dude who is taking a moment off his Bairstow bashing to support Kane Williamson, saying "Go Williamson." But all through yesterday, it was all stupid Bairstow, useless Bairstow with his stupid score.
I'm assuming he's a New Zealand fan.
Well, apparently we think he's Bangladeshi.
Certainly no fan of cricket then.
Yeah, he didn't like Jonny Bairstow making 100.
I mean,
we're seeing the World Test Championship table on the screen. I think it may have been you, Al. I think you provided some slight misinformation earlier because I don't think England are fully out of the running. I think if we win all our remaining Test matches and certain other teams slip up, we can get into the final.
We're not going to make it.
No, we're not. But it's theoretically possible.
Right.
Okay. That's like, yeah.
That's not.
That's like saying in the middle of the Premiership season that the team on the bottom theoretically could actually get into Europe next year.
As Leach returns, Latham will be on strike to him, and that's turned actually, and Latham went to defend forward, ended up angling the bat at the last minute and turning it really quite close to short leg. It did go straight down, but the turn very obviously surprised Tom Latham there.
I think the bounce is going to be important for him, isn't it?
He was just going to prop forward, and then he had to. Oh well, he's gone. Oh, he's gone down the wicket, inside edgy. Short leg has dived, and Ollie Pope, who's good in there, has parried it back across Tom Latham by his feet so that he can't go for a run. I don't think it was in the air, but causing some problems is Jack Leach. He's unsettled Tom Latham in just 2 balls. And then he comes again. That's flatter. Sweep from Latham, which he's missed. Leach appeals. No one else does because he's obviously not out, Jack.
That was definitely a premeditated, panicky type sweep, Jacob.
It was indeed. And Stokes is making some sort of motion. He's directing the field. But yes, absolutely. Latham does not seem comfortable on strike to Leach at the moment. As in he comes again, and that is a good forward defensive. That's a slower, loopier ball from Jack Leach, but Latham not drawn into the shot, but drawn forward.
If I'm not mistaken, Stokes' signal was disco.
I see. Here's Leach inside edge onto pad and then straight into the floor. Yeah, I think. Well, he was making the sort of. It looked like the sort of substitute symbol, and then
I think
it leads into staying alive, etc., etc. As Leach floats one up, down the pitch comes Latham, bunts it back to Leach, who picks it up and hurls it back to Jonny Bairstow, with Latham diving out in the other direction. End of the over. 61 for 1 New Zealand. and I think it's messes on the socials for us.
Yeah, and Mog says maybe the bear is going to use electrical tape to tie you to the chair, Jacob. Jeff Perkins says, don't they smuggle booze into the grounds in England using cucumbers or marrows? Leach is bowling as if he's actually got some confidence in himself now. It makes a huge difference, doesn't it?
Jamie Overton returning for the attack. We also have a new viewer on YouTube. Christopher Hansen says he's a new viewer from Denmark, and I wonder if he's come across this before as a new viewer. He asks, can we comment on the lack of performance from England's openers? Who's next in line? As in comes Overton, defended by Williamson for no run. Well, Christopher, that debate has been going on for approximately the last 10 years.
Yeah. How long have you got, Christopher? Yeah, it's...
Good instincts, though. It's good that straight away, as a new viewer, you're picking that up.
Yeah. Isn't there still a gap as chief of selectors, Chris? If you want to be able to, if you send your CV into Rob Key, then
yes,
we need someone to blame.
Well, it's nice. It's nice of Chris to do that.
Taylor was the head scout, wasn't he? That's a bouncer from Overton, and Williamson just ducks underneath it, sways out the way. Yeah, James Taylor was the head scout. Oh God, the Bears got the electrical tape. I'm doomed. James Taylor was the head scout, and then, in slightly confusing circumstances, very suddenly resigned his position.
Just as the new regime came in, wasn't it?
Yeah, but there was talk that he was kind of going to stick around, and that he was in the front of the candidacy for chairman of selectors, but then he just resigned. As Williamson defend, and they haven't filled the post yet.
He did talk about personal reasons, so yeah, can't really blame him for that.
I can inform our hopeful tweeter that the Bear unfortunately has only used the electrical tape to tape the cable to the floor, and not, as you suggested, me to the chair.
I'm sure there's plenty left.
Yeah, there's a good roll of it. He might put a couple of strips over my mouth as well.
Yeah, there's the key thing is, Jacob, is that there's time.
There is time. As Williamson defends Overton on the back foot into the offside. Yeah, so if you are tired of hearing my voice on the ball-by-ball commentary, tweet in, and the Bear, if you become a $10 Patreon, the Bear will take me to the chair and silence me.
Classic undervaluing of his own value.
If you become a $20 Patreon, the Bear will do it with a naked light bulb swinging.
Is that some off-camera action going on there?
Yeah, there will be a light bulb held by a single string swinging in the room while he beats me senseless as Williamson defends Overton again. Thank you, Bear. We never quite appreciate just how much you do for Guerrilla Cricket, Bear.
Yes, why have we become part of this morbid fever dream of Jacob about him being gaffer taped and beaten? Then it seems. But England, delicately poised in the cricket and all.
Yeah, some cricket has broken out in between. God, the Pornbot's going to have fun with this one.
You reckon?
Who knows? Who knows at this point? Williamson facing up to the final ball of the over. The lead is 30 for New Zealand now. That's a short ball, way too short, and ducked under by Williamson. End of the 21st over. Yes, it is.
Sorry.
Hang on. No, there's one ball left. The thing hasn't ticked over. It was 5 a minute ago, and it's still 5, it says. That's odd.
That one must have been a no ball.
Maybe.
Yeah, the score's moved on to 62, so I'm guessing a no ball.
No ball. I was deceived by Sky's
lack of telling you what was going on.
And in comes Overton again. That's on a better length, defended back foot by Williamson. This one will end the 21st over. 62 for 1 message.
Mayank says, what is it with you people and needing to be pissed at a cricket match? I rarely drink any alcohol at a test match. Maybe I'm just weird. I'm a bit like you. The older I get, the less I'm likely I am to drink, to be honest. It's much harder to get home on the train if it had too much to drink. Barry Goodman says, to reach the World Test Championship final, we'd also have to avoid any more penalties for our stupidly slow over rates, which seem to be improving, actually.
Alert! Sorry to interrupt you, missus, but alert! Ben Stokes is going through a bowling warm-up.
Whoa, shit, that's interesting.
He was just doing some stretching and going through his action.
Mog speculated that the level of subscription necessary on Patreon to get Jacob tied up is the Red Room level.
As Latham sweeps Leach hard, but a diving Zach Crawley, who's exchanged his floppy hat for a cap, now tidies up, and they'll just get... No, they'll get 2, so Latham will retain the strikes. What is the price point of the Red Room level?
You don't want to know. You don't want to know. We still haven't found the remains of the last person who asked that question, Jake.
Oh, God. As in comes Leach. Latham down the pitch, works it into the leg side. They should get a single as the sweeper picks it up. Yeah, I don't want to check the memory card of the extremely high-quality camera I'm looking at now. I really don't want to see.
Some questions are best left unasked.
If any time the South London police are coming around Bear's house, you'll just see him chucking cameras out the window, assorted cables being burned in the pile on the floor, memory cards being put down the what's it called? Some people have sinks, the garbage disposal thing that Americans have, as Williamson defends Leach. Yeah, I never understood those, the sort of propeller shredding for your thing that you put down the sink. It just seemed like a recipe for a small child to lose a hand.
But yeah, we're
Americans are good at destructive instruments.
It's too short from Leach. Back cut nicely from Williamson, and it'll go away for one of these to third man.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Still, if Williamson you're a small child, I suppose the rubbish disposal is safer than waving a flag at the beginning of a test match.
Indeed. Williamson, same as Root, it always just looks like a complete surprise when they get out. It's like they are informed about the ball before it's bowled.
Yeah, a little
bit. It just has so much time, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Ravi Nair on YouTube says, if you have to ask about the Red Rim medal, you're not authorised to know about it. As Williamson, just a defensive push, but it's beaten the diving Stokes, I think. And again, it goes out to the sweeper. He'll get a single, should Williamson. Yes, he will. Moves to 14.
Yeah, it just all looks remarkably easy. And you know, as with all great batsmen, he's equal to the talent is the temperament as well.
Perko says this home taping is killing the S&M industry.
Oh God, as Leach gets a pretty flat, faster one. Williamson no, it was Latham who defended it. It's left-hander, and Williamson will take the strike back.
We've got something like that in our house, in that we've got an M&S room.
St Michael busy there, is he?
This isn't just any gaffer tape. This is S&M gaffer tape.
Martin White says electrical tape can't fix stupid, but does muffle the sound. Oops, that moved on me. Mike Taylor says, I once tried to smuggle half a bottle of whiskey into a Pogues gig. Got caught, but there was no rule about taking it inside my stomach, so I nicked it, got in, crashed out during the support and missed the Pogues.
Gee, I was going to say, if you'd have drunk any more in a Pogues gig, you would have been on stage.
Oh, we need to jingle up a new bowler, because the skipper, the man himself, has brought himself on.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
Well, for the first time in the test match, Captain Stokes has taken the ball. What the hell's going on, lads?
Disappointing.
Yeah. As he's in to Williamson, and straight away he's sweetly driven. Oh, that's a lovely cover drive, classical from Williamson, and it's going to go away for one of these. Top loosener, Ben. Top loosener.
Oh, lovely, 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 lovely shot.
It's gorgeous. But we thought Ben Stokes wouldn't be bowling at all this test because we figured his knee was not in a great way after the last one, and he didn't bowl all in the first innings. And now on he comes as that's straighter and better, just in general, in pretty much every way. And Williamson defends it as his partnership reaches 46 runs from 87 balls.
This is, I mean, obviously there's a sense there that as the captain he's kind of deferring to his other options, bringing himself on maybe as an element of last resort, but
it doesn't seem that way though. You could bring Broad back, you could have a bit more of Potts, you know. That's what he did in the first innings. As in comes Stokes, shorter but kept a little low. Williamson gets that on his legs, he's played it nicely. Will the diving man stop it? Oh, that's tight on the boundary. No, he's not stopped it. It's one of these. Second boundary in the over for Kane Williamson.
You're a bit deceived there by the camera work, but two absolutely picture perfect shots of timing by Williamson. He doesn't look to have hit it hard at all, but it's raced there, hasn't it?
Timed the hell out of that one, as that one again is defended. Even when he defends, it's out the middle of his bleeding bat. Yeah, that's the sign of a great batsman, isn't it?
I was going to say, you're sounding very much... Oh, no ball as well.
No ball! Let's have a jingle for that.
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
That's a big no ball as well.
Ooh, Ben Stokes. Thank God he didn't take his off stump out with that. As that's straight on the hip, clipped off said hip by Williamson down a fine leg, single.
Given what Jonny Bairstow did, Jacob, you really can't moan about it coming out the middle of Williamson's bat.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, just as an aside.
Good Lord, that was an innings and a half, wasn't it, from Jonny Bairstow? Every bit of that bat was middle, right up until the point that he toe-ended it to long off.
Yeah, a disappointing 160 from...
Yeah, pretty piss poor from Bairstow, if you ask me. Terrible effort. Anyway, Latham's on 45. I think that's his highest score of the series. In he comes. Well, it will be now, because he's not had a 50 this series, and he's going to move on to 49 with a beautiful square cut and one of these.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Not ideal for Ben Stokes. His first over has one ball remaining, and he's gone for 14, including a no ball.
Well, he's not gone. We've not seen the speed gun, but if Latham's able to back foot drive that in front of square, I'm not entirely convinced.
As in comes Stokes again, and defended by Latham, he'll get a single. His pace, and that is 50 for Tom Latham. Very well played by him.
Worn out grinds and flashing cameos, quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Plucky or lucky, inducing reverie. These are a few types of half-century.
That's his 23rd Test 50 in 68 matches to go along with his 1200s. A very good one, 50 off 70 balls, and he's not really looked like getting out, has Tom Latham. Well played.
Well, the person who's caused him the most problems so far has been Leach.
And here is Jack Leach. Tom Latham's top scorer of this series so far. He hadn't got a 50 before, I'm pretty sure, and it's 85 for 1 with Jack Leach starting his 7th over. He's left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Latham, who's just taking a moment to settle himself, get his stance and his guard. I think there's some field movement. Jonny Bairstow saying something. When is he not? Bloody wicket keepers. Anyway, he's retreated behind the stumps now, and Latham is ready to face up. Here comes Leach over the wicket into that rough. Oh, and some turn and bounce, and it's, I think, shot into Latham's glove and then straight back down onto the floor. He's having to deal with a bit of rough stuff outside that off stump, isn't he, Tom Latham?
That's probably a bit too wide. He probably could have left that alone, but it only needs to be 6 to 9 inches further in.
As that one is a bit better, and Latham dances down the pitch and plays it to short mid-wicket. Be interesting to see what Devon Conway does with this as well. He's taken Leach on with the sweep and the reverse sweep. With that rough outside the left-hander's off stump, will he be as confident? Well, he got to see off Latham first, as that's short and swept, and there is a short third man who misfields. Will they get a single from that? No, they won't. It was short, too short from Leach, and swept hard, but backwards square straight to the fielder.
We're seeing a different substitute fielder being on.
Don't know who the hell
Not sure
that
who's
is.
off. But maybe that's why Stokes is bowling. Maybe one of the bowlers is off.
As that's clipped into the leg side by Latham for no run. Yeah, the substitutes, they're starting to release players from the squad now and use young players from whichever county the ground of which they are at.
So they have done that for decades.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're seeing a lot of new guys as Latham, beautiful shot, beautiful, steps outside, gets his pad right outside the line, hard sweep backwards to square, and it's going to be one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Collected that from outside the off stump and just really powered it round the corner, a lovely shot. As Leach, final ball of his, over into the rough. Oh, it's popped up! Is that an inside edge? It's an appeal. Murray Erasmus says no, and there doesn't seem to be much interest in a review. But that turned, bounced, beat the bat, came off what must have been thigh pad and popped straight up to slip. Leach ends his 7th over, 0 for 17 off 7, and New Zealand are 89 for 1. Messers.
Steve Hanford says, that's what you lot look like. Long-time listener, first-time viewer. Thanks for the years of late-night chuckles. Steve from Perth. I don't know where in Perth, Steve, but I'm up in Rollystone, so we're not far away. And meanwhile, on Twitter, Mr. Carroll from Margs, which I presume to be Margaret River, which is about 150 miles south of Perth. Beautiful spot. Says, great call, guys. I know for a fact we have a new listener today, Big Lynn's in Perth, so I don't know if that's Steve that you're talking of. Mike says there's no garbage disposal in UK sinks. It's a bloody lifesaver. And Mog says, who'd have thought you lot would so swiftly embrace the concept of the Red Room? Handy money spilling, mind you.
Stokes
Ravi says...
You haven't heard about our other rooms, though.
Oh, dear. Stokes is breaking off.
Ravi says New Zealand to declare at tea tomorrow 430 ahead. I think they wouldn't think that was enough after the last test.
In comes Stokes to Williamson, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Stokes had started to run in, but another idiot was standing up behind the bowler's arm again.
Well, what would you expect?
Well, New Zealand are now leading England by 58, and Stokes has a healthy economy rate of 15.
Did you talk in the first couple of days about the fact that this shouldn't be taking place at this ground at all?
No.
I don't know if we talked about it, but I mean, they've got in kind of by the skin of their teeth, haven't they? Yeah. As in comes Stokes to Williamson. Full, driven. Not going to beat the field, though. Well fielded by whoever the hell that substitute is. Yes, some long, floppy-haired yobbo has fielded the ball up.
Wow. You turn dark quickly.
What the hell's he doing at mid-off as well? That's a premium fielding position, that one. He should be at cow corner.
He stopped 4 runs then.
He should be going fine leg to fine leg. That's what you're meant to do with the young'uns, isn't it? As in comes Stokes. And that's straighter on the legs, pushed to short mid-wicket. Ollie Pope there, no run.
Strangely, whoever the substitute fielder is, they do look older than Ollie Pope, which is...
It's not difficult.
Not hard.
Messrs. Steve Hanford tells you that he lives just near the Wagner, so you're almost neighbours.
Oh, brilliant.
The now sadly disused Wagner in terms of international cricket.
Well, there'll be some women's internationals there, and women's Big Bash will be played there as well. So there's still some against it.
Williamson defends into the onside for no run. Yeah, you kind of wish the Ashes were still there.
Well,
I mean,
they've knocked down 2 of the major stands.
Yeah, I was going to say that ship sailed, Chief.
Yeah, the Optus Stadium is fine, but the WAC has got the history, doesn't it?
Well,
oh yeah. It's also got the history of some really shit pitches as well, which people tend to forget. There's been some dreadful draws there, as well as some really exciting 3-day tests.
In comes Stokes, defended by Williamson. Short mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, that one kind of looked to... There was an attempt by the ball there to squeeze past the inside edge of Williamson's bat, which got Bairstow and the slip cordon interested, but he's a bit too classy for that, is Kane Williamson.
There's one more ball left of this over, and I'm not going to jinx it, so I'm just going to see how this plays out. But if it does play out, it will be interesting, considering Stokes' first over, as they're just making me wibble on about this point now because he's not running in. Here he comes, defended. Oh, they've got it past the floppy-haired yobbo at mid-on, who does run back very well and almost Jack Leaches himself on the boundary. Then a horrendous throw from Stuart Broad. They get through for 2. That would have been a maiden for Stokes had that ball been a dot after his first over going for 15. This one's gone for 2. Yeah, well done, Yobbo. You've done well.
I think he's on for Potts because I think he gave his sunglasses to Potts on it. I think that's maybe why Stokes was bowling in the first place. But
so he's off now. The anonymous sub. 25
very classy
overs.
stops.
25 overs done. 92 for 1. New Zealand leading by 61. Messers.
We're up to date on tweets. Are we due to change right now?
We're due in 1 minute, so we'll probably do one more over.
Okay.
And then, it's Leach's over, so it only lasts 3 minutes anyway. And then it will be Southee, Colin Suter, and the Bear, and that'll be the last of the Bear for today. You'll be left with me for the last session.
God, don't move.
Stay very, very still.
Yeah.
I'll just be in this.
Little as possible.
I'll be in this chair for 2 hours. Luckily, the Bear has this program where he can, at home, effectively take over all the computers here, so he can kind of help.
As long as you don't pull the cables out.
Yeah. But he can sort of help me shut it all down at the end of the day by magic and the internet.
As a matter of interest, Ben Stokes scored 18 runs, I think, when he was batting from 13 balls, something like that. He's conceded 18 runs from 12 balls.
So now he's in deficit, effectively, as in comes Leach. Shorter, back foot from Williamson, out to short cover, it's Matty Potts, who's back on. Karaticus himself. He's... no run.
Stokes net neutral then.
As Leach in, defended, no run. Emily Elizabeth on YouTube says, Jez got wrenched, Mazel Tov, and then a spanner emoji.
Yes, I've got a spanner too now. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I must have something to hit.
Hit it hard with a hammer.
As in comes Leach. Oh, that was on the inside edge of Williamson's bat. That almost beat him through. It would have been probably a good LBW shout, or short leg is in, so both dismissals in play as that one failed to turn and slid through.
Williamson's certainly respecting the idea that Leach will spin the ball a lot.
Yeah, as that's floated up beautifully and a lovely drive. Oh, it's a tight single. Direct hit from Stokes at mid-on. Tom Latham was safe, and it's going to go away for overthrows. But, blimey, what a hit. That's shattered the stumps. Good Lord. I think we've got a little overthrow jingle, which we can do here. That's a bit metal for just before
the net result, I think, is 2 runs to Williamson. So, but yeah, it was good run, good throw. Bairstow had no chance with the deflection off the stump.
It went quick as well.
Right.
You know, Latham was well in his ground, but it was a good old effort from Stokes. In comes Jack Leach, defended by Williamson. Not quite getting to the pitch of that one, and there's a little bit of rough just starting to show from Trent Boult, we assume, outside the right-hander's off stump. Probably a bit wide for Leach.
You did see Bairstow with that throw look at him as if to go, well, what am I supposed to do with that?
As in comes Leach, wide, short, cut hard, beautiful shot from Kane Williamson. Too short from Leach, and it's one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Right, that's the end of the over. Needed 94 for 1, and I'm afraid, Al, it's the end of our stint. So I will hand over to Southee, who should be on the ball-by-ball. Colin Suter will come in to do your socials, and the bear is here. Praise be. See you all in a
Colin,
bit.
David Stumper's next.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jacob.
Cheers, Messi.
Very good. Welcome, Colin. How are you?
Oh, not bad. Not bad. Not seen any of this so far. This is me just coming on.
You'll pick up the idea. Ease you in. Are you in Aberdeen?
Just north, but more or less.
Just north of, yeah. Okay.
What's
So we're spread far and wide.
We are indeed. I can make Emily. I'm going to make you a moderator. You were saying in the Discord that you want to be a moderator. So here you go. Have a spanner.
You're handing them out like New Year's honours.
Well, you know.
Spanners left, right and centre. In comes Stokes. Round the wicket to the left-handed Latham. Defended, no run.
Looks pretty innocuous, doesn't it, this wicket?
It's the quietest session, I think, of the Test series so far.
Could be.
Nothing much has happened. Well, I mean, we say that. If England would have been very happy to have ended up 98 for 1. But the ball's not doing anything. The pitch looks placid.
No.
New Zealand just doing what they need to do. Stokes in again. Round the wicket. That is beautifully clipped. It's effectively a middle stump half volley. It got what it deserved. 4 runs.
I mean, England are trying full balls, short balls. The full ones aren't swinging. The wobble seam's not really catching the seam. I mean, it's looks like still a pretty good batting service.
New Zealand are determined to continue playing like a test.
Yeah.
They are. They say, you do you to England. We'll play Test cricket. And that's a replay of the previous ball, almost absolutely identical. Ends up in the same spot. Another beautiful clip. 4 runs to Latham. Ominously for England, Latham and Williamson, who are probably the 2 most correct technically players in the New Zealand team, now appear to be have their eye in, and this score could get big on England. That's a little wider of off stump, and Latham steers it to the man and recovers. No run.
Yeah, I do.
Partnership. Yeah, go.
Well, I think that Stokes has done the right thing. The pitch isn't really helpful to any of the bowlers, and you might as well just keep rotating people, give them 2, 3, 4 overs at a time. Just keep going through the bowlers.
Yep. Well, I don't think there's much more England can do, really. They're trying everything. Their lead is now 75, and the partnership is 78.
Oh.
Yeah, that maybe did something. Either Latham played down the wrong line, or it just deviated slightly off the seam. No edge, goes straight through to Bairstow. No run.
I don't think it did much.
It did nothing.
He just played down the wrong line, didn't he?
It did seem to, yeah.
Yes. Stokes is clearly bowling too full.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to criticise a bowler when he bowls too full, because he's trying for something. He's trying to get that little bit of extra seam, and he knows he's going to go for a few 4s. He's trying to buy a wicket, but he's trying to get the ball to do something. It's not doing anything.
No.
That one was well fielded by Overton at mid-wicket, who's been in the game a lot, one way or another. And the score stays on 106 for 1. And that's the end of the over. Colin, what's happening on socials?
David Stump on Twitter, talking of sub-fielders, any idea what happened to Jarvo, the infamous repeat pitch invader from last year?
I think he might be
hopefully still in jail.
Yeah.
Annoying twat he is.
Yeah.
The light roller, Jonny Bairstow, is behind the wickets. What happened to Foakes? I did miss a bit of the action.
Foakes has got sore back, whatever that means, and hence Jonny B is on the field as the keeper. Presumably there's a permanent sub somewhere on the field.
Leach, who seems to be doing a lot of blowing into his hands in this innings, more so than usual, and that was possibly a better ball from Leach, but it's still again very full. This is not really giving it a chance to spin much there, but a thick inside edge, no run from Williamson. Tosses the ball from one hand to the other. Leach comes round the wicket. Classic textbook forward defensive, back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, there's not a lot of turn there, is there? You want to sort of kick a little with a bit of turn, would be nice, but it's just not happening. The odd one.
The best ball he bowled was the very first ball of his entire spell in the first innings, which got the wicket. That really did straighten. And that one is maybe just got the outside half of Williamson's bats, but it's at the point. Maybe a semi-moral victory. Let's have a look at this one again. Yes, there was a bit of turn there, but in fact Williamson played it perfectly well. Leach steadies himself. The imposing figure of Mary Erasmus behind him. Too full for anything to happen there. Forward defensive, no run.
Alright, Erasmus, apart from having very jowly cheeks, he's got a very downturned mouth and a square head if you look at it from the side.
It's not the most attractive cocktail of physical characteristics.
No.
That did do something. That beat Williamson on the outside edge and through to Bairstow. There was a bit of turn there. Just that was a good ball.
A little bit of bounce too.
Wanted to play his favourite shot, but just forgetting there's a fielder there.
That was encouraging. Half a foot to the right, that would have pitched on off and would have forced Williamson to play, and then they really would have been in business. Leach round the wicket again. That one does pitch on off, but just goes on with the arm. That's the end of the over. 106 for 1. New Zealand at the end of the 28th.
Twitter, Neymar Butlins. It's 7:11 a.m. here in LA. Walking a trail with the dogs. I've spotted Liz Hurley here, and the famous rapper too. Keep you posted.
Ah. Go and tell her to Liz Hurley for us. Tell her to listen to Gorilla Cricket.
Messages, stiff back apparently in relation to Foakes. And Mike Taylor, what? ECB? Foakes to play no further part today. Missed that. What happened? But
is that right? Not playing any further back is well, yes. If you've got a bad bat, you can't really keep wicket.
No, it's bad back and bad knees are just the end of wicket keeping.
Yeah, absolutely. Like drummers. Stokes in for his fourth over, number 26. Not the most auspicious starts for him. Again, repeat the recipe. A half volley on middle stump, clipped by Latham. Exactly the same spot for four of these.
I do remember wicket keeping once, and I lost a contact lens.
Oh dear!
Just one of them, and that was just a nightmare. It was going in and out of focus every ball.
Oh my goodness me! Score moves. Picture Ben Stokes. Ben Stokes is a highly emotional man, and he's not disguising his feelings about what's happening to his bowling here. That's a better ball. Just tempts Latham outside off stump, but leaves it well alone. Really, gun barrel straight through to the keeper. Nothing happening. It will be time for them to try and change the ball before too long, of course.
I've noticed that England are bowling, if they get a wicket, Stokes likes to do a lot of pointing to other fielders, like he's taking quite a lot of suggestions and field placing their tactics.
He's a great team man, you have to say, Stokes.
Yeah,
he is one of the greatest team men. He absolutely loves his team to take all the credit and not himself. That is just defended out into mid-wicket by Latham, no run. I always remember when he scored his amazing innings at Headingley when he got his ton. He did not even bat an eyelid, didn't celebrate, didn't raise his bat, just refocused. He was completely uninterested in his own personal milestone. Winviz, New Zealand 48%, England 21%, draw 31%. But these things, it'll be the other way around again if England get a couple of wickets. Yeah. Don't worry about that. It's almost meaningless.
The lead is 79 now, and they've only got 1 wicket down, so they'll be a little bit worried.
For sure.
Still only 28 overs in, which is...
How do we feel about New Zealand deserving to get something out of this series? Would you be so magnanimous as to suggest it wouldn't be a totally bad thing if New Zealand did win this test? Then Stokes round the wicket. Again, straight ball, just outside off stump, defended by Latham, nothing doing.
I think that would be fair. I mean, they've played exceptionally good cricket. They've just come up against a resurgent England that... I mean, some people would say we got lucky. I mean, how often do you expect to play like that in test matches and do it? And we've done it 2 innings in a row, so maybe the third time unlucky for England, and it just won't come off. And New Zealand will win a test. They'll still lose 2-1.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Stokes goes a little wider on the crease as he comes round it, and that's a slightly more aggressive shot from Latham, but straight to the man at mid-off. There's no run. So I think that's fair enough.
I'd have thought about that, the new England mantra, earlier, and it was... I think they're under the principle that thinking they'll only ever need to see 1 new ball. They'll never get to the second new ball, and if they do get to the second new ball, the total will be massive. Because at least one person in this side is going to tee off and manage it.
Stokes round the wicket. Quite wide of the wicket, and it comes in at more of an angle, and Latham is circumspect. Defends, no run. New Zealand 110 for 1 at the end of the 29th over.
Twitter, old farted play, saying courgettes, I believe. I always pour the vodka in the ice bucket and cover the ice with your mix of drinks of choice. Nothing else on Twitter. Over in YouTube, Emily's proudly showing off our new spanner by giving us some Hollywood speeches. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Guerrilla Academy.
Thank you very much.
There was a new member that I don't think was spoke about earlier. Christopher Hansen, good afternoon, new viewer from Denmark here. Can you comment on the lack of performance of England's openers and who is next in line?
Well, that's an ongoing saga, really, isn't it?
Leach round the wicket for the first ball of the over to Williamson. That's a touch of turn, but we're wide enough for Williamson to comfortably leave it. Dot ball.
I think Ben Compton's a safe understanding. He's next in line, I guess.
Well, he should be. He's the man who's scoring the runs, isn't he?
That one's more on middle and leg, flicked to mid-wicket, but straight to mid-wicket and no run.
I think you were dead right yesterday. You want to get the person who is in form rather than the person who has just started to do it.
Camera trains on someone who looks like Jeff Thompson in the crowd. Surely it can't be him.
No.
That's a very very nice ball, pitched on middle, just deviated slightly, but Williamson's got his eye well in now and defended it very comfortably.
Sorry, excuse me, was that David English? The guy
was it David English?
Oh, was it? I don't know. I'm going to have a look at David English on Google Pictures. Let's suspicious.
Check him out. Leach, who's maybe interesting to get Bear's opinion on this. He's bowling just a little faster, a little flatter.
Yeah, he does that quite a lot.
That was a dot ball, by the way.
He needs to give it a little bit more flight.
It does seem to have got faster and flatter. Maybe it's gone cold because he's doing a lot of hand blowing. He just hasn't got quite the control he had in the first innings. Maybe he's not bowling badly, but he's not really getting out of anything out of the surface. There's another dot ball defending straight to the man at forward short leg.
I think it is David English, you know.
Okay, last ball of the over. That's too short, but can only be played by Williamson down to the man at point. There's no run. He remains on 32. Latham on 66. New Zealand 110 for 1 at the end of the 30th over. Leach number 23 after his 10.
Nothing on Twitter, but over on YouTube, Lockie 6th. Third session of day 5, England will be bowled out for 37. You can take that to the bank. And then goes on to saying, Erasmus and Bear are identical twins, separated at birth by a cruel Dickensian twist of fate involving Dick Swiveller, the Norman Shropshire one, and Riderhood. I don't think you're separated at birth, are you?
No.
Extremely harsh.
That's very harsh.
Okay, we're getting Brody. Getting Brody back for his 7th over. I said it's actually been quite a sedate session, but the run rate's actually been up just around at 4. It just goes to show what you get used to. That would have been regarded as pretty fast.
Let's have a jingle
quite
for
recently.
Oh my word.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna beat you down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
We had 31 entries for the GPL today, so the pot will be 165 quid. It starts at 261 all the way up to 367.
Have you entered?
No, I never enter. I'm the bank. I'm not to.
Broad round the wicket, well round the wicket, and starts with a leg stump half volley. And it's as if Ben Stokes had never gone away and ends up in the same place with the same result. These 4 runs.
It's Nissan she. It's Nissan she.
Yeah, they keep bowling it there to him. He's obviously quite good at that shot, you know.
Yeah, I think they ought to recognise it's not doing anything at the minute and start bowling a little drier. They really should. I mean, full marks to them for, in some ways, for continuing to beaver away, but they're just feeding New Zealand at the moment.
Yeah.
Broad in again for his 2nd ball. Latham has now moved to 70. He's looking good. He drifts onto leg stump again. Latham's able to just flick it off wide of the man at mid wicket, and they come back for 2 runs.
Was that rain I just saw in front of them? It looked like I saw rain coming down in front of the camera.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah, they are looking up the sky.
Yeah, Rich Kettleboro's looking very edgy indeed, as umpires do. Whenever there's moisture in the air, he's looking around him, he hates it. All umpires hate rain.
Checking to see the ground crew already.
Turns his back to play. Oh God, there's some people moving behind the bowler's arm again. Can you believe it? Jamie Overton.
Up in Dickie's fucking hospitality box.
It's all bloody Dickie's fault.
Yeah.
Although he's got his trousers rolled down today, which is something. Broad round the wicket again, and easily left. Jamie Overton scored 97 from number 8 on his Test debut, and someone said, "Well, is that the highest ever by a number 8 or lower on Test debut?" No, indeed. There's at least 10 players who've scored more, including one in this match on Test debut. Tom Blundell scored a century at number 8 on his Test debut, so there we are. And we all remember Ashton Agar getting his 98.
Yep. And he was on 11.
And he was number 11, exactly right. Stuart Broad, round the wicket.
Dropped.
Oh, it's been dropped. Straight in. And straight out by Joe Root. By slip standards, that was a reasonably straightforward catch. Slightly to his right, should have taken it.
Well, you got to take chances like that, haven't you? I mean, that's terrible. That's exactly what he did to Daryl Mitchell. It's a similar sort of catch, round about knee high, straight in, just butterfingers it straight through.
It's all slip catches are tricky, but that was one of the most straightforward ones you can come across. He had easy sight of it, straight in. It was a sort of waist
I don't
high.
think he followed the end with his eyes. He just seemed to look at it and then take his eyes off.
And I'd like to see Stuart Broad as that went down. Eyes to heaven, no doubt. That's a terrible miss.
Just seemed to come through a little too fast. There was a howl of anguish as he hit the ground.
Rooty does drop quite a lot at slip, you know.
He does, it's true. Poor old Broady. He's probably had more than his fair share of bad luck from slips over the last few years. He'll certainly think so. That's the end of the 31st over. A dot ball to finish. Joe Root looks suitably shamefaced. New Zealand 116, still for 1 at the end of it.
A quick look at the betting check to see if the algorithms have finally caught up to England's new style of play, and appears they haven't. New Zealand favourites at 6-5, the draw 9-5, England 13-5, which I think is pretty decent odds considering how they've been playing.
The thing you get these days is that New Zealand will be very wary about an early declaration.
Yes.
The way that England have been batting.
Well, there's so much time left in this game anyway. You'd expect England to chase anything, wouldn't you?
You would. Joe Root maybe can make amends by snaffling a wicket in the 7 minutes remaining before tea's coming on to bowl.
Okay, that's about jingle. Sorry, just noting down how many runs England scored today. So you can work out the GPL at the
His
end of the
voice
day.
is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
So, Joe Root, a not inconsiderable bowler. Just above occasional, you'd say. Drifts it out, first ball, wide of Williamson, who comes through for a single. He moves on to 33.
Of course, with a best of 5 for 8.
Absolutely, in India as well. Third highest analysis by an England captain as England captain, I think I'm right in saying. I mean, there are players who've obviously got higher ones, but not when they were captain, like Boult. Oh, that really did turn. That got a lot of purchase. That got a lot of purchase to the left-hander Latham. And that's very encouraging signs. It's a very good ball indeed. Beaten all ends up. Well taken by Bairstow.
Oh, terrible.
That's followed by an absolute shocker, which is just shovelled round the corner down to a vacant fine leg area by Latham for 4 of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Sorry, Forthy, occasionally just words just spill out.
I reckon if Latham didn't hit that would have been 4 wides.
No worries at all. Root, who looks very unhappy with himself right now, understandably so. Loops that one onto middle wicket, defended straight back down to Root. He's got the most remarkable red streak, which starts at his hit and goes all the way below his knees down one side. Obviously the official spinner at the moment, Root. A sweat about as much as Alistair Cook, i.e. not at all. And that one's defended to mid-wicket by Latham for no run. Last ball of Root's first over in this innings. 5 off it so far. Round the wicket, and although it's well pitched up and tempts Latham, he's not to be tempted. He remains on 76. Dot ball. New Zealand 121 for 1 at the end of the 32nd.
Neymar Butlins agree that we should balance things out by losing this. Can't rely on it being a bunch of jammy gets as a tactic for New England test team.
But if they keep doing it consistently, they'll say it's not jammy. It's it's skill.
Ian Dirk, Stokes a totally team man. Which captains weren't? Top 3 perhaps?
Well, I can name Jeff Boycott as the most un-team-like captain that anyone's ever served under.
Yeah.
This is my average, I don't care.
It's all about me.
Exactly.
me.
David Stump, who sings He Got the Best Headband Around?
I think Shane Warne would have nominated Steve Waugh for another, although there would have been other players in that team who disagreed with that verdict. Railingworth sometimes.
That's a fair point.
KP, yes, KP.
Yeah,
absolutely.
KP.
Railingworth didn't always see the bigger picture, it's fair to say. Stuart Broad in again and dropped short and absolutely smacked through mid-wicket by Williamson for 4 of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
For non-Englishmen entries, Michael Clark was a bit of a...
Yeah, he did not have a United dressing room, did he, Michael Clark?
No.
Simon Katic took strong exception to his captaincy style.
Is that when they had the fallout about singing the song?
Yeah.
That's right, yeah. I think one of them hit the other, and the other... they had to be restrained.
In fact, I might even have to play the Michael Clark jingle for that. Just to give you
Stuart Broad in again. Full, and Stuart Broad, remarkably off his own bowling. Misfields it, but fortunately there's a mid-off there. No run.
I think our jingle was based on that. Oh.
I don't think I would like a punch from Katic as well. He was quite wiry.
It is quite wiry, yeah, and Michael Clark looked like he might be a little bit of a soft touch.
Oh, definitely.
Stuart Broad, well, still trying to find the Michael Clark jingle. Stuart Broad turns again. Partnership's 97. That's well left. Deviates slightly, but too wide to be of any concern for Williamson. Found it there?
Well, I'm not sure if this is the right one.
Oh. And of course, Inzamam the hook.
No.
I suppose it's let's say Hansi Cronje had other things on his mind rather than being a laser focus on being a good captain. Stuart Broad in for the fourth ball of the over.
Just like one of those boxing promoters, just take a dive.
Exactly, yes. And that's left well alone, dot ball. The camera moves to Zach Crawley, who must be beginning to fear for how many matches he's got left in this side. Some difficult decisions will have to be made at some point. So certainly say Zach Crawley is by far the most vulnerable. Stuart Broad in again for the fifth ball of the over. Classic forward defensive from Kane Williamson. Superb technique.
Let's try this.
He used to live in Bondi in a flat pan steak old buns. I heard his ex Laura Bingo was prone to a bungle, but now he's not so silly. He lives in Lily Pilly, and now I have been told he has married Kylie Boldy. Michael Clark, Michael Clark, Michael Clark, Michael Clark. Sing the song, Michael Clark, Michael Clark. Sing the song.
There you go. That was the Michael Clark jingle. It's a bit of genius, that.
Absolutely beautiful. Dot ball. We're left well alone by Latham there. And that is, I think, the end of the 33rd over. New Zealand 125 for 1. Colin.
YY Palm saying, we're doomed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Brian is going, shit. The pub TV has switched to the bloody nag drags. Whatever that is. Thank the deity you like or dislike gorilla cricket.
And that, my friends, appears to be the end of the afternoon session. We wrap it up with New Zealand, as I say, 125 for 1 at the end of the 33rd. They lead by 94. Their partnership is 100. Very much New Zealand session. And England will have to do something quick and brilliant, which they've done before, going into tea.
They will indeed. Have we got any last tweets, or should I just go straight to whatever it is I'm going to play?
We've got Ravinier. The cut's gone already. As I have to leave the door ajar for her to return, but defend it against the feral Ginger Tom, who otherwise comes in after her food. I doubt I sleep tonight. Could you extend the match today for an extra 6 hours?
Unfortunately, we can't. It'll be dark at the end of that. Well, they're not very, because obviously it doesn't get dark until about 10 o'clock in England this time.
Oh, you should try up here. Christ, it never gets dark.
Oh, Christ, yeah, of course. What time does it get dark? Is it about 2 in the morning or something?
2 in the morning,
yeah.
And then half 4 starts to get light again.
Fuck me.
It gets as dark at 5:05 in Melbourne at the moment.
Oh, well.
Right, I'll see you at 4:30.
Okay, as I promised, every tea time of this test, because we're playing India next, I'm going to play Dave's interview with Ravi Shastri. So here you go again. If you missed it yesterday, have another go.
Well, a special guest on this week's podcast, a man who's played many roles in cricket. You can give him any role, one thing is guaranteed, he'll make a great success of it. Bowler turned batsman, coach, mastermind of the broadcasting area, and then returning as head coach of India. Now back as broadcaster and commissioner of the Legends tournament. Ravi Shastri, how do you fit it all in?
It takes time. You go with the flow, David. You know, it's a great journey. It's been over 4 decades now, but you know, once you're passionate about the game, you want to be involved with the game, then you know things just happen, and it's just happened for me. No plans, no ideas before that. It just kicked in.
I mean, you were known as a classic slow left arm bowler. You batted number 10 when you started playing for India, and indeed at domestic level. You then worked your way up to opening batsman. Tell us about that transition, Ravi.
It just happened where I always had tremendous confidence in my own ability as a batsman. It was just that the Indian batting lineup was such that you started at number 10. But then very quickly, you know, I was up the order to 9 and 8. And then I made sure I always sat next to the captain, whoever it was, whether it was Sunny or Kapil. Towards the end of the day's play, if they needed a night watchman, you know, I was ready to go against whichever side in the world. So that's how it actually started. I went as night watchman against England, and I got 90 odd in Delhi, and then you know, many other times against other teams. And by that time, you were moving up the order all the time. So it went. I mean, you literally have batted at every number from 1 to 10. You know, number 11, I left for Dilip Doshi.
Did you have to make a mental shift, and at one stage in your career say, right, I'm a batsman?
But no question about it, because I found it taking its toll. You know, batting and bowling. You know, I would say the first half of my career, I was more a bowler and a batsman. Then for a couple of years, 3 years, I was, you know, a proper all-rounder. But then I was batting at number 6 and bowling. But then I realized that once I moved up to the top of the order, then you realize that you've got to focus on that area a lot more. So that's when your bowling started taking the back seat, and your batting started taking the front seat.
And my God, did it take off! Centuries in very difficult conditions, not least the one you scored in Antigua against West Indies attack. Tell us about the attack that day. Not many other people managed to stay in against it.
I was on 2 tours of the West Indies. 83, the attack was holding Roberts Ghana, and holding Roberts Ghana, Marshall. No, Davis played in that game, I think Ghana wasn't playing. Davis played in that game, and then again in '89,
Winston Davis.
I got 100 in Barbados. That for me was probably the best 100 I've made in Test cricket.
Who was the attack that day?
A little different from '83, but it had Walsh, Ambrose, Marshall, and Bishop.
Just Bishop for some light relief. Ian Bishop to put it up round your chin. What was your secret to get, to playing against those guys? Because no one else managed to in the Indian team.
I mean, that's the reason why I was asked to go up the order. And you've got to treat it as a challenge. You've got to realize that there's no shortcut there. You've got to, guts it out. You've got to take the knocks. And the bottom line is you've got to have the gumption to hang in there for 4-5 hours if you want to get anywhere past 80, 90. Because, those days the restrictions weren't there. In '83 you could bowl 6 bouncers and over. The equipment that you wore was nothing compared to, what the headgear and the gloves were 10 years later. So it was a challenge, and you don't often get, lineups like you got in the 80s. You had some real quality bowlers. You got a lot of good bowlers later on as well. But when you have those kind of the kind of cricket gear you had and the rules that existed, where there was no restriction on bouncers, then it was a massive challenge. Massive challenge. Where can you imagine, Mikey allowed to bowl 6, or Joel allowed to bowl 6 bouncers, or Andy allowed to bowl 6 bouncers and over. You don't even want to go there.
Just going to bring Jay, going to bring my colleague in from Essex Cricket. I'm down here in Chelmsford County Ground during the lunchtime of the Essex-Yorkshire match. I'm joined by Jay Knight, who's one of the stalwarts of Ilford Cricket. Jay.
One thing, because until then, the benchmark batsmen were all small. You know, the great Gavaskar, you know, their technique was very different because of their height. And you're a very tall man. And you know, you were probably one of the first tall Indian batsmen to cope with that. And so what's the big, you know, change in terms of your, you know, compared to what you learned from, you know, the great Gavaskar and Amarnath and so on?
I think in my case, I was a bigger target. I was an easier target for the fast bowlers. You know, with Sunny's height, you know, if you banged it in short, you know, you got to get it in the right areas to get it somewhere near his face. It can easily duck or sway. In my case, you know, I believe that you have to sway out of the way of the bouncer. You know, you got to keep your eyes on the ball and leave it, because that's half the job. You know, if you cannot play the short ball, or if they even get a sniff that you are intimidated by the short ball, you have no chance.
But the point is, you created that, and hats off to you, you know, because you were the first Indian batsman to do that, you know, a tall batsman. And wow, because there are not many tall batsmen who are successful against that attack. So, you know, hats off to you, sir.
Well, Ravi, you've always been a pioneer. That's why when I worked at Channel 4, we came to you as our Indian expert in the commentary box. Because the next phase of your career was very distinguished in the commentary box. You're one of the best readers of the game. Everyone loves hearing your commentary. How big a part of your life is the broadcasting, and how difficult was it to give it up in order to take the Indian national coach job?
Very difficult, because I was under contracts. I was enjoying it. You know, I'd been 23 years in broadcasting. You know, you'd worked all around the globe with probably every channel that existed in different countries, and you know, it was something that you really enjoyed. And then suddenly, when you were asked to do that job, you know, what you had to, I mean, and without being given too much of time, you know, all you had to tell yourself was just treat it as a challenge. You know, go out there, give it your best shot. You know, I didn't expect anything. I just wanted to go there and get a good mindset going with the boys to compete wherever they went.
I mean, what a job.
The rest is history.
I mean, if you talk about that job, you're talking to Jay and I. You know, we are both lecturers in business at the Open University, and we talk about different organisations. That organisation you had to manage, all those egos. I mean, it's what we call a person culture, not a people culture. It's a person culture. How did you navigate that with the senior players? Because so many coaches have come a cropper with the senior players in India.
The fact that I'd been 23 years in broadcasting, so you know, it wasn't as if I knew the players. I hardly knew anyone, barring to an extent Dhoni, because of the number of interviews I'd done with him, you know, post-match presentations, things of that sort. But barring that, I really didn't know anybody. But you had to crack the whip the moment you went in, you know, in the sense like announce yourself. Bottom line, where you set some goals for the side, you get some team culture going where, you know, they were told very clearly it's not an individual sport, it's a team sport. So the word I goes out of the window, it is we, and then take it from there. And the bottom line is, if you're going to play, then you're going to play to win, and you're going to play to compete. If you think you're out there to fill the numbers, just because you're playing Test cricket, there are 10 teams and you're one of them, sorry, then
Jay,
then it's not in my, you're not in my territory.
Raviji, in terms of managing the politics, because that's such a, you know, as a coach, what percentage of your time was managing the politics, and what percentage was kind of, you know, handling the actual team type of thing, you know?
Actually, to be honest, I didn't have any problems there. You know, because bottom line is I don't know what's politics. Yeah. And if someone tries to play politics with me, then they'll get a definition which I know of politics. As simple as that. So, you know, there was never any politics, but it came to me, you know, you had a direct dialogue with the selectors. You know, for a long period of time, there was no board. You know, you had a COA running the cricket. If you realize that at that time. So,
sure.
The relationship with the captain. The relationship with the captain must be key, Ravi, and that's where, from the outside, it seemed like you and Virat Kohli had a very, very good working relationship. How did that come about, and how did you complement each other?
I think we're similar characters when it comes to mindset. We're both aggressive. We want to compete. You want to win. You're not there to give excuses. You've got to own up. If you mess up, put your hand up and say, you're not good enough. Just be honest about it, and but play hard, play fair, but play extremely hard. You don't give an inch once you're across that boundary line on the field of play. So Virat was pretty similar when it came to that, and for me, the most important thing was the transition from Dhoni to Kohli. That happened very nicely. There was tremendous respect between the two of them. So that made the job a lot easier. Even when MS retired from Test cricket, he still carried on playing for India under Virat in the one-day game, and gave his best, which was fabulous.
Of all your achievements with the Indian national team, which one would you say that away victory in Australia, where you came back from impossible odds to win that series, would that be one of the key series? That was actually without Virat, wasn't it, for a lot of the time?
Yeah, I think that's epic. Yeah. That's something that I don't think can be matched. It can be equal, a performance like that. When you see the times you played cricket in, COVID times, it was tough on the players. It's especially when you're doing quarantine and you're in a bubble, and for 6 months you hardly played the game in India because of the COVID issue. Where people couldn't get out of flats in metros, and as opposed to a country like Australia, which has about 20 million people. The Western Australia is the size of India when you look at territory-wise. But only problem is we have 1.4 billion. The space is just not there. So for them to overcome all that, and then go out and play the kind of cricket they did was fabulous. I mean, hats off to the players. And it's not one. You did it in 2019, and then you did it in 2021. So it's 2 back-to-back series against an attack, which is, Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins, and Lyon.
It's not easy. What so incredible is that the trust and the confidence you must have, and motivation you injected in, Pujara. He played out of his skin. He held one end solid, and then to instill that confidence in Rishabh. Oh my God, Rishabh played like no other. I've never seen such an exciting Indian batsman. But that trust and the motivation. I mean, what did you do to Rishabh? To bring him. I mean,
you mentioned 2 names there, and one, and they're both different characters. But you got to allow each one to be his own. Yet at the same time, see what's the best thing you can get out of them to contribute to the team. So Rishabh's strength was his all-out aggression, his natural ability, his fearless ability. So the last thing you wanted to do was restrict him in any fashion. Yes, he'll make you pull your hair out at times with the way he gets out. But at the back of your mind, if he gets it right, he's going to win you the game, which he did in Australia on a couple of occasions. And Puji is my soldier. He is my soldier. He took the hits. Like, if India won those 2 back-to-back series in Australia, I mean, Cheteshwar Pujara played as important a role as anybody in that team. I'm telling you, anybody in that team. That guy's a warrior. And I'm glad he started off well in county cricket for Sussex. And he's doing a fantastic job. Like I said, when someone told me he's gone to Sussex, I said, Sussex are blessed with royalty, because there was Duleep Singh there.
Yes, Ranjit Singh Ji.
Yeah, and there was Tiger Patowdy there. Yeah. I said, now here comes Pujara from a similar part of the world. Actually comes from Saurashtra, from where Ranji and Duleep came from.
Absolutely, and as you say, he's graced the stage at Sussex, and I know you're a generous man, Ravi, and your appearance today is in no mean is really down to the fact that you wanted to pay tribute, I think, to Cheteshwar Pujara. He's looking for his place back in that Test match team. He's on fantastic form, 2 double hundreds already.
Absolutely, and he'll be banging that door. I mean, he's giving the selectors some real serious headaches. I mean, he'll walk into my team, an extended team of 15 or 18, if they take, and if there's to England, I would imagine they would take 17 or 18 players. I think he'll walk into that team. I mean, there's no substitute for experience. He was part of the team that's leading 2-1. He played 2 very important innings in that series. He got close to 100. He got 90 at Leeds, and then another very important half century at the Oval in a Test match which India won. So, for me, that experience counts one heck of a lot.
Sorry, Jay.
Yeah, and Shastriji, for me, you have to play so many roles. So, like Rishabh, you're like a father figure. You're giving that kind of support. And whereas Pujara, Kohli, you're giving a different type of relationship. And I think that's so fascinating, as a coach. You have to put these different hats and then bring the best out of them. I mean, wow.
Thank you. It's a challenge. You relish it, and when it comes off, the job satisfaction, the goodwill you get, from the millions. It's a hard job because you're judged every day of your life, but at the same time, it comes with rewards. If you can stick to the, to the straight and narrow and go about your business in a professional manner and instill that confidence into the players, and if the players respond like they did in my tenure, they were fabulous. It gives you great job space.
Well, hats off. I've taken my hat off to you, Ravi, because you're a man who played so many different roles. Your record in county cricket is every bit as good as Pujara's. You're the second highest Indian run scorer in the history of the county championship. First, Farooq Engineer at Lancashire. Yeah, but you had 4 wonderful seasons at Glamorgan.
Yes.
Do you recall any moments from your time in county cricket?
I do. In fact, we played a great game. It was a Sunday league game, and it was at Chelmsford against Essex. And you had your full side that day. It was Pucci.
And we are back. So
you're flying solo.
Yeah. Hello. All done. Thank you, Bear. He was watchfully peeking over my shoulder, making sure I was doing everything right. Right, but we're back to the action. After tea, I'm joined by Messi Jez, and I should be joined by Bennett, but Bennett doesn't appear to have arrived. I just have to get the focus on you then, Jez. Here we are. So it might just be us two. So you can summarise and socialise.
If Al or Cole wants to hop in, I'm sure they'd be very welcome.
I'm sure they would if anyone's out there in the ether. If any of you can hear us, feel free to hop on. But for now, it'll be Tom Latham on 76, Kane Williamson on 37, and Jamie Overton 0-17 off his 5 overs, who will be bowling. I'll jingle them all up in a minute as this over carries on, but first of all, here's Jamie Overton in, and fiddle outside, it's an edge, he's got him first ball, he's outside, he's caught the outside edge, and I won't jingle him up because instead I'll be playing the wickets jingle.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Just a little bit of deviation from Jamie Overton. Bairstow makes no mistake with the gloves. It's just feathered the outside edge. And, I was going to jingle up Tom Latham, but I don't think it'll be necessary now.
No. Beautiful first ball after tea.
Good loosener,
Jamie. It puts the lie to that whole thing about having a loosener, doesn't it?
Very good one there.
It puts the batsman under pressure straight away, and, all that tea, a bit slow.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
So I'll just jingle up the now victorious bowler, Jamie Overton. Here he is.
Jamie Overton, he can score a quick half-ton, less racist than his mother's other son. Is Jamie Overton.
Beautiful ball there by Overton to account for Tom Latham, who's gone for 76. He will go the whole series without making a ton. The man who averages over 40 in Test cricket. It's been a hard series for him, and it's over now. As this man makes his way to the crease.
Devon, Conway's here with a double tunnel debut. You'll never, ever see batting like you get from Devon Conway.
Here he is, Devon Conway, with a frankly pathetic average of 53.35 in Test cricket. Al Hotchkiss has jumped on to join us, so I'll get him into your frame, folks. Here we go. Now you should be able to see Al if you're on the YouTubes. And hello, Al.
Evening. Afternoon.
As Overton, what can he do? First ball wicket in this spell. In he comes to Devon Conway. Oh, he's hit him on the head! That's a vicious bouncer by Jamie Overton. He gives Conway the thumbs up to make sure he's okay. That has nipped back in at him, and that hit him hard in the head.
Right.
Overton, who broke into this team just after concussing his brother Craig and someone else who plays for Somerset.
For the love of God, give him a proper test.
Yeah, and he's hit Conway quite hard there. Conway was up quickly, but Williamson is waving someone on. Yeah, they need a new helmet.
That's a matter of course, but this isn't. A concussion protocol can't be Jamie Overton giving him the thumbs up and getting the thumbs up back.
He's rubbing his head. He's just turned. He's taken his eye off it completely. He's gone to pull it, turned his head, and it's whacked him really hard in the side of the head. It's a quick ball.
It's right around the temple reach. If you took the helmet off, it's right in the temple.
Yeah, they need to take their time here. That was a nasty, nasty blow. I didn't see the speedo, but I think it looked like it was up around 86 miles an hour, 87. And wow, that was a solid blow that Devon Conway has took. He's up, he's talking, he seems fine, and they are walking him through the protocols, but we're seeing it again. Scrambled seam. Oh no, this is the wicket we're seeing. It was a nice scrambled seam and deviating and catching the edge of Tom Latham's bat, but it's somewhat grisly when you see that sometimes. It just really hit Conway hard. We see a pigeon on the replay.
It was very well bowled, to be honest, and it was very poorly played.
The reason it's hit Conway around about the temple is because Conway's not looking at the ball.
Yeah, he's turned his head kind of in the wrong direction as well. He's not turned his head away from the ball, he's turned into it.
And in a way, because he's not properly gone down. What he's done is he's kind of, in a strange way, if this makes sense, instead of ducking from the waist, he's ducked from the shoulders.
Yeah,
and because he's ducked from the shoulders, his head's only gone down by about 6 inches, and that's why it's hit him it has.
Overton has a smile on his face, I think, because of something someone just said to him, not for causing Devon Conway discomfort.
No. I mean, you can't really. I mean, Overton is by no means happy about what's happened here or anything like that.
No, not at all.
But
seems that Conway's fine. They're prepping a new helmet for him.
Heck of a moustache on the.
Yeah, I was just going to say the wonderfully mulleted and mustachioed New Zealand 12th man, whose name I don't know.
What a moustache!
I like to think that is the man to whom the name Hamish Rutherford is assigned, but I'm not sure it is. But I like to think so.
No, but it's quite the start.
I mean, if that is him and he is called Hamish Rutherford, that's a great look for a great name.
Yeah. So, for those of you who aren't looking at the footage, Conway is elements of the inner lining of his helmet have been replaced, or certainly made to fit Conway's head. So Conway's putting his helmet back on. So one can only assume that the protocol has been followed, and Conway is fit to bat.
Yeah, I mean he looks all right, but it was a rip snorter of a delivery and hit him very hard. As we're seeing the replay of Overton's, his destructive head hitting at Surrey. It was at Somerset, I think, last couple of weeks ago. It's he's got some bite and some venom, does Jamie Overton.
I think Potts is very much in the same vein. I think they can get the ball. I think they can extract more bounce from the pitch than you would look at from Overton, you can kind of go, well, it's an effort ball, and if you put that much of a human being behind it, then you'll get more bounce. But there's the potential with Potts and Overton, Jamie Overton anyway, especially, that you've got third, fourth choice seamers here who can really hit the deck hard for quite a long period of time and save Anderson and Broad and whomever is kind of like use your strike bowlers for sort of quick strike style spells, really.
Yeah, well, it's the endless quest for a Neil Wagner, isn't it? That's the what you need is in your kind of third seamer, someone who can, when it's a bit dead, bang it in the middle of the pitch pretty much all day long and get some wickets. And as you say, I was talking about this earlier, I think Potts gets some, Overton's a tall man and a strong man and will get bounce and has the pace to, whereas Potts operates around 82 miles an hour, but he seems to get a sort of unexpected amount of bounce for a relatively average size but firmly built young man.
I just get a couple of tweets in while we're on. Roger Melly says, I'll claim that wicket, lads. Just log back on after a short absence. And then he says, geez, how did batsmen manage before helmets? Wait, I know. They knew how to get their head out of the way of the fucking ball. Mayank says, just looked up Hamish Rutherford, and I'm pretty certain that's him.
History is littered, though, with people who didn't have helmets, who didn't get their way out of the ball.
Yeah, and got quite badly hurt. Was that tweeter saying that is Hamish Rutherford?
Apparently so.
Yeah, it says looks just like him, but all the pics show no moustache or mullet.
Fabulous. That is exactly what I wanted from a man called Hamish Rutherford. I'm happy with that, especially a Kiwi. Famed down under for the excellence of their mullets and their moustaches.
How much like Overton's body type is, how much of a resemblance do you believe he is to Ollie Robinson? In terms of a body type,
as that short again and into the midriff of Conway this time, again thudding quite hard into him, but he's missed a pull shot there. Yeah, I think Robinson's a little. I don't know if he's a little taller. That was 89 miles an hour, by the way, from Overton. I don't know if Robinson's taller. He seems kind of lankier and a bit less stiff, almost. He's kind of a bit more fluid and flowy and wavy, whereas Overton is kind of made of granite. He reminds me a bit of a Mornay Morkel type body type, that sort of strong, tall, concrete kind of lad.
Just strikes me that if Robinson's not careful, they might have found his replacement really quite quickly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, and that's an outside edge of Conway's bat, and it's going to go into the floor and past the slips, and it's going to go down to the third man boundary for one of these.
I think this might be more guided than edge.
It's outside half of the bat. I don't think he was looking to play it down that way. He was jabbing defensively at it. Yeah, that's off the edge. I'm not sure they have found Robinson's replacement. I don't think Overton gets the nibble that Robinson does, quite. Robinson can get some prodigious movement off the seam as that's defended by Conway. Particularly, he has an excellent wobble seam ball which really jags back into the right-hander away from the left-hander.
Okay, can we...
Yeah, but Overton's got that bit of pace that Robinson has.
Yeah, and can keep it up.
Can we phrase it like this, then? The amount of time that Robinson's got to sort himself out
it's probably reduced.
Is reducing and reducing with every time this man balls for him.
Overton doesn't feel as much of an international new ball bowler as Robinson does, as that's defended by Conway. out into the offside, actually, and he will get a run for it. He'll get 2, in fact, to end that over. Just before we hand to the socials, yeah, Robinson feels more of an international new